In his previous life, Fang Zhao's memory had been very good. In this life, it was even better. This was Fang Zhao's advantage. For the same content, he needed to spend less time to memorize it, but with this superiority, he needed to work harder. Otherwise, he would be wasting his advantage. Behind every successful genius was hard work that normal people were unable to understand. Fang Zhao had never felt that he would be better than others despite living an extra life. The world was constantly changing, especially when it came to music. Many things from the old era were different. There were now even more genres and even more outstanding works. Although Fang Zhao had been continuously learning such things over the past few years and had more or less grasped this knowledge, regarding the contents of the examination, he still needed quite a bit of guidance. Fang Zhao consulted a few people who had once enrolled in Huang Art's 12 Tones advanced course, such as Xue Jing. Now, Xue Jing's focus was on compiling teaching materials, but he once went through Huang Art's 12 Tones advanced course. Even though he graduated many years ago, he had still helped come up with questions more than 20 times. Even when he was older and didn't have enough energy to participate, he frequently paid attention to it. In his spare time, he sometimes collated some focus examination questions and posted them online. He didn't count on selling them, he just hoped to give people who wanted to apply for Huang Art's 12 Tones a choice. Knowing that Fang Zhao wanted to take the examinations, Xue Jing picked out 10 sets of exam papers from the question stash and even recommended a few books for Fang Zhao to read. Following Xue Jing's plan, there were 10 sets of questions, one per day. After 10 days and intensive learning, it would probably be time for the preliminaries. There wasn't much time left for Fang Zhao to prepare. Xue Jing sighed in private many times. If Fang Zhao had not gone to acting, he could have spent this year undergoing special practice. With Xue Jing's own personal tutelage, Fang Zhao's chances of getting into Huang Art's 12 Tones might be slightly higher. But now was fine too. For youngsters, there was no harm in trying. If he failed once, there would still be opportunities in the future. Failing to get in could also suppress any impatient inclinations. Other than Xue Jing, another person Fang Zhao was familiar with who had undergone the 12 Tones advanced course was Yenzhou Music Association's vice president and the former headmaster of the Qian Academy of Music, Ming Tsang. In recent years, Ming Tsang's efforts had all been placed on the medical condition of his son Mingyi. He had even resigned as headmaster and naturally didn't care too much about other things. Hearing Fang Zhao mention his desire to apply for Huang Art's 12 Tones, Ming Tsang specifically took out a notebook that he'd kept locked up in his cupboard. These were all his collated notes from back when he'd been preparing to take the examination for Huang Art's 12 Tones. He had once thought about tidying these up and writing a book when he had the time, but unfortunately, he had shelved it time and again. You can do it. Ming Tsang had not regarded Fang Zhao as a normal person since the release of the 4 movements of Fang Zhao's 100-year period of destruction, a turning point for his own son's condition. From what Ming Tsang saw, Fang Zhao was in no way inferior to anyone that graduated from Huang Art's 12 Tones. Even if he could not pass the entrance examinations, that didn't prove that Fang Zhao had no ability. But this was how the circle worked. One would always need to show one's credentials. If Fang Zhao wanted to go even further in this industry, if he wanted the recognition of more academic authorities, a degree from Qimu wasn't enough. Ming Tsang sincerely hoped for Fang Zhao's success. How great it will be if Fang Zhao can get Huang Art's 12 Tones graduate cert. Fang Zhao had a strong memory and his own accumulated knowledge and experiences, so he read and went through the notes very quickly. His fundamentals were good and his comprehension was rapid. After reading through them, Fang Zhao started doing the 10 sets of exam questions that Xue Jing had given him. Indeed, Xue Jing had a specialty for compiling teaching materials. The sets he gave were very focused, and every set of questions was serialized. The key points covered in these 10 sets followed a pattern, and it was a gradual process. On the second day after Fang Zhao had received the 10 sets of questions from Xue Jing, he once again contacted Xue Jing asking him whether he had even more questions. Xue Jing was utterly flabbergasted. Those 10 sets aren't enough. You do them first. Let me see them when you are done and I will select questions for you based on your condition. I did 5 sets today. I have the interview tomorrow morning but should still be able to do another 3 sets in the afternoon. What Fang Zhao meant was very simple, the questions weren't enough. Oh, alright, send me the 5 sets you have completed and I'll help you mark them. You can do the remaining ones first, I'll help you pick more from my stash. After ending the call, Xue Jing blankly sat at his study desk. He didn't suspect that Fang Zhao had gotten someone else to do them or was just talking big. From what he understood about Fang Zhao, he believed that Fang Zhao would not falsify this sort of thing. When he finished marking the 5 sets of practice questions that Fang Zhao had sent over, Xue Jing had an idea. It seemed like new arrangements were needed. The amount of knowledge that Fang Zhao grasped exceeded his expectations by far. After deciding on this, Xue Jing picked exam questions from his practice questions file that were focused on Huang Art's 12 tones course, compiled them into a set of practice questions, and sent it to Fang Zhao. Do them according to the numbering. After you have completed a set, send it to me, I'll help you mark it. Sorry for troubling you. Don't try and apologize for this trivial matter. I might lack other things, but I don't lack questions. If you pass the preliminaries, I will also bask in the light. Since Fang Zhao wanted to take the entrance examinations for Huang Art's 12 tones, Xue Jing was delighted and more than happy to help out. Xue Jing was a little worried that this youngster was too impatient and anxious for results. He even exhorted, after you have finished the questions, remember to go through the key points that you don't understand and consolidate them. Not just for the later rounds of examinations but also for your professional future as well. Even after saying that, Xue Jing still wasn't reassured and added, of course I'm not saying you must spend the entire day doing this. You still have to relax a little in between doing questions. Strike a balance between work and rest. Only with both tension and relaxation can efficiency be maximized. Us in the music industry should take note more. You also know that if you are fixated on a single thing, your lines of thought become stiff and you will not necessarily be able to compose good pieces. Thank you, I understand. Ending the call, Fang Zhao took a look at the time. It was only 9 p.m. He could do one more set of questions. The next morning, according to the company's arrangements, when Fang Zhao attended the interview, he was accompanied by 2 newcomer actors that the company was focusing on. Because of the preparations beforehand and the company having good relations and collaborating numerous times with the media outlet Prairie Fire, the interview went very smoothly. However, during the process of the interview, according to the company's opinion, Fang Zhao's future arrangements were not divulged. All Fang Zhao said was that his focus would not be on filming. Every professional esports team that was watching this live broadcast felt their hearts tighten. Was Fang Zhao going to come out of retirement? In a certain high-end professional esports chat group. The members of this chat group were individuals from high-ranking teams from every continent. Someone asked Jinro, Captain Jean, I heard you guys had training with Fang Zhao. Jinro cursed in his heart, which idiot in the team leaked this information. But on the surface, Jinro was still very cool-headed. That's right, our skills aren't up to scratch, so Zhao Good gave us some training. When are you free to set a time and venue for a practice match? There are many newly released maps. Let's pick a map everyone isn't familiar with to be fair. Not free, we are waiting for the game to release the new phase of missions. This round's monetary awards are high, but more importantly, there are also game packs. Oh right, will your team's Fang Zhao be taking part in the new phase of missions that are about to be released? This was the question that all the esports teams from other continents wanted to know. Right now, there wasn't too much difference between everyone and there was an equilibrium. Silver Wing's side could be said to be slightly disadvantaged, but if Fang Zhao participated, he would destroy the original equilibrium. Jinro replied, "Our Zhao god won't be taking part in this." Upon hearing this, the others felt slight pity in their hearts, but they were also rejoicing. It was best if Fang Zhao did not return to upset the apple cart. But regardless of what they were thinking in their hearts, the side of their lips inadvertently curled upward. That is really regrettable. When I was watching the live broadcast, I was even anticipating his return. Yeah, I still thought we would be able to exchange pointers. Continuous anticipation, once again disappointment. What a pity. Does your team's Zhao god accept challenges? Fang Zhao was doing rather well in the showbiz circles, but I heard some insider news saying that Fang Zhao is going to further his studies in the music field. Not sure whether it is true, but if it is, that is really a pity. Seeing this bunch of people pretending, Jinro had another idea and replied, "Seeing that you all are so looking forward to it, I'll help you guys ask." He might not be taking part in the new phase of missions, but he can do private sparring. Also, who posted on the public platform saying they wish to fight Zhao God? You guys decide first. I'll ask Zhao God to see when he is free to let you guys have some close-up interaction with him. Elsewhere, after the interview ended, Fang Zhao left Prairie Fire's office tower. Although Fang Zhao and the two newcomer actors that had gotten to show themselves during this interview were similar in age, they treated him with the respect of a senior. Furthermore, they were very grateful that Fang Zhao had been willing to bring them along this time. Those two actors extended a sincere invitation. "Brother Zhao, want to eat together? We know of a newly opened restaurant with great dishes. The food and ambience are great and there aren't any unwanted disturbances. Maybe next time." "I still have matters to attend to," Fang Zhao replied. Although the two newcomers felt a little regretful, when they recalled the company's internal rumor that Fang Zhao would be furthering his studies, they didn't urge him to stay. Returning home, Fang Zhao took an afternoon nap. After he woke up, he went to the study and did another 3 sets of questions. After he was done with the questions and finished tidying up his notes, Fang Zhao saw a message that Jinro had sent him. Jinro would not go so far as to disturb Fang Zhao over something so trivial and only mentioned it as a joke to Fang Zhao. He hadn't expected that Fang Zhao would really find time to accept the challenge. Fang Zhao scanned through some questions in his hands and replied, "All right. Who will these people be? Which practice maps?" Jinro was currently in the company's computer room training the newcomers. His hand trembled when he saw Fang Zhao's reply, and he could no longer be bothered with training these newcomers. He hurriedly replied, "Zhao God, you don't have to take this too seriously. They were just shooting their mouths off and actually did not have such intentions. You should attend to your own matters. I heard you still have to take an examination. Don't let this interfere with your matters. It's all right. Old Mr. Shui said that we have to strike a balance between work and rest. With tension there must be relaxation. Jinro. Do rest and relaxation mean what I think they do?" After this conversation, Jinro was still somewhat distracted, but he was stirred up very quickly and went to contact those who had previously talked about wanting to challenge Fang Zhao. This time around, there were 8 people. Actually, these 8 had not really had the intention of fighting Fang Zhao, but since the words had already been said, their face was at stake, so they could not back down. When they thought about it more, Fang Zhao had already been away from the gaming scene for so long they did not know what his standard was now. If he had maintained his high standards, having an exchange with an expert was also beneficial. After contacting all of them, deciding on the practice maps, and confirming the others' free periods, Jinro sent Fang Zhao a message. If a matter wasn't especially important, he would only send a message and would not call and disturb Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao only replied half an hour after this message had been sent. "All right, then let's have it now." Jinro was still worried. "You just finished your questions. Do you want to rest for a bit?" "No need, I just finished a revised set on the many forms and variations of marches, so my condition is pretty good." Jinro. "I understand now. He got too stimulated doing questions and had no way of venting. With Fang Zhao's reply of confirmation, Jinro immediately contacted the other 8. My kid is being naughty, so I won't be forming a team with you guys today. I have given you the time and coordinates, you 8 go ahead. Little Jinfei, who was currently at home doing his homework, looked up silently at his father. Why are you pushing the blame to me again? I'm clearly very obedient. When the news of others taking the initiative to challenge Fang Zhao and then Fang Zhao accepting that challenge spread, the previously quiet Silverlight internal chat burst to life. Ahahaha. We can't only be the ones getting oppressed. Well done, Captain. Captain, can we go spectate? Now that we are severely doubting our own standards, only spectating this match can remove our doubts. Let's make it clear first. I'm not delighting in others' misfortune. There's an old saying, if you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. I just want to observe how others fight when faced with Zhao God, and how they respond. If it was me, I would rather die than actively challenge Zhao God. Seeing this bunch start to get excited, Jinro also felt that they should take some notes. There was no need to compare themselves with Fang Zhao's individual godlike combat ability, but they could compare with their normal old rivals, see where the disparity was, and observe how long the opponents could survive in Fang Zhao's hands. Perhaps they could even learn a few moves. But seeing the delighted attitudes the members within the chat had, Jinro felt that as the captain, he still needed to say some things. Your attitudes aren't right. As professional esports athletes, we ought to have a more positive outlook. We should be thinking about how to improve ourselves. Going up against experts is necessary, and we cannot cower just because the opponent is too powerful. Jinro droned on, but he never mentioned that he himself had used an excuse to avoid taking part in this match. There wasn't a choice. Originally, Jinro had really wanted to form a team with the other 8 to challenge Fang Zhao, but when he'd learned that Fang Zhao had gotten all stimulated from doing questions, Jinro had become terrified. However, observing would probably be out of the question. The other 8 weren't fools either. For the first challenge, the outcome wasn't certain and neither side knew how big disparity between them was. They wouldn't let others spectate. The 8 people who were preparing for the match were also discussing. Why do I feel that Jinro has dug a pit for us? Whether it is a pit or not, it is too late to back out now. The matter had been brought up by themselves, and the declaration of war had already been written. So many people inside the elite group knew about this. Most people who were at a certain level in the gaming circles had also heard about this. If the 8 wanted to back out now, how would they have the face to show themselves in the gaming circles in the future? I never thought of backing out, I just feel a little restless. Why is Jinro letting the 8 of us face off against Fang Zhao alone? Is Fang Zhao really that strong? From watching past videos, Fang Zhao's individual point-sweeping ability was indeed impressive, but I don't know about the rest. A video is, after all, just a video. We have never fought against him in the game before, so we won't know anything till we experience it. An 8-man team against one person. It feels like we are bullies. Even if we win, I won't feel good letting others know. Let's not think about this first. Since Jinro has arranged it this way and Fang Zhao has also agreed, let's fight first. Don't get careless either. If we 8 lose to 1, we won't have any face left. Right. Fight first, talk later. The 8 of them privately discussed battle strategies and their equipment. Although they were from different continents and different teams, they were professionals, after all. They had taken part in many similar competitions and knew how to coordinate. Any other questions? No more. Okay, move out. And they were oppressed so tyrannically. Inside the Global Elite Esports chat group, there were also people paying attention to this. Has it started? Will they be challenging in succession or will it be a team battle? If it is a team battle, how will they be split? If it's the 8 plus Fang Zhao, doesn't that add up to 9? A 5v5 can't even be held unless somebody new participates, and we don't know about it. Hey, Jinro, you don't have to say anything else, but you can at least divulge the coordinates and practice venue, right? Jinro replied, no can do. I can't even spectate myself. The match just started. As for the rest, you will know in a bit. These words made many people perk up. The two phrases, just started, and know in a bit, combined together made the others feel restless. How fast was a bit? 10 minutes. Jinro looked at the time. If Fang Zhao went with his old method, he would let the other side have a minute and a half of preparation time. He had no idea how long these 8 would last after that minute and a half were up. The only thing he was certain of was that it wouldn't take too long. Not being able to spectate the game, Jinro could only watch the match's duration timer, which was displayed up top. According to the time, it wasn't even 2.5 minutes from the start of the match when the display indicated that the match had ended. Jinro's eyebrows trembled. He decided that he wouldn't stick out in the global elite chat for the time being. Inside the chat group, the 8 people from the finished match bombarded the chat with messages. Come out, Jinro. You cheap person. How treacherous. You chose to run away first. Pisses me off. Our friendship is over. All F** king over. It was just like returning to our noob days. Why did it feel like my signature technique became so weak? Those in the group who did not know the truth were all very curious. Why were these 8 scolding Jinro when it was Fang Zhao that they had challenged? Reading further, they felt that these messages contained quite a lot. Put together, it probably said that Jinro had tricked the rest and that Fang Zhao was very strong. As for the challenge result, that went without saying. From their tone, they had surely lost. Those 8 wouldn't reveal too much in the chat group, so those that were closer would have to inquire in private. Many people threw questions toward Jinro, but Jinro played dead. These 8 weren't stupid either. Now that they had finished the match, they realized that Jinro had previously found an excuse to back out, leaving the 8 of them to face the stimulated Fang Zhao. Thus, for the time being, Jinro didn't want to appear and be the target of their hatred. However, given Jinro's understanding of Fang Zhao's ability, 2.5 minutes might have been Fang Zhao going easy. Otherwise, the match would probably have ended in 2 minutes. Of course, Jinro also felt rather pleased inwardly. Previously, when Fang Zhao had announced that he would no longer be participating in formal competitions, many people had doubted Fang Zhao's ability. Some had said that the Zhao God term was over-exaggerated and it was the adulation of fans and the company's manipulations. This had also resulted in many people growing used to shooting their mouths off and issuing public challenge online. After this, there would surely still be challengers, but the number of people shooting their mouths off would drop by a substantial margin. That was fine. At least this bunch would think carefully in the future before saying anything foolish. Regardless of how this seemingly ordinary match was discussed by everyone, Fang Zhao's godlike status was cemented. On the other end, when Fang Zhao saw that the other side was done after that match, he didn't say much. He logged off to let Curly Hair use the console and returned to his study to continue doing practice questions. In the period after that, Fang Zhao rarely ever went out, instead staying cooped up at home doing practice questions or having video conferences with Xue Jing and Ming Tsang to understand more about the examinations process and issues he needed to take note of. Of the entertainment circles, only in the esports circles did people frequently mention Fang Zhao. Elsewhere, news of Fang Zhao was rarely seen. Following the broadcast of Founding Era Season 10, the discussion topics were continuously changing. There were still people that mentioned Fang Zhao, but Fang Zhao's online popularity was a far cry from what it had been in Season 9. Finally, the day of the first preliminary examination came. Worldwide, more than 100,000 people applied to take the entrance exams for the top-notch Huang Arts 12 Tones advanced course. Huangart had designated exam venues in every continent, generally at reputed universities. As this concert touched upon artistic aspects, art institutions were avoided as the designated exam venues. Only after the preliminaries would aspiring students be able to visit Huangzhou to take part in the second round of examinations. However, there was a limit to the number of people that would be able to visit Huangart. The 3 preliminary examinations alone would be able to shave off at least 99% of entrants. Fang Zhao had been allocated to an examination venue at a reputable university in Qian City. On the day of the examination, he kept a low profile and headed to the examination venue. Zuiyu and Yan Biao, who had returned from their vacations, resumed their duties as drivers. There was a mandatory security check at the entrance to the examination venue to prevent any cheating devices from passing through and to perform identity checks. Following that, there would be another round of checks by the exam supervisors. The majority of people who applied to take the examinations were 40 years or older, but a small portion of the entrants were in their 20s and 30s. Fang Zhao looked much younger than the other entrants in the area, so the supervisor at the security entranced noticed him and proceeded to take a look at his face. Whoa! Fang Zhao. Take a look at his examination admission proof. Indeed, it is Fang Zhao. Although there had been very little online news of Fang Zhao recently, he had been too popular in the period before that. With the hype from Founding Era and the advertising blitz from Fiery Bird, even people who did not pay attention to the entertainment circles would find Fang Zhao somewhat familiar. Furthermore, there were some supervisors here that were fans of Fang Zhao. After the security check and identity verification, Fang Zhao followed the directions on his examination admission proof and found his own examination room. Each examination room was a small room on its own. Every room would only have one student inside. The exam script was an electronic one displayed on a screen. After writing, it would be input into the database. Windows in the examination rooms were one way. The entrance inside could not look outside, but the exam supervisors outside could observe everything inside. During the examination, outside Fang Zhao's examination room, 4 to 5 exam supervisors gathered outside and observed him. Right, no doubt about it. That's Fang Zhao. Who is Fang Zhao? He sounds kinda familiar. The one who played the role of Fang Zhao in Founding Era. Oh, it's him. I didn't expect him to be so young. He actually wants to take the entrance exams for Huangart 12 Tones. This is a globally renowned top-notch advanced course that cannot be entered by just throwing cash around. Isn't it a little early for Fang Zhao to take the examinations for this course? It doesn't matter if he fails to make it. He is still young and will have many more opportunities in the future. Right now, he can just treat it as a learning experience and familiarize himself with the process. Makes sense. Due to regulations, exam supervisors were not able to loiter outside a certain examination room for too long, but every time they passed Fang Zhao's room, the exam supervisors stopped for a slightly longer time. Sometimes there would even be a few of them gathered around watching. Exam supervisors could not take photographs during the examination, and anything that was sent out needed to go through an audit. However, this wasn't an unspeakable secret, so there was no need to be secretive. Thus, the exam supervisors at these examination rooms shared the news with their colleagues, and soon, more teachers in the school knew that Fang Zhao was taking an examination here. Following that, the news spread even more. This resulted in Yan Biao informing Fang Zhao after he was done with the examinations that there were entertainment reporters lying in wait outside the school. Zuiyu looked up a more covert road and had Fang Zhao leave through it. Entertainment reporters weren't able to snap any photographs of Fang Zhao, but they were able to learn from a few of the exam teachers that Fang Zhao had indeed applied to take the entrance examinations for Huangart's 12 Tones and had just gone through a preliminary examination here. Huang Art's 12 Tones entrance examinations would not cause much of a ripple in the huge entertainment examinations, because most of the people that passed the examinations and enrolled were more academically inclined artists with different styles and then the entertainment circles. Nobody really understood it well and they never really paid attention to it. Many people had never even heard of the name Huang Art 12 Tones before. However, Fang Zhao's matter didn't just cause a ripple but a huge wave. Furthermore, there were others blowing up the matter. Silver Wing was unable to suppress it and could only direct public opinion and ensure it didn't blow up into a storm. News that Fang Zhao was taking Huang Art's 12 Tones exam spread online quickly. The name, Huang Art's 12 Tones, was a novelty to many folks hearing it for the first time. What the heck is Huang Art's 12 Tones? Sounds like our school, Qian number 12 secondary school. Ha ha ha. There's a number 12 primary school by my house. Every city had primary and secondary schools that had numbers in their names. Names like XX City No. XX primary school or secondary school were too common, so the name, Huang Art's 12 Tones, didn't stand out initially. But what did tones refer to? Why 12 tones? After a quick internet search, folks had the utmost respect for Fang Zhao. On my knees. Too high class. All I can do is admire from a distance. Folks who can simply graduate from this course have major bragging rights, huh? My advisor's advisor graduated from that program. A real badass. Word has it that all the graduates become industry giants. Outsiders might not know much about this program. Huang Art's 12 Tones is somewhat independent from the school itself. The instructors for the program are far, far superior to the other teachers at Huang Art and their colleagues at Huangmu. Right. Most of the 12 Tones instructors have won Galaxy World medals. Folks who don't care for academic types can look up the actors and singers who have won Galaxy medals. The Galaxy World Medal was the highest honor in the arts world. The actors or singers who won the prize were true superstars with global renown, not local celebrities with self-proclaimed stature. Oi, our teacher sat for the admission exam for 10 straight years to no avail. Eventually, he just applied to a regular graduate school. He said that it's too hard to aim for the stars. Only the cream of the crop can complete the program. You need to prepare for at least 2 years before sitting for the admission exam. The preparation time is too long and the exam is too difficult. Only about a dozen students are admitted. Only a handful of students take the exam, maybe some 100,000 each year. How long has Fang Zhao been preparing? He's been filming for the past year or so. Some 100,000 people sit for the exam. Why the only? That's way more than a handful of folks. Friend from upstairs, isn't the point that Fang Zhao hasn't had enough prep time? I'm aware that Fang Zhao is very talented, but to try for Huang Art's 12 Tones program now is making an outrageous claim. Fans have to calm down sometimes. You have to have rational expectations and not blindly follow your idol. There's something called setting someone up to fail. Don't kill your own idol. It's not that I have no respect for Fang Zhao's abilities but that you can't wing it for programs on the level of Huang Art's 12 Tones by composing a few songs, starring in a TV series, or cramming for the exam. Experience and talent are equally important. The topic quickly trended online. Some folks even started a bet to see how far Fang Zhao could advance in the exam. Something like this hadn't been that big of a deal to begin with, but certain folks were fanning the flames. All Silver Wing could do was contain the situation as best they could. Fang Zhao had gotten in the way of too many people. There were always folks who wanted to take him down when the opportunity presented itself. The internet chatter would undoubtedly influence Fang Zhao. All the attention meant more pressure. If someone was overly sensitive, this kind of pressure could be deadly. Passing the first hurdle would give Fang Zhao some breathing room. If he didn't, then he would have to face more ridicule and naysayers. Even though he had some outstanding pieces of work under his belt, this was how the industry operated. When someone was doing well, no one would bother them, but once they screwed up, everyone would show up to tear them down. The first round of the preliminary exams had been held. Countless candidates were eagerly waiting for the results so they could plan their next moves. Fang Zhao was aware of the online discussion. He could handle this much pressure. If he broke under such little pressure, how could he have survived the period of destruction? As soon as he got home, Fang Zhao got a call from Xue Jing. Xue Jing was mighty worried. Ignore all the outside comments, just focus on your prep. The results for the first round should be out at 8 p.m. tonight. Considering your level, I don't think the first round will be a problem. If you advance to the next round, you'll receive a pass for round 2. Regardless of whether you pass, just take it easy. Thank you. I know. After hanging up on Xue Jing, Fang Zhao responded to messages from concerned friends and family, then starting prepping for the second round exam. In stark contrast to Fang Zhao's calm, Xue Jing was restless. Even though Xue Jing had consoled Fang Zhao, in reality, he was so nervous that he couldn't eat his dinner. He just sat there waiting for the results. At the retirement home for former government officials in Yanbei. Great-grandfather Fang was so furious he trashed his own walking stick. I can't rest easy. Can't rest easy at all. On one hand, great-grandfather Fang wanted to call Fang Zhao, but he was also worried he might say the wrong thing and put even more pressure on Fang Zhao. All he could do was quietly fume at home. Great-grandmother Fang sighed and tried to comfort her spouse. Silver Wing will handle things, she said. My ass. How can we count on self-interested corporations like that? Hell will freeze over before they lift a finger. They have still made a difference. Great-grandmother Fang browsed the online chatter and took screenshots of some of the comments for great-grandfather Fang. You can tell that Silver Wing has intervened to steer the conversation in a positive direction. What good does that do? The situation has still blown out of control. Can you imagine how much pressure Xiao Zhao is under? Why is it so hard for Xiao Zhao to sit for the exams peacefully? Great-grandfather Fang was feeling Fang Zhao's pain. Being a celebrity means that whatever you do, you have to cope with more pressure than the average Joe, great-grandmother Fang said. After pondering the matter some more, great-grandfather Fang still couldn't let go. He called Fang Zhao via video conference. When the call went through, Fang Zhao was in his study. Books were scattered on his desk. He was also reading a document on his tablet. Great-grandfather Fang stuttered, "You're studying?" "Yeah, I'm preparing for the second round. Regardless of whether or not I pass the first round, it's good to be ready." That's the spirit. Maintain your composure. Ignore what other people have to say. Just try your best. Also, make sure you get plenty of rest, and don't forget to eat. After he was done nagging, great-grandfather Fang didn't want to intrude anymore. He hung up and resumed fuming on his own. He hadn't taken a close look during the video call, but from what great-grandfather Fang could remember, he thought Fang Zhao had lost weight. Xiao Zhao seemed skinnier. He's under so much pressure. Who knows if he's eating regularly? Great-grandfather Fang sat restlessly until 8 p.m., nervously fidgeting with his truncated walking stick. At 8 p.m., Fang Zhao received an email notifying him he had passed the first-round exam. The email also included his exam pass for the second round. Just as Xue Jing had predicted, the first round hadn't posed a major challenge. As long as he'd been careful and had nailed the questions he was supposed to, clearing the first round of screening wasn't an issue. After notifying Xue Jing, his great-grandparents in Yanbei, and Silver Wing, Fang Zhao went back to his prep. As far as the rest of the world was concerned, Fang Zhao didn't have enough prep time, but from the moment of his rebirth, Fang Zhao had never stopped absorbing information and knowledge about the new era, even when he'd been filming. The reason he could race through Ming Tsang's notes and Xue Jing's mock exam wasn't just because he was cramming. Xue Jing had described to Fang Zhao the types of questions that appeared in the second-round exam and other things to pay attention to. Fang Zhao didn't leave his apartment the next 2 days, nor did he go online. He would leave the public relations battle to the professionals at Silver Wing. All he had to do was focus on his exam prep. The second round took place just 2 days after the first round. A new venue was assigned, a different university. Fang Zhao kept a low profile as usual when he arrived at the exam venue. The university was in a secluded location. By the time Fang Zhao finished his exam, word that he was there had already leaked. There were quite a few entertainment journalists staking him out. Fang Zhao was determined to avoid them. None of the entertainment journalists managed to snap a picture of him. All they could do was buy some of the surveillance footage from the university. Access to the surveillance footage was heavily restricted. There was only so much footage one could buy, but it was better than nothing. For entertainment journalists, a single frame was enough fodder for several stories. Only some 20,000 candidates passed the first-round exam. After the second round, only 5,000 were left. So many folks were hoping that Fang Zhao would fumble during his exams, cave under the pressure, or underperform due to jitters, yet against all the expectations, well-intentioned or not, Fang Zhao passed the second-round exam with a solid showing. After clearing the second round, Silver Wing felt it could speak with more confidence. They didn't have high hopes for Fang Zhao. Clearing the second round was enough. Passing the third exam was even better, but it was no big deal if he didn't. For someone Fang Zhao's age, passing the first 2 rounds was a terrific result already. Only 1,000 candidates would remain after the third exam. Among the people sitting for the third exam were some of Yenzhou's more famous artists. They were mostly in their 60s and 70s. The number of artists who were 30 or younger could be counted on one hand. The day before the third exam, great-grandfather Fang sent Fang Zhao a package. He said he and great-grandmother Fang had gotten it at the cemetery for martyrs. The 2 elders had made a quiet trip to Qian, but they hadn't bothered Fang Zhao. They just visited the cemetery for martyrs, gotten what they needed, and left. They had sent the gift to Fang Zhao by courier before they'd left. Your great-grandmother and I said a sincere prayer for this. Word is that it's quite effective. Remember to wear it during your third exam. I've already checked, they're allowed at the exam venue. Remember to wear it. Great-grandfather Fang said in the voicemail he sent Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao opened the package. It was a necklace similar to the good luck charms of the old era. Out of curiosity, Fang Zhao removed the slip of paper inside the pouch attached to the necklace. It had been folded multiple times. After carefully unfolding the piece of paper, a portrait emerged, Fang Zhao, the inaugural leader of the Resistance's 5th Battalion during the period of destruction. After the period of destruction, people had started treating the heroes from the era as saviors as a form of religion. Festivals of worship and prayer from the old era were moved to martyrs' cemeteries. Every city had its own martyrs' cemetery. Folks had stopped believing in the legends of the past and started projecting their emotions onto the martyrs' cemeteries, which became the sites where people prayed for good fortune. Outside of Memorial Day, the martyrs' cemeteries typically didn't draw many visitors, but there were exceptions. For example, great-grandfather Fang and great-grandmother Fang had visited the martyrs' cemetery in Qian to pray for good luck for Fang Zhao's exam. The idea hadn't occurred to great-grandfather Fang initially. When he'd been taking a walk in the garden of the retirement facility one day, he had overheard a fellow resident saying that he had obtained a good luck charm at a martyrs' cemetery for his great-grandson, who had been about to perform his military service. Great-grandfather Fang had a eureka moment. Ah, that's something I could do. Great-grandfather Fang hadn't known if good luck charms were allowed at the exam venue, so he had checked with his connections at the education ministry. When he'd confirmed that they were kosher, he and great-grandmother Fang had quietly set off for Qian. There was a martyrs' cemetery in Yanbei, but great-grandfather Fang didn't think it was big enough. It wasn't that he didn't respect the martyrs who were buried there, but that when it came to Fang Zhao's exam, great-grandfather Fang wanted to pray at the biggest martyrs' cemetery in Yanzhou. If one was going to worship, it made sense to worship the greatest martyrs. People had their own agendas. So who was the greatest martyr at the martyrs' cemetery in Yanzhou? This was a subject of debate. Some said Fang Zhao, others Wu Yan. There were also other answers, but when it came to praying for good health and good luck, very few people worshipped Fang Zhao. The reason was Fang Zhao's personal history. Many historians lamented Fang Zhao's fate and considered him a tragic figure. He had survived 99 years in the period of destruction but had failed to take that last step and make it into the founding era. His tomb was ranked second. His influence had also waned. In terms of stature, in the minds of Yanzhou residents in the new era, Fang Zhao was even lower than the martyrs buried in tombs number 3, number 4, and number 5. Even though it was unfair to evaluate the martyrs from that era according to their tomb placement, people from the new era made that subconscious judgment. Not everyone studied history. As time passed, few folks took the time to study the period of destruction. If not for the airing of Founding Era, most born and bred Yanzhou natives probably couldn't have remembered who was buried in the top 10 tombs at the martyrs' cemetery. The bottom line was that folks who prayed for good luck and health usually avoided Fang Zhao. People mainly worshipped him to ward off bad luck. But great-grandfather Fang knew what he wanted. When he arrived at the martyrs' cemetery, he headed straight for Fang Zhao's plot and got a good luck charm. Having performed his worship rituals and mailed the good luck charm, great-grandfather Fang felt much more relaxed. When he returned to the retirement home in Yanbei and was asked about his whereabouts, he didn't feel the need to lie. The fellow resident who had suggested great-grandfather Fang get a good luck charm asked, "Who did you worship?" "Of course it was battalion leader Fang," responded great-grandfather Fang. "All I did was suggest you get a good luck charm. I didn't suggest you worship him. I thought about it and decided that worshipping him was the best bet. We share the same surname. Who knows, maybe we are related if I go back far enough. He also shares a name with our Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao even played him in a TV series. It's destiny. But that fella didn't have very good luck." It's not me, it's what the experts say." "I know." However, great-grandfather Fang had his own reasoning. Back then, it was a major challenge to just get through the day. I think he had pretty decent luck to have survived 99 years during the period of destruction. Also, he mentored our old governor Wu Yan. Don't you think he's quite something? Great-grandfather Fang felt he had made the right call, but little did he know the mixed emotions Fang Zhao felt when he received the good luck charm. What a magical experience! After folding the piece of paper printed with the portrait and inserting it into the pouch attached to the necklace again, Fang Zhao chuckled. At the end of the day, I have to rely on myself. Even though it felt weird, Fang Zhao still followed great-grandfather Fang's instructions and kept the good luck charm on him. It was a thoughtful gesture by the two elders, after all. The day of the exam, great-grandfather Fang got up early. When he figured it was about time for Fang Zhao to get up and have breakfast, he sent his great-grandson a text message asking him what he was eating. Great-grandfather Fang was relieved to find out that Fang Zhao had a voracious appetite as usual. Having an appetite was a good thing. It proved that Fang Zhao was in good physical shape, unlike some exam takers who couldn't eat when they got nervous. Great-grandfather Fang reminded Fang Zhao to bring his good luck charm again before ending the exchange. Great-grandfather Fang started fretting again. "I hear the exam will take the entire day. There's a time limit of 8 hours." Great-grandmother Fang had done her homework too. She was familiar with the exam rules. Great-grandfather Fang started panicking. 8 hours? What about lunch? Given Xiao Zhao's appetite, will a regular boxed meal suffice? Don't worry. I've asked Xiao Zhao. He said you can order your meals online from approved vendors at the exam site. You can order as many meals as you like. Is that so? How come you never mentioned this before? I did. You were wearing your headset at the time. You did that on purpose. You decided to tell me when I had my headset on. Picking a fight with great-grandmother Fang was great-grandfather Fang's way of easing his stress. If he weren't so advanced in age and physically frail and worried that he would pose a burden, great-grandfather Fang would have preferred keeping vigil in Qian instead of restlessly waiting at home for the results to be announced online. For an exam of this magnitude, other kids typically had their parents with them. If not their parents, then other elders. It pained him to see Fang Zhao soldier on alone. Seeing as great-grandfather Fang was trying to start a fight and was overthinking things, great-grandmother Fang shook her head. She picked up her kettle and started watering the plants. If someone wanted to make something of themselves, be it in the military or the arts, there were no shortcuts. Great-grandmother Fang was also delighted to see Fang Zhao blossom. She just wasn't a braggart like her husband. She was also nervous for Fang Zhao on the occasion of such an important exam. The more Fang Zhao progressed in his career, the less the two elders would be able to help him. At the end of the day, all Fang Zhao could count on was his own talent. At one of the exam venues, a university in Qian. During the second round of security screening, one of the exam monitors asked Fang Zhao to remove his necklace for a scan to make sure it wasn't being used for cheating. The scanner picked up the folded fragments of the Fang Zhao portrait and reassembled it on screen. The exam monitor was baffled when he identified the portrait. After Fang Zhao entered the exam room, the exam monitor whispered to his colleagues, someone actually brought a good luck charm with old battalion leader Fang's picture. What? Very few exam takers picked him in the past. Isn't it still under debate whether he brings good luck or bad luck? It was Fang Zhao who brought the good luck charm. You know, the popular actor who was assigned to our venue? Interesting. Perhaps he is someone who likes to defy convention and picked a martyr that other folks avoid? Soon, many of the monitors knew that Fang Zhao had brought a good luck charm with his namesake's picture on it. The third exam didn't just cover theory. Examinees had to compose a song on the spot and analyze different pieces of music. All of this took time, so even though there were fewer questions, the exam lasted longer. None of these questions took Fang Zhao by surprise. Xue Jing had told him that the third exam also tested analytical skills and versatility on top of theory. These types of questions didn't pose a major challenge for Fang Zhao. Hours passed by. When one of the exam monitors approached Fang Zhao to ask him about his lunch plans, Fang Zhao was getting ready to leave his seat. The monitor looked at the time. It was 1 p.m. The exam started at 9 a.m. It had only been 4 hours. The surprised monitor checked Fang Zhao's exam status on his tablet. The column indicated Fang Zhao had already submitted his answers. I'm done. Can I leave now? Fang Zhao asked. He was a bit hungry. Why yes. After Fang Zhao left, the monitor conferred with his colleagues. What do you think? Did he actually finish? Probably not. I hear the third exam is the toughest. 4 hours is too short. But he looked like he was in a good mood. He didn't seem like someone who didn't finish the exam. Have you forgotten that he's an actor? How can you tell what an actor is really thinking? That's true. Who cares? We'll find out when the results come out. It's a shame that the results for the preliminary exams aren't ranked. Otherwise, we could find out his placement. Having left the exam venue, Fang Zhao was oblivious to the speculation. He went home to have lunch, then briefed Xue Jing on his performance. The entertainment journalists staking out Fang Zhao missed him again, but they managed to land 2 major scoops. First, Fang Zhao had turned in his exam after only 4 hours. Second, Fang Zhao had brought a good luck charm with Fang Zhao's picture on it. Each of these pieces of information was sufficient fodder for multiple stories. The entertainment journalists stayed true to character, crafting their pieces in a way that catered to the curiosity-inventing tendencies of the masses. The results for the third exam took longer to process than previous exams. Candidates had to wait 5 days. Candidates who sat for the Huangart 12 Tones exam came from all over the world, so news of Fang Zhao's candidacy soon caught notice in other continents. The Yenzhou chapter of Founding Era and endorsement deals for Fiery Bird's 10th generation consoles and headsets had boosted Fang Zhao's visibility in other continents. Readers from other continents also became fixated on the exam. The entrance exam for a music program that had barely caused a ripple in the glamorous and messy entertainment industry in the past now became the focus of many journalists. Fang Zhao ignored the online chatter, be it mockery or praise. He stayed home and read several books that Xue Jing had recommended. When he got tired, he taught curly hair new video games or fed his rabbit some leaves. 5 days later, the official website of the Huangart 12 Tones program published the list of candidates that had passed the 3 exams in the preliminary round. The results weren't ranked. The names of the successful candidates were listed alphabetically by surname. Fang Zhao's name was on the list, as was his 6-digit candidate ID number to avoid confusion. Soon, Fang Zhao also received an email from Huangart about the next round of exams. Great-grandfather Fang was ecstatic that Fang Zhao had passed the 3 preliminary exams. Despite having been hobbling from the discomfort in his legs the past few days, the old fella couldn't help leaping in joy a few times. Be careful. You're not young anymore, warned great-grandmother Fang. The leg problems were genuine, tracing back to great-grandfather Fang's time in the military. Their condition had improved with treatment, but they still hurt from time to time because he was old. Great-grandfather Fang couldn't stay put even while sitting down. He clicked on a few chat groups and started sending digital red packets in celebration of Fang Zhao's results. Ha 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 ha. Our Xiao Zhao passed all of the preliminary exams. Red packet. Did you see the news? Our Xiao Zhao was the only candidate under 30 to pass all 3 preliminary exams. Red packet. The retired officials in the chat groups were used to great-grandfather Fang bragging about his great-grandsons, usually Fang Zhao. Whenever he sent red packets in his chat groups, 9 out of 10 times, it had to do with Fang Zhao. Everyone knew that Fang Zhao was great-grandfather Fang's clear favorite. He viewed his other descendants with one lens and Fang Zhao another. How biased he was. With the passage of time, the prejudice got worse. Whenever he mentioned our Xiao Zhao, it was a sign that reason had gone out the window. At times like that, there was no point in arguing with the old man. It was all in vain. All they could do was accept the red packets and congratulate him. Congrats. He passed the preliminary round. Passing all 3 exams is no small feat. They're quite tough. Congrats. Look forward to the time when your Xiao Zhao passes the second round of exams. Remember to send red packets then. Yes. Who knows, he may be on a roll. What if he passes the second set of exams too? Great-grandfather Fang responded, I'm pleased that he's gotten this far. Even the experts are saying that for someone of Xiao Zhao's age, passing the preliminary round is a great accomplishment, enough to prove his talent. There's no shame even if he stumbles in the second round. We'll treat it as a rehearsal and a learning experience. Xiao Zhao is still young. There will be plenty of other opportunities down the road. Great-grandfather Fang paused before adding, but if he really passes the second round, I'll send out some major red packets to the group. Meanwhile, on the internet, attention was focused elsewhere. Did Fang Zhao really bring a good luck charm with Fang Zhao's picture to the exam? Is that why he finished in 4 hours and passed? I think so. Didn't you read what the expert said? It's very rare for someone Fang Zhao's age to pass all 3 preliminary exams. Exams require luck too. One of my relatives told me that Fang Zhao's grandfather got the good luck charm from a martyr's cemetery. This comment irked great-grandfather Fang. It was his great-grandfather, not grandfather. His grandfather is an idiot who doesn't know Jack **T. Great-grandfather Fang felt that among all his descendants, the one most like him was Fang Zhao. As for the others, who were they like? Great-grandfather Fang glanced at his old wife. In any case, they aren't like me, great-grandfather Fang muttered to himself. Online, even more people participated in the discussion about good luck charms. Some people felt that Fang Zhao's good luck charm had brought him good fortune, and these people wanted a similar model, but at the same time, they were also worried. What if they became unlucky afterward? I think it's better to wait first. Let's wait and see how Fang Zhao does later before buying. It's not like we need it immediately. Then let's wait first. In any case, the second round of examinations is approaching. We can decide again after the results are out. My demands aren't high. Furthermore, I have an examination coming up. I'll buy it first. At Qian City's Cemetery of Martyrs, there were suddenly a lot of people buying protective amulets, and the protective amulets they wanted to but were the ones Fang Zhao had used. However, it just so happened that this version was out of stock. Previously, as there had been few people buying this, those in charge of the cemetery had not kept much stock. The rarer something was, the more valuable it tended to be. As stock was low and not many people managed to buy it, this protective amulet's price was jacked up in a short time. As quantity was low while demand and prices were high, there were inevitably people blinded by greed that took an alternative path, counterfeiting. In the eyes of those who made counterfeits, the paper quality was just slightly inferior and the painting looked exactly the same. How could they count as counterfeits? But buyers did not approve of it. In the old era, there was a word, consecrate. An amulet that hadn't gone through a consecration ritual or been created in the cemetery was a fake. No matter how good quality of the materials used, it was still a fake. Thus, relevant departments started combating counterfeits. The cemetery also had their own countermeasures, so genuine and fake goods could still be differentiated. As for Fang Zhao, who had given rise to this series of counterfeiting and anti-counterfeiting, he had no time to be bothered about all this. After receiving the notification for the second stage of examinations, he was called over by Xue Jing to undergo a week of training. Afterward, he would head to Huangzhou to participate in the second round of exams. More than 100,000 people had applied to take the examinations, and after going through 3 rounds of preliminary exams, the number of people with the qualifications to sit for the second stage was only 1,000. Of the 90+ from Yenzhou that had passed the preliminaries, Fang Zhao was the youngest. This time, Fang Zhao did not let the company arrange any other assistants and, as before, brought along Zuiyu and Yen Biao. These two took turns being a driver and an assistant. "Boss, are we really not bringing curly hair along? Won't he feel lonely if he is left alone at home?" Zuiyu asked. "He won't," Fang Zhao answered firmly. With the gaming console around, curly hair would not find it boring. Furthermore, if there was any danger, it would be more convenient for curly hair to handle it himself. If someone was dispatched to stay home and watch him, curly hair's actions might be restricted. After arriving in Huangzhou, Fang Zhao's presence declined drastically. His influence here was a far cry from his influence in Yenzhou. However, since he had frequently been appearing online recently, Fang Zhao still wore a cap. During this season, Huangzhou's weather was slightly hotter. Inside Huangzhou Institute of Art, many students walking on campus were sporting hats too. Furthermore, Fang Zhao kept a low profile so he appeared less conspicuous. "Hey, boss, make the most of your time to study. Leave any errands to us," said Yen Biao. This time, Yen Biao and Zuiyu both had assignments. Silver Wing, great-grandfather Fang, Xue Jing, and others had all privately sought the two out to have them run more errands. This way, Fang Zhao would have time to adjust to the time difference and prepare for his examinations. So after arriving at Huangzhou Institute of Art, Sui Yu ran off to inquire about the necessary procedures for exam candidates and to learn how the school arranged its exam candidates' room and board. Yan Biao followed by Fang Zhao's side and towed the luggage and bags. Fang Zhao had wanted to carry his own bags, but Yan Biao hadn't let him. Let boss carry a bag? How could a salted fish fetching such a high salary have the cheek to allow that? This was such a rare opportunity to display his usefulness, so naturally, he couldn't let it slip by. The sun was extremely glaring. Fang Zhao pointed at a building with walls that seemed to be entirely made of transparent glass not too far away. Let's sit over there and wait. The building that Fang Zhao had pointed out was a library mainly for guests. The first floor was primarily a rest area and was slightly more lively. The people seated on this floor were mostly people who had stopped on the way for a rest. After finding a spot to sit down, Yan Biao put down all the bags and luggage. When he saw that Fang Zhao wanted to go buy a drink, he hurriedly exclaimed, let me. Yan Biao ran to buy a drink while Fang Zhao sat on the chair and gazed out of the transparent glass at students that were walking by outside. Huang Art students all had a sort of haughtiness. Even though they maintained their fundamental etiquette and did not spare any honorifics, one could sense haughtiness from their expressions and speech. That was understandable. As top-notch institutes seeped in artistic influences with many specially privileged people, this was very normal. Fortunately, they wouldn't look down on people without any reason. This was also part of their upbringing. Taking a further look at the interior, there were many green plant ornaments and wood-colored furniture all around. Even if that furniture wasn't really manufactured out of wood and those lush green plants were merely man-made air purifiers, when put together, they gave off a very peaceful vibe. Upstairs was a small library collection open to the public. Paperback books could be borrowed here as well, but at a fee. While Fang Zhao was taking the measure of his surroundings, Yan Biao returned from purchasing drinks. There were too many people today and he had even needed to queue up. After drinking some water, Fang Zhao said, I'll be heading up to take a look. All right, I will just sit here. If you want to buy anything, you can send me a message straight away. Yan Biao indicated that he would not wander off and would be on standby at all times. When Fang Zhao went up, Yan Biao sorted out some of the luggage and wiped the sweat off his forehead. While drinking some water, he thought about his performance in the morning. Seems all right, MHM. I can feel at ease and rest for a bit. A person at the side watched him for a bit and then came over. Hey, brother, you brought your son to enroll too? The mineral water in Yan Biao's mouth all spurted out. PFFFF. Yan Biao was sweating all over from that scare and hurriedly explained, No, that's not it. You absolutely mustn't misunderstand. That is my boss. As he said that, Yan Biao had some self-doubt. He was clearly still young and wasn't much older than Fang Zhao. What had caused this person to have such a misunderstanding? Where could Yan Biao find the gall to be his boss's father? Stroking his beard, Yan Biao found the reason that had caused this misunderstanding. He had originally thought that it would make him look more dignified and imposing, but he had never imagined that it would cause this sort of misunderstanding. Luckily, this hadn't been heard by his boss. If his boss was annoyed in his heart, what would Yan Biao do if he got fired? Stroking the beard he had grown, Yan Biao decided that he would shave it when they returned to the hotel later. During this period, Huang Art's other, more ordinary advanced courses were also enrolling, so it was a common sight to see other parents sending off their children for enrollment. Afterward, there were quite a few others who came over to talk to Yan Biao. Yan Biao had to explain clearly to them that he was just accompanying his boss. He really didn't want any misunderstandings to arise. There were also others that accompanied their family elders and came over. Yen Biao even met a person who was accompanying his father who would be taking the second round of examinations for Huang Art's 12 tones. Hearing the other party bragging and flaunting, Yen Biao especially wanted to say, "My boss is also here to take the second round of examinations," but he chose to hold it in. As a qualified bodyguard, it would be best if he didn't randomly reveal information about his boss. When Zuoyu was done handling all the procedures, Fang Zhao checked into his dormitory. Zuoyu and Yen Biao wouldn't need much afterward, so Fang Zhao let them return to the hotel and wait. The school had only prepared temporary dormitories for exam candidates, other people were not able to stay. Huang Art's 12 tones' second round of examinations was even longer and required 3 continuous days of exams. The examination venue was a building next to Huang Art Library. The examination venue was linked to the library by a passageway. The second round of examinations was open book, so materials could be referenced, be they physical copies of books or computer files. Other than being unable to communicate with the outside world, everything in the library could be used. For the next 3 days, candidates would be confined to these 2 buildings. But candidates apparently didn't seem indisposed, especially candidates with creative backgrounds. For them, shutting themselves in their own work studios for 1 or 2 months was common. There was no need to worry about food, water, or toilets, all they needed to do was concentrate on answering the questions. On the first day, after Fang Zhao saw the questions, he left the exam venue and went over to the neighboring library to look through resources. This library was different from the small library that catered to guests. It was truly a treasure trove of knowledge. Some resources that were reportedly not permitted to be converted to electronic files and disseminated could be found here. There were monitoring systems for the exams. Monitoring teachers would observe the candidates' actions through the monitoring system and would not appear and in front of candidates or disturb them. As for meals, Fang Zhao did not let down his stomach. Solving questions and composing consumed mental strength. He had consumed quite a bit and needed to replenish his energy now so that he could move forward even better later on. While others ordered only 1 box lunch, Fang Zhao could order 4. If the boxed meals had less inside, he might order 5 or 6. During these 3 days, Fang Zhao spent the first day visiting the library and researching resources, and he rested at night in his own examination room. There was a bed within the wall, and when it was brought down, it was sufficient for a single person. The second day was spent solving questions, and Fang Zhao rested early after completing them. On the third day, he once again went to the library to look through the resources in the morning, and he returned to his room in the afternoon to make amendments to his script. When time was almost up and other people in the examination venue started submitting their scripts and leaving, Fang Zhao submitted his as well. Leaving the examination venue, Fang Zhao saw a group of students distributing Huang Art cultural commemorative gift boxes. For people that could participate in the second round of examinations, the majority all had some reputation in their own domains. Thus, even though Huang Art students had their own air of arrogance, in front of candidates who took part in the second round of 12 tones' examinations, they were even more courteous and had fitting smiles when they handed over the gift boxes. When they saw Fang Zhao, some students' eyes shone brighter, and they rushed over to hand over the gift box. "You have worked hard." Fang Zhao smiled as he accepted the gift box. "Thank you. It wasn't that arduous." Fang Zhao really had not found it that difficult. He had not needed to worry during the examinations. Food and drinks were provided and there were specially designated activity areas. Candidates could also roam freely in 60% of the levels of the library. Other than solving questions being somewhat mentally straining, the rest hadn't been too tiring. "Can we take a photo together?" "I'm a fan of yours," a student asked. "Me too, I really loved your acting in Founding Era. Recently, I have been watching the early seasons of the Yenzhou chapter. I'm a gaming fan." Students of a top-notch art institution would not get too excited when seeing celebrities and reputable artists and were just slightly more curious. After Fang Zhao agreed, these few Huangart students took a few group photos with Fang Zhao. After chatting with Fang Zhao for a bit, they went to post the photos up on their social platforms. Following that, various people from entertainment media once again started to excessively interpret Fang Zhao's expression in the photographs. Fang Zhao is smiling so happily. He probably did quite well for the examinations. I feel that Fang Zhao is actually forcing himself to smile. If you've seen the expressions of others that took the second round of examinations, it is quite safe to say that the difficulty was rather high. 3 continuous days of examinations, but why does Fang Zhao seem to be in high spirits in the photo? Perhaps he is pretending. I wonder if he wore his good luck charm this time. Who has bought information from Huangart's side? Hurry up and speak. Huangart rarely leaks information to the outside. Purchasing the monitoring system's videos is even more difficult. There were also some people who made inquiries with Huangart monitoring teachers that they were close to. While concrete information about the situation at the examination venue could not be divulged, when asked about their impression of Fang Zhao, these monitors said, "He is very young and he can eat very well." After taking the examinations, Fang Zhao waited in Huangzhou until the results of the second round were released. He called on a few industry precursors, all of whom had been recommended by Mingcang and Xue Jing. These people had even gone to Fang Zhao's concert back then. There were also a few other senior Chimu graduates that Fang Zhao got to know in the group chat. These people had helped him by sharing resources in some form or another before he'd sat for the second round of examinations. Even if Fang Zhao had not used those resources in the end, he still had to thank them. Huangzhou Institute of Art, inside a certain office. The second stage examinations grading teachers from the music team were discussing Fang Zhao's examination script. Not only does this young fella have a good grasp of the fundamentals, he also has high comprehension and intelligence. He is indeed really capable and has the qualifications to get into 12 tones. A rare talent. There were some experiences that teachers couldn't teach and that students would have to rely on themselves to comprehend. Students with high levels of comprehension were much easier to groom. Some other teachers expressed a different view. Solely based on the questions, I would give him high marks too, but we still have to take into account his character for this evaluation. What? Remember that accompaniment piece for the finale of Season 9 of Founding Era Yanzhou chapter? The officially released information is that Fang Zhao completed it all by himself, but as before, I still have my doubts. That isn't something a person his age can produce. Even if he has been able to compose a few outstanding works before, that tune in Founding Era was different. You guys have also agreed that he has high levels of comprehension and intelligence. What makes you so sure that he wasn't able to produce it? There are always geniuses in this world. This isn't something that being a genius can explain. Hey, I don't know how to explain that feeling either, nor do you guys. The grading teachers were split into 2 factions. One faction felt that this youngster Fang Zhao had talent and ability. His questions had been answered very well, and giving him high grades for the second round of examinations was not an issue. But the other faction firmly believed this. In any case, I don't believe it. Regardless of how Fang Zhao did on his exams, he surely got others to write those previous works of his on his behalf. Toward these sorts of people that get others to substitute for them and never admit it, the overall marks for the second round examinations have to be pressed down. The head of the music team grading the papers watched both sides continue to disagree, and his brows scrunched up. After more disagreements and no solution, he interjected, "All right, everyone stop arguing. Since you all can't decide on an outcome, let's call and ask." Ask who? I have already asked Xue Jing's side. He denies participating in any of Fang Zhao's composition. I believe that he would not lie about these matters, and furthermore, the style of Xue Jing's pieces are different, so it wasn't him. What are you trying to say? Go ask teacher Mo Lang. On hearing Mo Lang's name, both factions fell silent. The group head saw everyone looking terrified, and he pointed at the grading teacher that had argued the loudest. You, make the call and ask. That teacher stuttered, "Me? Weren't you very loud just now? Go and ask." You can't blame that on me. It's because I have a singing background and my singing techniques affected me. I'm not used to speaking softly. Besides, I do not know Teacher Mo's contact number. I know. I have already helped you dial the number. As he said that, the grading group head forced a communications device into that teacher's hands and raised his chin, indicating that teacher should hurry up and ask. Mo Lang had just returned from Planet Y. He had recently been on vacation and had nothing to do at home, so he answered rather quickly. The teacher nervously introduced himself first and then stated that his purpose was to find out if Mo Lang had guided Fang Zhao when Fang Zhao had been composing. This was a rather tactful way of asking, but Mo Lang had been part of the music circles for so many years that even if he didn't like to bother with other stuff, he could still tell the other party's intention. The other party's question was just indirectly asking him, did Teacher Mo ghostwrite for Fang Zhao? Mo Lang went silent. This sort of silence wasn't tacit agreement, but rather, it was like the gathering of black clouds. The atmosphere was both stifling and suffocating. The other teachers also held their breath and tried to lower any presence of their existence. The entire room was so quiet one could hear a pin drop. Beads of sweat appeared on the forehead of the teacher that was holding the communications device. Teacher Mo, we aren't doubting your character, we are just asking, that's all. Mo Lang became even more taciturn. The silence made all the grading teachers feel their skin tighten. A few of them also subconsciously shifted further away. They all knew that this was the calm before the storm. Venerable Mo, the teacher holding on to the communications device, probed. His voice seemed to be wavering. Old Mo Lang appeared to be breathing heavily on the video call, but when he spoke, his tone was almost flat. I remember telling others in the industry about the matters with Fang Zhao. Listening to your words, are you implying that I'm lying? No. Venerable Mo, we are just routinely asking. It's merely a formality. Please, don't get worked up. You absolutely mustn't get worked up. That teacher was so worried his face was turning red. Mo Lang suddenly raised his voice and furiously roared, absolutely preposterous. You mustn't think too much. We really did not have that intention. Really. That teacher was so worried he shot up from his chair. Old Master Mo was a treasure of an artist. If anything bad occurred to old Mo because he had become angry, this bunch would be done for. Should I swear it on my Galaxy World Medal? Ah. How do you all wish for me to prove it? I will come over to Huangart to show you your proof. An old fellow like me can still walk. You doubt me? That's simply vilifying all the honor I have achieved in my life. Trampling all over it. No, you have really misunderstood. Without a doubt, we believe your morals. It is really just a formality. Really. Furious berating still continued from the other end. The grading teacher holding the communications device had sweat trickling down his forehead. Mo Lang's words were like large bricks aimed at his head, each one heavier than the last, smacking his head till he was dizzy. A single person would not be able to handle Venerable Mo's fury. He thought about looking for the other grading teachers to share the responsibility. You guys hurry up and help explain. However, when he looked behind him, he realized that all the other grading teachers that had originally been sitting there had run off. The teacher facing the full wrath on his own. At that moment, the amount of cursing in his head was enough to fill up the entire continent of Huangzhou. Mo Lang spent more than 10 minutes admonishing that teacher through the call. However, Mo Lang was still very advanced in age, so his assistants were worried about Mo Lang's health and advised him to calm down. After the call ended, the grading teachers that had left returned one by one. One of them even exclaimed, "See, I already said we should seek truth from facts. If it's good, that means it's good. If it's no good, then that means it's no good. How things are is how they should be. We are but grading teachers, not the teachers that will be guiding them. If this person really has problems, then those teachers should be the ones fretting over it. Anyway, let's not be unreasonable. Since he has already explained it well and you people haven't been able to find evidence that someone ghostwrote, we should just evaluate him according to the exam script." With a rigid face, the teacher holding the communications device stared accusingly at the speaker. "Why didn't you say all these before we made the call?" According to the exam script. The grading teacher that had sat down again looked over at the group head. "Then let's evaluate according to the script," the group head said. On the day results were released, many media outlets were watching Huangart's official homepage. With only 12 selected from 1,000, the elimination rate was rather high. At the appointed time, Huangart's 12 Tones' advanced course page refreshed. The 12 accepted applicants were displayed. This list was arranged according to the results of the second-round examination from highest to lowest. Fang Zhao took third place. Of the two before him, the first was a talented 40-plus-year-old Huangzhou dance artist. He had made a name for himself for many years already and had been coined the dance god's successor. The second was a 50-plus-year-old painter. He was still considered young in new era terms. He came from a family with a background in painting and calligraphy and was also a genius. Not mentioning how many awards he had received, what people remembered most about him were the two paintings he had sold a while back. The selling prices of these paintings were in the tens of millions. In the musical field, there were 4 entrants this year. Fang Zhao was the highest ranked from the music field. Actually, when the music team's grading teachers saw the final standings, they felt a little regret. If they had known it was going to turn out this way, they would have given Fang Zhao's exam script a few more marks. This way, they would not have lagged behind dance and painting. However, the media outlets that had their attention on the enrollment of this advanced course did not spend too much time bothering about the classifications of the standings. Their focus was on Fang Zhao. Many entertainment media members had been putting all their effort into throwing shade on Fang Zhao, but today, they changed their tune and lauded his accomplishments. Huangart's 12 Tones advanced course's youngest entrant in close to 50 years. Yet another Mo Lang. The Galaxy World Medal isn't a dream. Ability? Or was it luck? The most effective good luck charm in history. Entertainment news media outlets made full use of their ability to blindly create stories without logic. They inflated Fang Zhao so much that he didn't even recognize himself. Certain reviewers were also unwilling to keep silent on this. Some reputable reviewers even posted short evaluations on their social platform accounts, really unexpected. Fang Zhao has huge potential. Nobody knows how high he can climb, but there is one thing that is certain: Silver Wing Media must fear being unable to control Fang Zhao in the future. When Silver Wing's people saw this status, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Since when have we controlled him? Right from the start, Fang Zhao had always done things beyond what the company had anticipated. He simply had never been controlled. In Yenzhou. On the second day after the second round's examination results were released, Yenzhou's Cemetery of Martyrs' administration department held a ceremony. On this day, the Cemetery of Martyrs were full of people who had come to attend the ritual. There were people from Yenzhou as well as people from other continents. A foreign tourist saw the ceremonial guards and band walking at the front, turned to look at the dense mass of people behind him, and then lamented to his companion, Tisk, looking at this situation, later on, by the time the ceremony is over, those amulets will surely be sold out. His companion shot him a look of, how ignorant, and replied, all of the amulets at this ceremony were sold out in advance. If you wished to purchase one, you would have queue up. That's right, the model of amulet that Fang Zhao had used had become all the rage online. This also became a must-see location for tourists from other continents. Some people asked them, there are cemeteries in every continent, so why have they all come here? Tourists, this is just coincidentally joining in all the fun. Why don't you just purchase it online instead of traveling a long distance and coming all the way to Yenzhou? Tourist, sales of this model was selling too quickly, and the cemetery stock cannot hold up. Online sales have closed, so one can only take a queue number for a booking. Queuing up here is still better than trying to get the goods online. Actually, there weren't that many people that really believed in these superstitions. They were just following the trend to join in on the excitement. They felt that after purchasing the amulet, they could treat it as a way of being pretentious. People were also willing to spend money to get the amulets as gifts for others. Fang Zhao when he saw all this news. His feelings were once again complicated. At the Yanbei retirement facility for veterans. In the past 2 days, the smile on great-grandfather Fang's face had not faded. That smile of his annoyed others when they saw it. My family's little Zhao, I'm not bragging, he is just so capable. How many analysts said that he would go no further than the second round? But take a look now. Great-grandfather Fang showed off this year's Huang Arts 12 Tones entrance to others for the umpteenth time. Despite competing with so many outstanding artists, he achieved third place. In ancient times, wouldn't he be called a Tanhua one? An old veteran replied, I heard that Tanhua Langs all look very good. Your great-grandson doesn't look good. Hearing this, great-grandfather Fang's eyebrows shot up. That old veteran hurriedly explained, no, what I mean to say is that your great-grandson isn't good-looking enough. The others were all speechless. You might as well not explain. Great-grandfather Fang blew his top. You are just jealous and envious and saying this because you are sour. Someone came forward to calm the situation down. Old man Fang, aren't you supposed to be thinking about your family's little Fang? What are his tuition fees are going to be like? Do you need to get anything in order? I heard that the tuition for Huang Arts 12 Tones is especially expensive. Great-grandfather Fang went blank for a bit before returning to his senses. Right, I still have responsibilities. I can't stick around and waste time chatting with you guys. Great-grandfather Fang returned to check his own little treasury and went to research Huangzhou's 12 Tones' tuition fees. He also went to contact some old friends of his from the education system to ask whether there were any procedures needed or if they could pull any strings. Very quickly, he received replies. Tuition fees? The tuition's fees for that advanced course are really expensive. One person will have to spend a few $100,000 a year, and that isn't counting in lifestyle expenditure. Spending money is a must when building interpersonal relationships with others over there, and it doesn't cost any less than the tuition fees. But you also need not worry. For an advanced course like 12 Tones, as long as someone manages to enroll, they will be taking a straight path for grooming talents in our continent. The Ministry of Education is in charge, so there isn't any need to pull strings. Any procedures will be handled right at the start, and the scholarships given out can offset the tuition fees. All you all need to do is handle daily living expenses. However, your family's Xiao Zhao earns quite a lot, what are you so worried for? What he earns is his own money. What I'm giving him is just my kind intentions as an elder. Do you understand what kind intentions means? Great-grandfather Fang had his own tiny inclinations. He wanted to show that he could still be of use. Otherwise, he wouldn't have peace of mind. If he could not even do anything to help, wouldn't he be just like this bunch of old fogies who spent all day in the garden chatting and gossiping idly? After learning about the matters before entering school, great-grandfather Fang started dreaming about the future again, and a crazed smile appeared on his face. Huang Art was good, a top-notch advanced course in a top-notch school. It would be best if Fang Zhao found an equally capable and like-minded girlfriend, just like that recent teenage idol serial with classmates from the same class being lovey-dovey and so on. But then, great-grandfather Fang thought about the ages of Fang Zhao's coursemates. His smile gradually vanished. The news of Fang Zhao passing the second round of examinations and enrolling in Huangart's 12 tones created much discussion, but outside of Yenzhou, those topics only lasted temporarily. After all, those areas weren't Fang Zhao's home ground and Silver Wing teams had difficulty getting involved. They couldn't increase publicity further even though they wanted to. However, back in Yenzhou, it seemed like this fervor would continue on for a few more days. Yenzhou people felt that with such a good example like Fang Zhao, they could be proud. Look at our Yenzhou's genius. People who weren't from professional art industries and didn't pay much attention to this sort of news only found out through the news that people able to enroll in Huangart's 12 tones were very impressive. However, nobody could clearly determine exactly how impressive those enrollees were until they downloaded a copy of this year's Huangart's 12 tones examination scripts. Every year, after the entrance examinations for Huangart's 12 tones concluded, Huangart would officially release the examination questions for the 3 preliminary exams and the second round exam. In the past, the only people that had downloaded these exam questions were those related to the arts. In general, the amount was low, but this year, because of the discussion that came about as a result of Fang Zhao, many people who weren't from the art industries also joined in the excitement and downloaded the questions. After all, the fee for downloading these questions wasn't much, it could be considered gaining knowledge and they could see for themselves the fabled super hard questions for the entrance examinations of this top-notch advanced course. Afterward, they realized that the preliminary exams were okay. Ignoring those subjective questions, although the objective questions might seem difficult, by spending the time to research some materials, it was still possible to pass the exams. The second stage was where the questions got really difficult to answer. I recognize every single word, but when put together, I actually can't understand it. Questions from the first preliminary already left me on the verge of tears. My head was already dizzy just checking through materials for an hour, and I was only able to make some slight progress. I totally can't even do anything from the second stage examination. My mom graduated from a music academy and she also says that these questions are extremely difficult. She says that there are a few composing questions that she is completely unable to answer. It's like having her favorite food, watermelons, and most hated, coriander, placed in front of her and being asked to create a dish that smells and tastes good with the two. Forget about having 3 days, even if she was given 3 years, she still wouldn't be able to do it. Indeed, those that are able to pass the examinations are just sick. Us normal people have no way of understanding how the mind of a genius works. From this, it can be seen that Fang Zhao really has the ability. It isn't something that can just be explained by being lucky. If it were other people, even if they brought a whole trunk of good luck charms to the examination venue, it wouldn't be of any use. But words were just words. Fang Zhao-style good luck charms still maintained their high desirability. As before, there was no stock available online, so everyone that wished to purchase them had to queue up at Yenzhou's Qian City Cemetery for martyrs. The matter of Fang Zhao enrolling in Huangart's 12 tones and his good luck charms once again created a wave of news. In the entertainment circles, those big names that stood firm were not really worried. It was the people in the circles that weren't really moving along that were not at ease. Every time they persisted long enough to make some news, it ended up being battered by Fang Zhao's news. Now that Fang Zhao was temporarily going to be leaving the entertainment circle to further his studies, they could only heave half a sigh of relief. Why only half a sigh? This was not the product of groundless fears and alarmist talk. This Fang Zhao person really played his cards too unconventionally. There was no way they could completely relax. Back when everyone had been guarded against him producing virtual idols, he'd run off to play games. And he'd been on fire. When people had been prepared to guard against him entering the esports competition scene, he had actually gone to complete his military service. And he had been so d*mn popular again. And when everyone had thought he was doing very well and would stay in the military, he had returned and held his concert. And he had made a ton. And when everyone's attention had been on music, he had snagged an important role and gone to act in the large-scale revolutionary film project. Eyeballs all around the world had popped out. Now, Fang Zhao had passed the examinations and gotten into what was said to be a god-tier advanced course. Even the good luck charm he had worn had become an online trend. Counting all this one by one. It was horrible just thinking about it. Only God knew what he would do next. Back when Fang Zhao had gone to serve in the military, everyone had thought that he would cool down. However, everyone had ultimately found out that Fang Zhao was still able to make waves from far away. It would be good if Fang Zhao quieted down while furthering his studies. These people would be able to make use of that year to boost their fame, and once they were standing firm, they wouldn't be afraid of getting battered. After Fang Zhao received his admission notice, he returned to Qian City to handle a few matters, then went to Yanbei City to visit the two old Fangs. He didn't stay long, though, before once more heading to Huangzhou to handle his admission procedures. Great-grandfather Fang gave Fang Zhao a red packet. After you have settled down there, send us some photographs and videos of Huangzhou Institute of Art so your great-grandmother and I can see what your life is like over there so we can also experience the atmosphere of an art institute. The truth was that great-grandfather Fang had not gloated enough. He still wanted to flaunt a bunch in the group chat with his old comrades and prove he hadn't been bragging blindly. If you two are free, you can come over for a holiday. The dormitories allocated there are bigger than most other students, Fang Zhao replied. Great-grandfather Fang smiled and waved his hands. Oh, let's see how it goes. The two of us are old. We won't be able to help you much if we go over. Furthermore, you will surely be very busy when you start school. We don't want to go over and disturb you. However, once Fang Zhao left, great-grandfather Fang started browsing through his calendar and set up reminders for large-scale holidays. After that, he placed an order for a new walking stick and pondered whether or not to purchase 2 sets of artsy clothes so that they wouldn't make Fang Zhao lose face when they went over to visit him in Huangzhou. This time, when Fang Zhao traveled from Yenzhou to Huangzhou, he brought curly hair with him. He would be studying at Huang Art for a somewhat lengthy period of time, and he couldn't just leave curly hair in Yenzhou. Fang Zhao wouldn't feel assured leaving him at Muzhou either. The secrets that curly hair's body contained could not be made known to others, so staying beside him was the most appropriate. After some consideration, Fang Zhao had also brought the rabbit along. He wasn't certain whether this rabbit might do anything shocking while he was furthering his studies, so he'd be better off keeping an eye on it. Fang Zhao had gone through the school and dormitories rules and regulations and had not seen any restrictions regarding pets, but people that were going to keep pets needed to produce all sorts of identification and sign an indemnity. He wouldn't be the only person in the building. Keeping pets was fine as long as it did not affect the other students. Unlike those during the second round of examinations, the dormitories allocated to students that had been admitted were of high quality, around 100 square meters with 2 rooms, 2 halls, and 2 washrooms. One was a bedroom, while the other was a work studio. The studio alone took up close to half of the area. For many people here, the work studio was even more important than the bedroom, so much so that eating, drinking, and toilet breaks could be all settled in the studio. The people here could decide on how to furnish the place themselves. Artists had their ateliers and dancers had their practice rooms. Fang Zhao's own furnishings here were very simple for the time being. Besides the basics, a desk and a bookshelf, there was a music keyboard he had received as a reward when he had been in Qian Academy of Music, a commemorative helmet-style gaming console that Fiery Bird had sent over, and the water tank with the rabbit. Curly hair ran all over the house happily as he patrolled his new territory. Fang Zhao had arranged a place for Zuiyu and Yen Biao outside the school. Fang Zhao had just replied to a message from great-grandfather Fang when he heard the doorbell ring. His new neighbors from the dormitory next door were dropping in. A man and a lady. They seemed to be much older than Fang Zhao. The man was Will Branch, the genius painter whose results for the examinations were ranked second among students admitted in this year's intake of 12-tone students. Unlike Will, Will's wife was much more cheerful and had even brought over some freshly baked cookies. It wasn't that she couldn't bear to part with some money to buy a more valuable gift, but that the majority of people who enrolled in this advanced course weren't lacking in money. They wouldn't lack these sort of things. Since Will and Fang Zhao were both enrolled in this course and they would be neighbors, she had brought along a little token of sincerity. Even if Fang Zhao didn't eat it, he could also pass it on to his friends. Printed on the lid of the cookie box was a painting done by Will in the past. It appeared really abstract. People who were not familiar with paintings might just think that it was blind and random strokes. However, back then, someone had offered to buy it for 6 million, but Will had not sold it. At the corner of the painting, there was an imprint that looked like a V. This was Will's personal symbol. Will's wife was a lecturer at some other school in Huangzhou and would not be staying here all the time. In addition, when Will started painting, he would not bother about anything else and would get annoyed if he was disturbed by others. Will's servants just delivered meals at set times while maintaining cleanliness and hygiene. They wouldn't dare say anything more. Most of the time, it was Will alone staying in his dormitory. That was why Will's wife had come over to build up a relationship with his neighbors. She hoped that Fang Zhao would look out for Will sometimes. Originally, Will's wife had not had any hope that Fang Zhao would be able to help out much. A young artistic genius would surely be different from ordinary people in some aspects. Perhaps he might be even less reliable than Will. But looking at things now, Fang Zhao did not seem to have the fickleness of a young person. He didn't appear to be ill at ease when facing them and instead gave off a steady and reliable vibe. With such a neighbor, she could rest easy. Will frowned as he gazed at curly hair quietly sitting beside Fang Zhao's feet. You are going to keep a dog here? He is really quiet normally and is very obedient. He won't disturb the neighbors, and all the paperwork has already been done, replied Fang Zhao. Previously, when he'd been setting up his living arrangements, Fang Zhao had filled in the column indicating that he kept pets. Whenever the dormitory admins allocated rooms, they took into account the requests of the students admitted to the advanced courses. If there were people who didn't like pets or had problems with pets, these people wouldn't be allocated next door to someone keeping pets. Of course, perhaps the other students might have forgotten to leave a remark. Will's wife was worried that Fang Zhao would misunderstand, so she explained, "We don't have any issues with this. It will be all fine as long as he doesn't bark inconsiderately." Although the dormitory block has very good soundproofing, many people here like to open their windows rather than rely on the system's completely sealed environment. You don't have to worry about this. Curly hair won't run around wildly and bark uncontrollably, Fang Zhao reassured them. That's good, then. However, a pet dog still needs accompaniment and exercise. When you are busy with your studies and composing, you will still have to bring him out to walk often. Don't spend all your time cooped up in the dormitory. If you don't like heading out, you can buy a treadmill and train him to run. Will's wife even recommended a few versions of treadmills that young people liked to use. Will didn't say anything else on this matter, but his tightly constricted brows didn't loosen. After sitting and chatting for a bit, Will and his wife took their leave. Just before they left, Fang Zhao asked them to wait. Some specialty products had been just sent over from Planet Y, so Fang Zhao gave Will and his wife some. When Fang Zhao went over to the storeroom to take the stuff, Will, who was still frowning, stared at Curly Hair and walked over. Curly Hair raised his head to look at the stranger. A pair of dog eyes, innocent and harmless in appearance. Will stared at Curly Hair, then extended a hand to stroke him. Will's wife had originally wanted to take a look at the furnishings in Fang Zhao's room and speculate whether Fang Zhao had had any special characteristics. When she turned around, she saw Will stroking the dog and immediately broke into a cold sweat. Her face was completely pale and she pulled Will back immediately. Do you not want your hand any longer? A painter's hands were very precious. If his hands were bitten, even though medical technology was very advanced now, but what if? What if he was unable to fully restore his former skill? What if he was unable to paint out everything he pictured in his mind? This was a rare occasion where Will's wife got angry. But since they were in someone else's home, it wouldn't be good to say too much. After she pulled Will away, he was met with a barrage of words. Only when she saw Fang Zhao bringing a bag of things over did she force a smile, but it seemed stiffer than before. After Will and his wife left, Fang Zhao looked at Curly Hair. Will might look unsociable, but he has no ill intentions. Curly Hair wagged his tail and came over and whined. Fang Zhao also knew what Curly Hair meant. All right, your performance today wasn't bad. Go play. Even before Fang Zhao finished the sentence, the little thing had dashed across the room, proficiently put on the gaming helmet, and started playing his games. This dog's gaming addiction was getting stronger and stronger. Next door, after Will and his wife returned to their own dormitory, his wife started reprimanding him for his inappropriate actions. You still dare to touch an unfamiliar dog? Have you forgotten what happened in the past? When Will had been younger, he had been bitten by a dog as a result of a prank by some peers. The injuries had been a little serious, but he had recovered well. He had protected his arms especially well that time, so after healing, his painting skills hadn't been affected, but his legs had taken a while to fully recover. Also, new era medical techniques were quite advanced, and the dog that had bitten him had been small. If it had been a large dog like those seen in Muzhou that had bitten Will, it would have been hard for him to even survive. Thus, normally, when Will saw a dog, he kept his distance, and he was especially vigilant against unfamiliar dogs. Compared to his past behavior, his actions today were really unexpected. Will seemed to be puzzled himself. I just felt that dog was really extraordinary. It gave me an intense feeling. What sort of feeling? His wife asked, suspicious. Will's forehead creased tightly. I felt like touching. Will's wife. Seeing Will's perplexed manner, his wife probed, You want to get a dog? Will didn't hesitate and replied, I don't want to. Pets are too much trouble. If he couldn't take care of himself normally, would he even keep a dog? Besides, this wasn't his own home, so he could not just leave these matters to servants or a housekeeper. Regardless of whether you wish to get one or not, just don't have any designs on the dog next door. Let's not talk about whether Fang Zhao is willing to sell or not. Even if he is willing to sell it, you won't be able to afford it. Will's wife continued to berate her husband, I have checked, and the value of that ordinary-looking dog of Fang Zhao's was estimated at more than 200 million by an authoritative pet magazine. The money you earned from those paintings was spent a few days back purchasing antiques because you said you wanted to study ancient people's painting styles. Faced with this pragmatic issue, Will paused for a bit and then said, Old Master's words really make sense. What did your dad say? Will's wife asked curiously. Not to me, he said it to my older cousin. He said that painting requires one to put in continuous effort to improve oneself. One must continuously try to surpass oneself. If not, the art that one produces can't even be worth as much as a dog. That cousin of Will's had loved to look at the value of a painting in monetary terms. When Will's cousin was young, he had learned painting for the sake of earning money. He'd had talent but hadn't been hardworking enough, so the old master had said such words to incite him. Although Will's paintings currently sold in the tens of millions range, and other than a few reputed great masters with many years of experience, it was really difficult to find someone comparable, it still wasn't enough to purchase Curly Hair. Indeed, if I don't continue to work hard, I won't even be able to afford a dog. Will lamented while staring at his own hands. Will's wife. No. Old Master's context definitely didn't mean the sort of dog that is worth over 200 million. Will's wife could not help but ask him, did you have any special feelings when you touched a dog worth over 200 million? I felt like painting. Will also seemed to come to his senses when he spoke, as he reminded himself before heading over to his atelier. However, when Will sat in front of his canvas and picked up his brush, he found himself unable to move. He couldn't paint anything. He couldn't put his brush to the canvas. Clearly, he'd just had an intense desire to paint, but upon sitting down, he realized that his mind was suddenly muddled. It was as if he had lost control of whatever inspiration he'd had, and he had no way of sorting it out. Why was it like this? Will was at a loss. Whether it was a person or some objects, Will had his own methods of presenting them, but when he had decided to paint an object, even if the image in his mind wasn't clear, he would still have some lively outlines and colors. But now it was totally different. The outlines and colors he had in his head were just a dense fog. It was as if everything was hidden behind this fog and nothing could be seen clearly. Will put his brush down, closed his eyes, and meditated. 2 hours later. Meditation hadn't borne fruit. When Will's wife came over, she saw Will facing his blank canvas and looking miserable. He wore a look of being unable to paint and feeling grievance. According to past experiences, this meant that Will had encountered a difficult problem. If he could not find a way to solve it, he probably would not have any appetite. Will's wife quietly knocked on the door. When Will looked over, she asked, "What's wrong?" "I can't paint that dog." "Can't paint it?" Will's wife looked at the blank canvas. She didn't understand too well, but she knew Will's way of thinking when he painted, so she suggested. "You can paint Fang Zhao first, the way he was next door, him sitting on the sofa and curly hair lying beside his feet. If you start with Fang Zhao, that might aid you in painting curly hair." Will felt that this was feasible. It wasn't that he was unable to paint a dog, just that he wasn't able to create a painting of that dog next door. Since that was the case, he could try it out and start with painting the owner. Perhaps while painting, he would get clearer inspiration. With this in mind, Will picked up his brush and starting working on the canvas. However, after a few strokes, he stopped. He couldn't continue painting. Unable to continue. So much so that the more he painted, the more his mind became muddled. That shouldn't be the case. Will appeared even more perplexed than before. Not only was he not able to paint a dog, he couldn't even paint a person, something he was very adept at. Finally, Will decided to shelve this assignment. Following that, he altered the study plans he'd created when entering this advanced course. He once again submitted a new study plan form to the guidance teachers. The teaching methods of teachers in this advanced course were different from normal schooling. Teachers here did not get the students to do whatever they said. Rather, whatever the students wanted to do, the teachers would be there to help them realize their goals. Thus, there were study plan forms to let the teachers understand the advanced students' objectives and orientation. This way, they would be able to give focused guidance and have the best people in each specialized field impart their skills and knowledge. Will's new study plan form did not see any huge changes, but he made changes to the two most important projects. During the period of advanced studies, my short-term objective, to paint Fang Zhao. My final objective, to paint Fang Zhao's dog. Upon seeing the newly amended study plan, the guidance teachers for painting and calligraphy, Fang Zhao didn't know that Will was at a loss. He had just received his course schedule for the first week and was preparing to welcome his advanced studies curriculum. Course schedules would vary, and only the nearest week's arrangements could be set. The lecturers weren't set either. If a certain great master was free this week, he might have a few sessions. In the following week, another great master might take over. Whoever had time would give lessons. Every advanced student would receive a different course schedule. As their specialties, genres, and styles were different, there would also be differences in the teachers for each student. The schedules weren't too tightly packed. Much of the time would be for advanced students to make their own choices. They could seek out a certain great master after lessons to discuss issues, or they could self-study and visit the library or some other location to polish their skills. Alternatively, They could seal themselves up and create their works, but they would need to give a heads up beforehand. Fang Zhao's first lesson in the 12 Tones Advanced course was a collective class. Students with painting, calligraphy, dance, and music, as well as other specialties, would attend a class together. Besides the current batch, there were also other advanced students from past batches that had not left yet. With this, there were close to 30 people. It wasn't that those advanced students from past batches had not met the graduating criteria for the course, but rather that they still had some collaboration projects with the teachers that were not yet complete. Once these were complete, they would naturally leave. For the new students' first lesson, it wasn't the lecturer speaking but those seniors from the previous batch speaking about study issues during the course, giving those without a clear niche some form of reference and making them think, what do you want to do in the future? What sort of heights can you reach? For everyone else, seeing the 20-something Fang Zhao call a 100-plus-year-old person senior was extremely strange. But in 12 Tones, these sorts of scenes were seen often. When the next batch of advanced students enrolled, regardless of how old they were, they would still have to call Fang Zhao senior. Regarding Fang Zhao, who was the youngest advanced student, at the start, others had surely felt a little uncomfortable, but after all, everyone here had some status and was accomplished within their own domain. The path of art was like a sort of religious practice, a form of cultivation. Their thoughts should be placed on upgrading themselves instead of spending time being jealous and so on. That sort of cultivation was no good. The reason why academically inclined great masters did not really like people with an overly commercialized vibe was because they did not like placing too much of their thoughts on things that were not art. As for the private lives of these advanced students, the requirements weren't high. Thus, once everyone had adjusted their mentalities, during the first lesson, Fang Zhao received care and concern from his seniors as well as fellow students from the same batch. Outside the classroom, a few great masters who would be teaching were observing 4 of the new students this year. Of the 4, Fang Zhao was the one they knew the least about, and he wasn't from a familiar family known for their art. An elderly man looked at Fang Zhao in the classroom as he asked the person beside him, "This is the kid?" In the eyes of these people who, on average, were 120 years old, at 20-plus years of age, Fang Zhao was just a little kid. Yes. Back then, Xue Jing brought this kid along on his global lecture tour. Mo Lang also thinks very highly of him, a different teacher voiced out. No wonder Mo Lang says that he wants to come to 12 Tones to give a few lectures after his vacation ends. We will see whether he really has the ability when the course starts. From what we can see now, Fang Zhao does indeed have innate skill and talent. He doesn't seem to have that cupidity or fickleness. For him to have done so well at his age is already very difficult. These people were really not focusing on and talking about Fang Zhao on purpose. If it was anybody not from the industry seated there, they would also be staring at Fang Zhao. Because when looking inside the classroom, Fang Zhao was too conspicuous. He was like the only grandson sitting among a group of people who were like his grandparents or parents. Compared to the first test's graders, the instructors at Huang Art had a better impression of Fang Zhao. They had graded fairly in the second round of the admission exam. They hadn't known Fang Zhao, but they'd trusted Xue Jing and Mo Lang. One's final ranking in the admission exam depended on their overall score. There were no interviews, because they weren't necessary. The candidates who were singled out by the initial graders were all known quantities. Even if someone used a pseudonym, the instructors could figure out whose disciple that person was with a quick read of their exam. There wasn't much of a point to the interviews, so they had eventually been phased out. The first class was the first time these music masters were able to observe Fang Zhao up close. He has great promise. He has his own style. The kid was nominated for a Galaxy Supernova Award this year. Oh. He was the one who received a nomination by special mention. Come to think of it, now I remember. There was indeed a Fang Zhao on the list of special mentions. Did Xue Jing tell him about this? Old Xue must have his reasons for not telling him. Let's not butt in. We should hold off on telling him for now as well. Fang Zhao, who was sitting in the audience, I heard everything you said. The Galaxy Awards was the most prestigious prize in the arts world, second to none. Supernova was a subcategory of the Galaxy Awards that honored young artists who had made a substantial contribution. It was awarded not just to musicians but also to up-and-coming painters, dancers, and actors. Most winners were artists in their 40s or 50s, which was considered a young age in the new era. To be nominated in one's 20s was already a tremendous honor. But Fang Zhao didn't understand what special mention meant. Setting aside commercial value and considering only artistic achievement, Fang Zhao naturally paled in comparison to those artists in their 40s and 50s who had enjoyed fame for many years. He could not prove himself by passing the 12 tones exam alone. The Galaxy Supernova Special Mention nomination was the equivalent of using VIP access, of cutting in line, but this alone did not turn off the masters at the Academy. The nomination had to be irrefutably justified. The Galaxy Awards put a premium on contribution, not commercial viability. Even if someone produced an outstanding piece, if they hadn't accumulated a critical mass of work or reached a certain level of artistic sophistication, they wouldn't be nominated. Contribution, special mention. A light bulb flashed in Fang Zhao's head. The 4-part 100-year period of destruction series, the Hull virus. The period of destruction series had created a window for curing the Hull virus. Some 5 years had passed since then. With more systematic treatment protocols and better results, Ming Ye's condition had improved significantly. Even though he didn't speak much and his range of emotions was limited, at first glance, he didn't differ from the average person in a major way. If that was the reason Fang Zhao had been nominated for a Galaxy Supernova Award, that meant a total cure for the Hull virus wasn't far off, if it hadn't been cured already. Only that would prove the value of the 4 movements of the Period of Destruction series and assuage these masters into allowing this shortcut, a nomination by special mention, with no qualms. It had been 5 years. The organizers of the Galaxy Awards had kept quiet all along. It turned out they had been gearing up for a big move. All things considered, the Period of Destruction series did constitute a major artistic contribution, and its influence spanned different fields, enough for the jurors to make an exception. Fang Zhao was delighted when he figured out the reasoning, not because of the Supernova nomination but because his work paved the way for a cure to this disease that had originated during the Period of Destruction. He had never thought that his series might have such an impact when he'd composed it. In any case, this was a good thing. Since the masters had no intention of breaking the news to Fang Zhao just yet, he pretended he hadn't heard anything. After his first day his classes, Fang Zhao returned to his dorm room, where he found Yan Biao and Zuiyu waiting. Fang Zhao had signed them up for a celebrity bodyguard course so they would have a better understanding of the kinds of situations bodyguards who worked in the entertainment industry faced and how to respond in a professional manner. They would learn how other bodyguards practiced their trade. Yan Biao and Zuiyu took no issue with the assignment. In fact, they were delighted. The fact that Fang Zhao was willing to sign them up for further studies meant he wanted to keep them around long-term. So exciting. Not being fired is terrific news. The 2 men were extremely enthusiastic. They promised Fang Zhao that they would brief him on their progress every few days. That was the purpose of their visit today. Zuiyu and Yan Biao had too much free time. Apart from the fact that Fang Zhao could handle himself very well, the 2 bodyguards were also inexperienced. On many occasions, Fang Zhao could deal with matters by himself more efficiently than if he delegated the matter to them. Just a few days into the course and it had already made a difference. The 2 men realized many of their shortcomings. It was easier than learning on the job. This professional bodyguard course in Huangzhou lived up to its high price tag. To prove they were serious about their studies, the 2 men took notes and let Fang Zhao examine them. When Fang Zhao arrived, his neighbor Will also returned. He stared at Fang Zhao briefly before entering his own room, frowning. After entering Fang Zhao's room, Yen Biao couldn't help but blurt out, "Boss, is your neighbor a nutcase?" Yen Biao didn't finish his sentence. He felt the guy next door had looked at Fang Zhao weirdly, like a voyeur. But passing judgment based on a mere look didn't seem appropriate, so he'd held back. "I've asked him about it. He wants to paint a portrait of me, but he's stuck. He needs to observe me some more." Fang Zhao had figured out the reason behind the odd behavior, but he still wasn't entirely clear on why Will was stuck. Painters had their own way of doing things. Fang Zhao wasn't about to quibble with him over the occasional stare. After briefing Fang Zhao on their progress and letting him inspect their notes, Yen Biao blurted out, "Boss, do you need an assistant? I have a former comrade who has been working in Huangzhou since he retired from the military. He knows the entertainment industry well, has a lively personality, and is meticulous and smooth." Fang Zhao nodded. "Go on." Yen Biao was delighted and gave the lowdown on his former teammate. "His name is Nan Feng, as in Southern Wind. He used to be a member of Outpost number 23 too. He was a sniper. Unfortunately, he injured his left eye during an operation. Back then, Baiji had still been poor, and the medical infrastructure had been primitive, so his treatment was delayed. Eventually, he retired and returned to Earth, where he had a prosthetic eye implanted at a military hospital. Then, armed with his pension and discharge payment, he moved to Huangzhou. Because he hadn't notched any major merits and his length of service had been short, Nanfeng's discharge payment had been meager. He worked as a bodyguard and an extra. Even though he was skinny and short, he was quick with his hands and got along well with his colleagues. He was also quick on his feet and diplomatic. He had fared well compared to most other folks. Last month, Nan Feng had used his hard-earned savings to upgrade to an artificially intelligent left eye. Now that he was strapped for cash again, he was looking for new work. Lo and behold, he'd run into Yen Biao one day. Fang Zhao got a decent grasp of Nanfeng's situation from Yen Biao's briefing. "I don't have class tomorrow afternoon. See if has time for a meeting." "Of course. Of course. He has all the time in the world," Yen Biao blurted out. "Then let's meet tomorrow at 3 p.m. in your apartment." "Oh." Yen Biao froze. "There's no need for boss to make the trip personally. I can bring him here." "It's okay. I'll come over." Since Fang Zhao had made up his mind, Yen Biao didn't press the matter. After leaving Fang Zhao's apartment, he gave Nan Feng a call. Nan Feng was quite emotional. "Thank you, Captain." He had actually been quite sad when he'd run into his former captain and learned that Yen Biao had been forced into retirement after losing his legs in a terrorist attack. Baiji's fortunes had improved vastly, so it was a shame that Yen Biao had had to quit the military so early due to an injury. But after learning about Yen Biao's current line of work, Nan Feng had almost lost it. He wanted a piece of that easy money. But he also understood that if he didn't show initiative and complacently twiddled his thumbs, he wouldn't survive for long. Nan Feng was confident that he was quite the well-rounded employee. He was a good waiter, he could drive, cook, walk the dog, and feed the rabbit. He knew how to handle interpersonal relationships, and he was willing to put himself at his boss's beck and call. Besides, based on what Yen Biao had said, he figured Fang Zhao would be easy to get along with. As long as he did his job, Fang Zhao wouldn't give him a hard time. "Don't thank me now. Thank me after you've impressed our boss. Remember to show up early tomorrow." "Don't make boss wait," Yen Biao said. "No, I'm going to head over now." Nan Feng was ecstatic. "I have quite a few questions for Captain. I need to learn about boss's preferences so I can do a good job." "Captain, my future is in your hands." "Sure, why not?" Nan Feng brought appetizers, barbecued meat, and a few cans of beer. "Let's skip the alcohol," Yen Biao said. Zhuyu agreed, it wouldn't be a good idea to reek of alcohol when boss shows up tomorrow. Suiyu gave this prospective colleague a few pointers. He also asked, so how's your tolerance? Oh, don't you worry about that. Don't be fooled by my stature. I actually have decent tolerance. I can drink on boss's behalf in the future. Nanfeng said with a chuckle. Sui examined Nanfeng's new left eye curiously. Your new eye is really high quality. It looks no different from the real thing. He could tell the difference up close, but from a distance, it looked like a real eye. Of course. Nanfeng was quite happy with his new eye. It cost more than $10 million. It took me 7 years to save up. Technological advancements in the new era brought conveniences to the handicapped. Take Yen Biao's prosthetic legs and Nanfeng's eye, for example. Do you have X-ray vision? Can you see through walls? Suiyu asked. Of course not. Civilian models are all heavily restricted. I didn't want that many new functions either. I was happy as long as it could restore my vision. Why is it so expensive if it has so few functions? Suiyu wondered. There's no way around it. Quality costs. Inferior models will hurt me here. Nanfeng pointed at his head. There's the risk of dementia. So your new eye has no additional functions? Yen Biao asked. Of course it does. Nanfeng crept closer. Look at my left eye. The color of Nanfeng's left iris turned from white to red, then yellow, green, jade, blue, purple, and finally black. Look, the full range of color variation. Yen Biao. Suiyu opened his mouth but decided it was better to stay mum. This team member of Yen Biao's is indeed quite the character. Nanfeng adjusted his eye color back to normal. He noticed that Yen Biao's face had gone black. He slapped himself on the chest and proclaimed, "Don't worry, Captain. I know more than you do about how to be a good celebrity assistant. No, it's not that. I just want to remind you that our boss is a bit different. He's not the average celebrity," Yen Biao said. How different? Nanfeng asked. Yen Biao didn't respond directly, instead asking, have you watched the Yenzhou chapter of Founding Era? I started watching yesterday. I'm on season 5 now. Nanfeng wasn't from Yenzhou and had never watched the Yenzhou chapter before. He had crammed them only because he was applying to become Fang Zhao's assistant. And he'd fast-forwarded through the show, playing only the segments where Fang Zhao appeared. It might come in handy for brown-nosing. Our boss's solo fighting ability is no different than in the show, Yen Biao said. Nanfeng wore an expression that said, "You're F***king kidding me." He glanced at Suiyu for confirmation. A serious-looking Suiyu nodded, then pointed to himself, Yen Biao, and Nanfeng before saying, believe it or not, with his bare hands, boss could beat the 3 of us into pulp. Nanfeng started to tremble. Nanfeng, who felt he had quite a bit of work experience, started to get nervous. He did more research on Fang Zhao, but the information he gathered was all superficial, stuff that he had already known. As for insider information, Yen Biao wouldn't reveal too much about Fang Zhao before Nanfeng was officially hired as an assistant. He could ask friends to uncover unreported tidbits through other means, but if he did that, he could kiss his job goodbye. For now, all Nanfeng could do was extrapolate from the info he gathered online. When Yen Biao and Suiyu got up the next morning, they saw Nanfeng using a device they had never seen before to conceal his puffy eyes. Captain, the more I think about the gig, the more nervous I get, Nanfeng said. You're not mentally tough enough. You're regressing. Yen Biao started to wonder whether Nanfeng would be able to grip his gun properly during an emergency. Oi, I was affected by what you said. You said that the boss is different from other celebrities, so my prior experience is irrelevant. Now I feel like I don't even know what to say. Captain, what do you suggest? What should I say when I see the boss this afternoon? Nanfeng asked. Just call it as it is. Don't embellish and don't be too humble. Boss doesn't buy that crap, Yen Biao said. Understood. In any case, behave yourself. Nanfeng nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Captain. I will be on my best behavior. After all, I have plenty of experience working in Huangzhou. I want to let the boss know that I know the rules of the entertainment industry, that I can start the job right away and deal with any challenges that come my way. Fang Zhao arrived at 3 p.m. on the dot. When he entered, he noticed the floor was sparkling clean and the apartment was very tidy. There was not a speck to be found on the windows. In anticipation of their boss's scrutiny, Zui Yu and Yen Biao had cleaned their apartment meticulously, personally attending to nooks and crannies that might otherwise have been easily missed. How do you do? I'm Nanfeng, as in southern wind. Nanfeng tried hard to smile naturally, but he was so nervous that it came off as awkward. Fang Zhao gestured to a neighboring chair. Don't be nervous. Nanfeng's teeth were clattering as he said, I'm not nervous. Yen Biao resisted the temptation to slap Nanfeng in the face. He briefed Fang Zhao on Nanfeng's personal history. When he got to the part about Nanfeng's new prosthetic eye, he glared at his former teammate. At this point, Nanfeng recovered his senses. His quick thinking was back and his attention sharp. He explained to Fang Zhao how he had earned the money for his new eye. 10 million was not a small sum for the average Joe. Most people couldn't earn that amount in a lifetime. Fang Zhao had to be wondering how someone with as little job stability as Nanfeng had been able to get his hands on so much cash. And why did this guy want to become his assistant? Would he be a dedicated employee? Take Yen Biao and Zui Yu, for example. They might not be able to earn 10 million after 10 years in the bodyguard business unless some major events happened and they were awarded bonuses. So on this matter, Nanfeng had to thoroughly explain himself to Fang Zhao. Nanfeng took a few sips of water, paused, and said, I didn't make a lot of money my first 2 years in Huangzhou, just enough to cover my expenses. During my military service, I had been quite out of touch. I hadn't had much work experience before joining the military. When I left the military, it took me some time to adjust, to learn how to handle my affairs and personal relationships. Things started improving after I got to know my surroundings and built up a personal network. I invested in a low-budget TV series made by a few university students. The year before last, the returns were quite good. I earned nearly 5 million that year between my dividends and the return on the investment. When he had seen his income statement, Nanfeng had felt like he was on cloud 9, but soon, he'd realized that Huangzhou was home to many high-income individuals. Small potatoes like him barely caused a ripple. Now, Nanfeng had stopped investing in TV productions for a couple of reasons. Firstly, he had run out of cash, and secondly, his previous collaborators had made it to the big leagues and were now backed by major corporations. He was fortunate enough to have come across that one investment opportunity. He wouldn't always be so lucky. There were plenty of smart investors in Huangzhou. He was a nobody. So you don't have to worry about the source of the cash. I didn't earn money through illegal means. Huangzhou was full of opportunities, but one would have to work hard. Whether or not someone could strike it rich depended on their talent. It hadn't been easy for Nanfeng these past few years. He had been so busy that he'd felt like a constantly spinning top. He'd wished he had multiple brains that could function concurrently. There were no free lunches. Life was a constant learning experience. But now Nanfeng had his future mapped out. Many folks said that if you were to identify the entertainment industry with a color, it would be gold mixed with black. Money came quickly, but it was also easy to make enemies. But Nanfeng liked the industry. He could get used to things. Felt that being Fang Zhao's assistant was a decent position. Fang Zhao wasn't short on cash, so he didn't have to venture into illegal dealings. Also, word was that Fang Zhao was connected in the military. Connections were a good thing, a form of protection. Not to mention that one of Fang Zhao's bodyguards was Nanfeng's former captain, an old friend. The salary that Fang Zhao could offer certainly would pale in comparison to his investment returns, but it would be high by industry standards. The bottom line was that this was Nanfeng's best job prospect right now. After he had accumulated enough experience as an assistant, Nanfeng was confident that he could become a talent agent, build his own team, and produce a few superstars. It would be the pinnacle of his life. The only thing that worried Nanfeng was Fang Zhao's positioning in the industry. From what he could see, Fang Zhao was more of the artsy variety. This was an area that Nanfeng was less familiar with. Nonetheless, Nanfeng went for the hard sell. I will do my best as an assistant so you can focus on your studies and composition and have time to rest, boss. I will take care of boss's daily chores, walk the dog, and feed the rabbit. I will plan your trips in advance and even double as a bodyguard. Zui Yu and Yen Biao stared him down immediately. Double as a bodyguard? What do you think we are, window dressing? Why would we need an assistant to double as a bodyguard? What AF * king calculating fella this Nanfeng is? Zui Yu thought to himself. After Nanfeng finished his spiel, he looked at Fang Zhao expectantly. Why don't I start on a probationary basis? You can decide whether or not to keep me after my probation. Fang Zhao stared at Nanfeng for a few seconds and nodded. 1 month's probation. I'll send you a contract when I get home. Wow. Yes, boss. Nanfeng worked hard to contain his emotions. He wanted to show that he was a steady hand. Is there anything boss wants to eat? I'll order the ingredients. Nanfeng wanted to show off his cooking skills to his new boss and 2 colleagues and make a good impression. He wanted to prove he wasn't lying. That won't be necessary. I'm heading back to campus. Yen Biao is a former comrade. Why don't you stay and catch up with him? You can come by campus tomorrow to sign your contract, Fang Zhao said as he got up. No. Boss, let me head back to campus with you so I can familiarize myself with the route, Nanfeng said while getting up himself. Are you kidding me? He could catch up with his comrade later. He had just been hired as an assistant, on a probationary basis no less. He had to seize the chance to impress his boss. Boss, where's your car? I'll pick it up, Nanfeng asked. I didn't drive. I walked from Huangart, Fang Zhao said. Then should I call a car? Nanfeng asked. I'm going to walk back. Great idea. It's good exercise. Boss, let me walk back with you. Zui Yu and Yen Biao silently observed Nanfeng's shameless sycophancy, which got them thinking that they weren't doing their best. The 2 bodyguards also wanted to walk Fang Zhao back to Huangart, but Fang Zhao told them to stay put. After leaving the apartment, Fang Zhao took the elevator to the first floor instead of using the bridges that connected the apartment blocks. He was wearing a hoodie, which was common apparel in this neighborhood. Add to that a baseball cap and unless someone stood right in front of Fang Zhao and stared, they wouldn't be able to recognize him. Plus, Fang Zhao wasn't as popular in Huangzhou as he was in Yenzhou. Fewer people would go out of their way to identify him. Huangzhou also had its share of high-rises. The apartment block where Zui Yu and Yen Biao lived was home to a lot of students and workers from other continents, but the rent varied significantly within the same building. The lower the floor, the cheaper the rent. The brighter the unit, the more expensive the rent became. Huangcheng, the capital of Huangzhou, was also known as Phoenix. This had been a forgotten wasteland during the old era. It had also been an important battlefield during the period of destruction, but in the new era, it was the world's leading metropolis, far more prosperous than Qian. The buildings were towering and the streets separating them weren't that wide, but it wasn't dark at street level because the streets were properly lit. The gaps between the skyscrapers were lit up in an artistic fashion. Even the lighting layout in the lower floors was aesthetically pleasing. Nanfeng noticed that Fang Zhao was quite interested in the lighting, so he shared some stories he had heard. This is probably a typical black street in Huangcheng, but unlike black streets in other cities, they aren't poorly lit and are much safer. Strictly speaking, there are no black streets in Huangcheng. The lighting here was designed by a world-famous artist. Quite a few artists who studied in Huangzhou rented places in this neighborhood. Do you see the trash can over there? The painting on it was done by an artist before he became famous. Eventually, it was preserved and locked up. While Nanfeng was telling Fang Zhao stories, a nondescript TV broadcast van was parked the next block over. Inside, a middle-aged man was pointing at an online map and whispering. The office workers haven't left work yet and the homebodies aren't out either. The streets are quite empty. The timing is perfect, just the right number of people. There are two young men the next block over. Walk past them, make this turn, and you'll see someone smoking by a garbage can. Then head this way and you'll see a couple in the corner, then. There were two people next to the man barking instructions. One was a pretty, sweet-looking young blonde in a red dress, and the other a big chiseled fella whose arms and neck were covered with menacing tattoos. He had, "Don't mess with me," written all over him. The duo paid close attention to the instructions. Remember your route. This time, you'll be passing 9 people. See if any of the 9 are willing to intervene. The trio was working for a live TV show that exposed shortcomings in human nature. Today they wanted to show online audiences how few people were willing to stick their necks out when they ran into other folks in distress in daily life. The middle-aged man was the host. He relied on his quick wit rather than good looks. He knew how to come up with gimmicks that attracted viewers. The two folks standing in front of the host were both acting graduates from Huang Art. They weren't well known, but both were competent actors. Huang Art graduates were all works of art, as they say. The two were solid actors. The host had paid them handsomely to be part of his show. Got it? The host asked. Got it, the duo responded. The host took one final look at the two actors and wasn't satisfied. He summoned his makeup artist. Add some finishing touches. Prop master, where's our knife? Is the knife ready? Yes, yes. The prop master dashed over to hand a bloodied knife to the big fella. The makeup artist added a few fake wounds to the blonde in red and drew a few fierce-looking wrinkles on the big fella's face. Are our cameras ready? The cinematographer signaled OK. He had deployed a fleet of miniature drones. After making sure that everyone was ready, the host went live. He kicked off with a sensational introduction before cueing the action. We're all set. Let's see whether folks stay put or intervene when they run into a robbery. We have no idea who we'll run into or what their backgrounds will be. This is reality TV. Out of respect for the pedestrians, their faces will be obscured. Okay, our actors can start. The host gestured to the two actors, who instantly shifted into character. The blonde in red roughed up her hair and her sweet smile was replaced with one of anger, sadness, and desperation. The big fella lost his kindly face and replaced it with a vicious look. Coupled with his giant build, tattoos, and thug haircut, no one would mistake him for the good guy. Carrying the bloodied knife, the big fella got off to a head start while the lady in red, who was trailing behind, screamed at the top of her lungs, "Robbery!" The cameras clearly captured the surroundings of the two actors. The audience was clueless as to where the location was. There were also many viewers tuning in from outside of Huangzhou. Curious viewers from around the world were turning to their screens in earnest while munching on snacks. Two silhouettes could be spotted on the route the big fella and the blonde in red were taking. Even from a distance, they seemed young. The first person, who was wearing a cap, appeared calm when he saw the two actors pass by, while the other, a shorter man, looked on earnestly, eyes sparkling. This doesn't smell right. The tattooed big fella and the blonde in red hesitated briefly, but they kept running. Meanwhile, Nanfeng was ecstatic. The cry of robbery had jolted him to his senses. Now that he saw two people run by, he started flexing his limbs. Here it was. The opportunity to prove his worth. Nanfeng took a giant step in front of Fang Zhao and said, "Boss, rest easy and allow me." The way Nanfeng saw it, anyone who served at the side of a strong fighter like Fang Zhao, even if they were a lowly assistant, had to be able to fight. With close to 10 million viewers worldwide spectating, Nanfeng proceeded to beat the guy up. The other party was caught off guard and was entirely stupefied. Nanfeng knew how to use his own advantages and the most effective ways to bring someone down. In any case, he had once served the military on the rough and remote planet Baiji. He was someone that had wielded guns and fought beasts. He had a wealth of actual combat experience. However, his experience running minor roles and being a stuntman in Huangqing had led to him learning how to dazzle with fancy moves. Thus, although Nanfeng's actions seemed garish and a tad superfluous, but they were nice to watch and could shock industry outsiders, such as those online audiences. Though Fang Zhao could see that those attacks of Nanfeng's were slightly superfluous, to others, Nanfeng's movements were too quick. They simply wouldn't be able to react. The burly fella had already been pinned to the ground and his dagger forcibly seized. The pretty blonde in red behind ran up anxiously and tugged at Nanfeng. "Stop beating him, stop beating him. Misunderstanding. It's really a misunderstanding. We are just doing a program. Look, there are drones following us." The blonde in red pointed at a few miniature drones that looked like houseflies following them in the air. Following that, other crew from the live stream team hurried over. They hadn't expected the first pair of pedestrians on the planned route to take action either. When the program host had seen the other party's skill through the video feed, he knew that this wasn't someone to trifle with. Thus, he had immediately left the TV broadcast van and run over, worried that something might go wrong if they were a step too late. It was best to clear up this sort of misunderstanding as soon as possible. Unlike the program crew's panic, online audiences were overjoyed. The comments section was filled with strings of "ha ha ha ha. See, haven't they encountered a strong person? I know where it is just from the backdrop. Only Huangqing's black streets have these sorts of lights. I just don't know which street it is. People from the black streets are more unreasonable, and there are quite a lot of experts. Indeed, Huangqing deserves its reputation. Even an unremarkable person can settle this so cleanly. They should have prepared to get beaten when producing this week's episode. There are still people that will uphold justice and aid others. See, didn't they just get beaten by a pedestrian? The host rushed to the scene and saw the blonde in red supporting the burly fella. They seemed to be all right, so he heaved a sigh of relief before intending to explain what was going on to these two pedestrians. But when he saw that person in the hoodie and baseball cap, he stood there blankly and even forgot what he had wanted to say. The host could suppress his astonishment, but the other crew members of the program weren't able to hold their words. "Fang Zhao," someone exclaimed in astonishment. This place wasn't too far away from Huangart. Because there were crew members that were Huangart graduates, they paid attention to news about their alma mater. They had previously seen quite a bit of news about Fang Zhao being admitted to 12 tones and had privately discussed this person. The host had even had plans to invite Fang Zhao to show his face on an episode of this program. However, since people that entered 12 tones rarely had any interaction with outside entertainment programs, the host had given up the idea. He had not expected to run into Fang Zhao here. Other crew members that hadn't noticed looked over when they heard Fang Zhao. Nanfeng immediately stood in front of Fang Zhao. However, he was much shorter than Fang Zhao and couldn't even obstruct Fang Zhao's chin. Netizens watching the live stream who had just been commenting "ha ha ha ha" suddenly heard Fang Zhao, and many of them were astonished as well. "Fang Zhao? Did I hear wrongly? Quick, tell me. Did I actually hear that person say Fang Zhao? Remove the censor. Why is there mosaic at this crucial point? Even though we can't see that person's face, from their reactions as well as that person's figure, there is a possibility that it is Fang Zhao. Shouldn't the focus be on why Fang Zhao, who is furthering his studies at Huang Art, has actually appeared in Huangqing's black streets? Nonsense. Huangqing doesn't have black streets. Why aren't there any? Just because lights are installed doesn't mean that you can stop calling it a black street. The characteristics are the same. Previously, we heard that Fang Zhao came from a black street. Perhaps he knows some people there. Was the one who stepped up to help Fang Zhao's bodyguard? Shouldn't it be younger brother in the black streets? That's how it is on TV shows. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Guangzhou entertainment reporters, get to work. The camera view changed. It was no longer looking at Fang Zhao but at his surroundings. This made the audience dissatisfied. In the comments section of the live broadcast, the audience urged the host to switch the camera back and remove the mosaic. The host shot a meaningful glance to that tattooed fella. The burly bloke the size of a bear nodded his head faintly, and when the camera faced him, he shrunk back and his vicious face became somewhat wacky. What they were trying to tell audiences was that their team had principles and would not film others against their will or generate discussion just to attract everyone's attention. After Fang Zhao saw the camera moving away, he apologized to the host that came walking over. Sorry, my assistant was a little rough. Nanfeng stood obediently at the side looking apologetic. I'm really sorry, I didn't know you all were acting. When I saw that aggressive man with a knife running over, I was worried that he would hurt my boss, so I acted. But I didn't go all out, so he is fine. The host hurriedly said, It's all right, I can understand your reactions. Our program is a test of human nature, we wanted to see how people would react to this sort of situation. Lending a helping hand is actually a good thing, and it shows everyone a good example. After introducing the main intention of the program, the host looked toward Fang Zhao with gratification and zeal. I didn't expect to see you here. The hidden meaning behind this was thus, aren't you undergoing further studies at Huang Art? Aren't 12 Tones advanced course students a bunch of study freaks? How do you still have time to visit Huangqing's black streets? Hurry up and explain yourself, you can't deceive me. I'm here to visit a friend, Fang Zhao answered briefly. The host didn't believe these words. However, he put on an expression that said, oh, so that's the case, and asked for an interview, but Fang Zhao declined. The host didn't insist after seeing Fang Zhao's expression, but he wasn't resigned to giving up such a good opportunity to take advantage of Fang Zhao's popularity. In Huangzhou, Fang Zhao's popularity might be limited, but this live broadcast was to a global audience, people from all 12 continents. As the subject changed, the anchor had some anticipation as he asked Fang Zhao, our staff accidentally shouted out your name just now, but during the process of our live broadcast, all pedestrians' faces are covered by mosaics, so the audience didn't see your face clearly. Now, there are over 10 million viewers. 30 million, a crew member quietly interjected. About to reach 40 million. It has reached 40 million. The host's heart was beating like mad. While not doing anything special, the online viewers had already reached 40 million. In the past, the highest viewership count had been only 20 million. This figure now simply made him want to shout out in joy. However, he was an experienced host and knew how to keep his appearance in check. The host warmly tried to earn a few more brownie points with Fang Zhao and eagerly asked, Zhao God, how about saying hello to everyone? Just a few minutes will do. We won't take up any of your time. Fang Zhao nodded. All right. The host suppressed his ecstasy, which was threatening to overflow, and signaled to bring the camera over quickly as he took the brief gap to peek at the online viewership. It had already crossed the 50 million mark and was rising to the 60 million mark without any signs of slowing. Perhaps with some operations to stir up discussion, the figure might even hit 100 million. 100 million, that was the goal set this year. As long as they were able to achieve it just once, it would be satisfactory. Now, just half a year in, there was actually a chance. Before the camera, Fang Zhao's expression was much gentler as he smiled and greeted the online audiences. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Fang Zhao. Online audiences weren't satisfied, especially those that had switched over from other channels upon hearing the news. Of course we know you are Fang Zhao. Can't you say more? The live broadcast's comment section got noisy once more when they heard Fang Zhao saying, I'm here to visit a friend as well as to appreciate the art and culture of Huangqing streets. I hope to benefit from this city that indeed has a strong artistic flavor. I can't stay any longer, as I still have something to do. Everyone, please continue. Fang Zhao raised his hand to make a bye gesture, but new audience members that had just joined the live broadcast weren't satisfied. Leaving just like that? Won't even say just one more line. Yeah, saying one more line is fine. I haven't even taken a screenshot yet. The host, standing to Fang Zhao's side, also urged, Zhao God, do say a little more. Consider it ending on a good note. To the side, Nanfeng frowned and took a step forward, intending to help Fang Zhao settle the problem at hand. He understood too well about how these hosts tried to take advantage of others' popularity. All they were concerned about was the traffic of their own program and the viewership count. As long as Fang Zhao continued to talk, they would come out with more and more excuses to get Fang Zhao to speak. They wouldn't let him leave easily. If he gave them an inch, they'd take a mile. These people were best at taking advantage of others. If Fang Zhao didn't want to speak, he would be labeled a diva, as having an inflated ego, or other such terms regardless of whether it was true or not. Fans of Fang Zhao were not the main focus of this live broadcast. If the commentary developed in an unfavorable direction, once it started, it would be even more troublesome. It wasn't that Nanfeng always considered the worst but that he had seen these things happen frequently in the entertainment industry. It was best to guard against them from the beginning. But before Nanfeng was able to act, Fang Zhao spoke. As before, Fang Zhao had a faint smile, but people who saw his smile felt a little uneasy, as though they were facing affection from their own grandparents. Have you done your homework? Have you prepared for your final exams? Have you completed your month-end work summary? Online audiences. This person was simply venomous. I skipped class to watch the live broadcast. Suddenly, I feel as if I have been stabbed through my chest. Why must you remind me that I still have to fight the god-tier boss known as the final exams? The image of my superior's devilish face just appeared in my head. That scared me and made me tremble even on a hot day like this. I quit being a fan. I want to report Fang Zhao for a personal attack. My mind and body took a beating. I'm going to become an anti-fan. Only if he sends me one of those protective charms will I return. One isn't enough. I want 10 protective charms to alleviate this stab that has pricked my heart. Disperse, everyone, disperse. Do your homework, and hurry, and review your exam materials. Those that have reports to write, think about your own salary. Thus, the host watched as the livestream's viewership count, which had soared to 70 million, experienced a sharp decline thanks to that line from Fang Zhao. The previous shining live broadcast viewership count was like a wild mare that had thrown off its rider and run off into the distance, never to return. All the crew members of the program. Their wish for 100 million viewers, which they'd made as part of their New Year plans, was no longer achievable. A chilly feeling swept through their hearts. The host really wanted to give his mouth a tight slap. You and your cheap mouth. Why did you ask Fang Zhao to add another line? The host seemed to suck in his bitter tears as he watched Fang Zhao leave. Nanfeng tried to stifle his laughs and only managed to gradually become serious when they reached Huang Art's campus. Boss, I have a confession to make. Fang Zhao eyed him. Speak. Saying Fang Zhao's apparently all-knowing look, Nanfeng felt frightened deep down. Luckily he had remembered Yen Biao's repeated exhortations. Don't try to be too smart with the boss or play tricks. If you make any mistakes, admit them as soon as possible. Actually, I could tell that they were acting, but I don't really like these sort of programs. Boss, maybe you do not know, but in the past, there were instances where distasteful incidents that happened on these sort of programs, so I dislike them. Nanfeng told Fang Zhao about some of the negative influence brought about by reality TV shows that he had seen. There were some things that shouldn't be tested. Human nature by itself was already very complex. The majority of people producing these sorts of programs thought that they would be able to grasp the overall situation while just observing from the side. They assumed an attitude of superiority to denounce others' actions for not being appropriate and led audiences to pass judgment. Actually, Nanfeng had found these sort of programs rather meaningful at the start, but later on, when he'd experienced more, Nanfeng had become unsure whether these programs were good or bad, but he didn't like the program deliberately testing human nature and found it irksome. After explaining his thoughts, Nanfeng scratched his head. Actually, I only used it as a pretext to teach them a lesson and perform a little in front of you, boss. But boss, I'm sure you could also tell they were acting, right? I knew about it before they appeared. Actually, Fang Zhao didn't like these sorts of programs either. Human nature was complex and he had seen too much of it during the period of destruction. Being able to see through this and control the situation to a certain extent, it seemed like Nanfeng had experienced quite a lot. Boss, you are really impressive. How did you know? Nanfeng was halfway through his sentence when he remembered reading up on Fang Zhao's past deeds and the nicknames, Diding, and Divine Ears. I heard it, replied Fang Zhao. Indeed. Now Nanfeng was rejoicing for being honest. Boss, you are really impressive. Previously, I thought that all the talk online about your divine ears were just adulation, but now it seems like they really are divine. Noticing that Fang Zhao wasn't angry, Nanfeng relaxed and continued to be a toady right up until he stepped into Fang Zhao's quarters and saw curly hair. This. Isn't this the curly hair with a valuation of 200 million? A living $200 million dog. Right in front of his eyes. Nanfeng was so excited that he bit his knuckles to stop himself from shouting out. Nanfeng's voice trembled slightly as he said, Boss, can I touch him? Fang Zhao eyed curly hair and replied, Sure. You will have to bring him out for walks in the future. You can get familiar with him first. Nanfeng struggled to control his overflowing excitement and became nervous. It's my first time touching a dog of this level. Should I touch him directly or do I wear a glove? Fang Zhao, touch him directly. Then, Fang Zhao watched as Nanfeng ran to the washroom and washed his hands 3 times with soap and dried them before proceeding to touch the dog. He was treating the dog like precious and fragile chinaware. Luckily, Nanfeng remembered his responsibilities, and after touching the dog, he followed beside Fang Zhao to learn the scope of his job. When he saw the rabbit in the water tank, Nanfeng's eyes lit up. But when Nanfeng opened his mouth, Fang Zhao spoke first. You can't touch this. Oh, got it. I won't touch it if boss doesn't give approval. Nanfeng expressed immediately. It is poisonous. Got it, boss. I absolutely wouldn't touch it. Nanfeng answered even more firmly. Actually, there really wasn't a lot of things Nanfeng needed to do on normal days, so Fang Zhao didn't talk about it for too long. He drafted out a probationary contract and discussed wages and benefits, and Nanfeng signed it immediately. Then, boss, I will head back today to prepare first. I'll come over tomorrow. Having received Fang Zhao's approval, Nanfeng left. However, he didn't return home. Instead, he went over to Yen Biao's. Ha, Captain, I have seen that dog already. That is a $200 million dog. This is my first time seeing one. I even touched it. With 2 hands too. That fur is so soft. It's worthy of being a $200 million dog. Its canines are so white, even whiter than my own, which I tend to sew carefully. As expected from a dog with a value of 200 million. At the side, Zhuiyu's mouth twitched. This schemer had even started kissing the dog's *SS. Seeing Nanfeng mentioning 200 million in every sentence, Yan Biao couldn't help but interrupt him. Curly hair's value cannot be measured easily by monetary value alone. Right now, Yan Biao couldn't tell Nanfeng about Curly Hair's service and security checks in Y military base. All he could do was remind Nanfeng that this dog's value couldn't be measured by money. There was only one dog alive in the entire world that was even more effective than the security screening machines at spaceports. Over at Muzhou, many people had ideas of poaching him, while Y base kept having evil intentions of keeping Curly Hair for themselves. How could he be worth just 200 million? Those parties might even be willing to spend a few times that amount. Nanfeng went blank for a second, and the excitement on his face subsided. Looking slightly ashamed, he said solemnly, "I understand now. Captain, your reprimand was correct." Yan Biao was even more at a loss. "What do you understand? Which part of my sentence was reprimanding you?" "I was just stating a fact." Nanfeng was minding his own business and reflecting. "I know that I have become snobbish already. Even when it comes to aesthetics, I can only view them from a monetary point of view. Those experiences of mine in the past few years have already become habit, but Captain, don't worry. I will take note when I'm outside and won't be a disgrace to the boss. What you said is right. Our boss is an artist, not an ordinary star in the entertainment circles. Our outlook cannot be shallow. We cannot only think about money. We need to maintain standards and be classy." Yan Biao. Yan Biao stared at Nanfeng in silence for a bit before nodding. "It's good that you know." After Nanfeng left, Yan Biao lamented that he really couldn't keep up with the thoughts of people who had left the military and spent a long time in society. Nanfeng returned to his apartment and shared the good news with several of his closest friends in Huangzhou. Even though he was envious of Fang Zhao's high income, Nanfeng didn't feel jealous. He figured that Fang Zhao had leveraged his talent into a comfortable living. He couldn't argue with that, and he had his own talents. He was confident that a brighter future was in store. Yet Nanfeng's good mood was soon shattered. He came across a headline, "Fang Zhao's assistant in assault during live broadcast." Nanfeng's heart leaped immediately. A further search yielded similar headlines. The headlines were written in the most sensationalist way possible. They all included key phrases like, "Fang Zhao's assistant," "Huangqing Black Street," and "assault during live broadcast." They all but screamed, "Come check out the commotion. Fang Zhao's assistant attacked someone in front of an audience in the tens of millions." The news reports about Fang Zhao's encounter with the live broadcast crew mostly focused on the matter of his assistant launching an attack. Many readers blurted obscenities as soon as they saw the headlines, but when they clicked the links and read more carefully, they reacted differently. F***ck, we were conned again. Still, after reading the full story, these internet readers who loved a spectacle kept following the aftermath. Serves them right. You have to prepare for the possibility of getting beaten up if you make these kinds of shows. Who knows if you're acting? If I ran into the same situation, I'd throw a punch first too. If it were a genuine assault, then I would be in the right. If it was just acting, I'd be innocent by virtue of not having prior knowledge. I wouldn't be liable for any compensation. Fang Zhao's assistant held back. If I were him, I would have beaten the assailant to a pulp. Oi, cut the bullsh***. Not everyone has the courage to step up. Many folks like to mind their own business on black streets. I'm curious if Fang Zhao actually has mob connections. Isn't the main attraction the assistant's eye? After the blurring effect was removed, you could see that one of the assistant's eyes was red. Is he of mixed heritage? What type of mixed race would that be? Even someone of mixed race wouldn't have eyes of a different color. He must have some type of eye disease. A bunch of country bumpkins. Haven't you heard of colored contact lenses? For a while, it was quite the fad to wear just one colored lens. It was a form of street culture. Apart from colored contact lenses, there are also prosthetic eyes that vary in color. It's a shame that the eye only showed up in the footage briefly. After reading the comments in several of the more popular discussion forums, Nanfeng felt his career was over. During the time of the attack, Nanfeng had neglected to disable the color variation function of his prosthetic eye, so the color of the eye had adjusted according to his mood and become red. News of the assault had spread so quickly and on such a large scale. Nanfeng was convinced this wasn't just regular word of mouth. He was positive the TV crew was working behind the scenes. What could he do about snatching the spotlight away from his boss? What would happen if the story tarnished his boss's reputation? He had just landed this job and was at risk of losing it before he had warmed his chair. At a loss, Nanfeng asked Yen Biao for advice. After getting the full lowdown, Yen Biao was quite calm. Based on my understanding of boss from these past 2 or 3 years, he's not going to quibble with you over having the limelight stolen, but you did act improperly on this matter. Why don't you apologize to boss first? He's not that petty. One had to give credit where credit was due. Yen Biao had been an attentive employee these past 2 or 3 years. He was spot on. Fang Zhao was not about to throw a fit over a drop in publicity. Fang Zhao knew what was being said online. Silver Wing had also contacted him to get a full briefing. There was no shady business involved and the incident wasn't a big deal in the first place. Silver Wing also knew that the TV crew was trying to generate publicity. The company knew how to respond. As for his assistant Nanfeng, the way Fang Zhao saw it was that even though Nanfeng was a bit impatient, he had a lively personality and was quite energetic. In key moments, he showed the right balance of intelligence and emotional intelligence. Even though he had his own agenda, Nanfeng had an upright character. If he didn't cause any major problems during his probation, Fang Zhao was going to keep him on as a permanent employee. He knew that serving as his assistant was only a stepping stone for Nanfeng. Nanfeng was ambitious and had set his sights higher. That was perfectly understandable. Everyone wanted to progress. When the time came for Nanfeng to move on to greener pastures, Fang Zhao wasn't going to get in his way. In fact, if Nanfeng did a good job, Fang Zhao was going to help him along. So when Nanfeng called to apologize, to admit his mistake and reflect, Fang Zhao didn't say much in the way of a reprimand. When he realized that Fang Zhao wasn't going to fire him, Nanfeng's mood improved. His boss wasn't a petty person, which meant Nanfeng would have a much easier time serving as an assistant. The next day, when Nanfeng arrived at Fang Zhao's dorm room, Fang Zhao had just returned from the gym. "Good morning, boss." Nanfeng had bought breakfast and some ingredients, which he placed in the kitchen. Thus started his first day as an assistant. He had already taken notes on the tasks Fang Zhao had assigned to him. He had to inspect the rabbit in the tank and check how much feed was left in its feeding tube. He also had to check the readings on various indicators and throw in 2 freshly snipped leaves. He didn't dare touch the slug. Fang Zhao had cautioned that the rabbit was poisonous and wasn't to be touched. Nanfeng didn't question Fang Zhao's claim. He had a friend who kept a poisonous sea slug at home that couldn't be handled with bare hands. Special gloves were required. "Boss, I'll walk curly hair, then." "Go ahead. Did you memorize the route?" "Yes, yes." Nanfeng showed Fang Zhao the route he had marked on a map. "The leash is in the cupboard by the entryway. Curly hair will fetch it himself." Just as Fang Zhao finished his sentence, Nanfeng saw Curly Hair open one of the doors to the cupboard next to the entryway and drag out his leash with his mouth. He closed the door, then trotted toward Fang Zhao. "What a smart dog. You even know how to open the cupboard yourself and fetch your leash. Boss, you did a great job training him. Nanfeng wanted to add, this $200 million dog is truly worth its value, but he remembered Yan Biao's advice and held back. After attaching the leash to Curly Hair, Fang Zhao let Nanfeng take Curly Hair on his regular walk on campus. Even though Huangart's campus security wasn't top-notch, it was better than taking a walk off campus. Fang Zhao didn't intend to let Curly Hair hole up in his dorm room for the entire length of his program. The student gym was off-limits to dogs, so Fang Zhao walked Curly Hair within the Huangart campus, tracing several regular routes and frequenting one of the on-campus parks. Even dogs weren't suited to gaming all day. It was good for them to get a breath of fresh air and experience nature and the local community. When Nanfeng returned from walking the dog at a lightning pace and extracted himself from thoughts that he had just taken a dog worth $200 million for a stroll, he noticed Fang Zhao signing for a delivery. 10 gigantic boxes of fresh fruit from Muzhou. Nanfeng remembered Yan Biao mentioning that Fang Zhao had a stake in a Muzhou farm, guaranteeing him a steady supply of fresh produce. Fresh fruit from Muzhou fetched a handsome price locally. Nanfeng rarely sampled this Muzhou specialty. The sight of the crates made him hungry. After observing Fang Zhao carry 2 crates into the storage room of his dorm room, Nanfeng figured the boxes weren't heavy. After detaching Curly Hair from his leash, he scrambled over to help out. Nanfeng flexed his limbs, walked over, and grasped the first crate. Deep breath, and go. No luck. Nanfeng tried another box. Still no luck. After trying to lift the remaining boxes one by one to no avail, Nanfeng watched Fang Zhao carry another 2 crates into his storage. He was blown away. On only his first day on the job, Nanfeng had already experienced the sense of powerlessness and resignation that Yan Biao had described. When Fang Zhao noticed Nanfeng just standing there dejectedly, Fang Zhao instructed him, the 2 boxes on the side contain melons. Why don't you unpack them, give the melons a wipe, and bring 2 of them next door. Will should be up by now. Okay, boss. Assigned a fresh errand, Nanfeng felt he had value again. Maybe he couldn't handle heavy physical labor, but he did a decent job of delivering gifts and cultivating relationships. On previous assistant gigs, he had delivered gifts to fellow actors on the same shoot on behalf of minor celebrities. It was the kind of work he knew well. After unpacking the crates, Nanfeng picked 1 melon of each kind, placed them in a clean basket, and went next door. Flashing a friendly smile, he pressed the doorbell. The door opened soon to reveal a pale, serious-looking young man. Nanfeng maintained his smile. Good morning, Mr. Will. My name is Nanfeng. I'm Fang Zhao's assistant. Will said nothing, his expression stone cold. These are fresh fruits from a farm in Muzhou. My boss asked me to bring them over. My boss has a stake in the farm, so these are technically homegrown. Will stood by the door, frowning. His gaze shifted from Nanfeng to the melons in the basket. Nanfeng kept up his friendly smile, but Will's serious expression remained. Seconds later, Will extended his hands but gave no indication of welcoming Nanfeng into his room. Keeping his composure, Nanfeng handed over the basket. The melons are quite heavy. After accepting the basket, Will seemed to be getting ready to close his door, so Nanfeng left. But after taking a few steps, he still hadn't heard the sound of the door closing. Will's gaze lingered. Nanfeng turned around to find Will staring at him through a small gap next to the ajar door. Will's room was dimly lit. His face was blurry, giving off weird vibes. Will remained silent and kept observing Nanfeng. Nanfeng froze and returned Will's gaze with a smile. 2 seconds later, Will closed his door and returned to his studio. So it's decided. Fang Zhao's assistant is too easy to draw. I'm going to pass. But Will still felt the itch to draw. He scanned his room, and his gaze landed on the basket of melons that had just been delivered. I'll draw a melon, then. Next door, back in Fang Zhao's room, Nanfeng was oblivious to Will's thought process. He did, however, feel he had been scrutinized. Fang Zhao's circle of friends was different from the people Nanfeng was used to dealing with. Accustomed to folks who hid their true feelings behind a mask, Nanfeng was at a loss as to how to deal with temperamental artists like Will. Just like Yen Biao had predicted, this was a tough job. Nonetheless, Nanfeng was confident he could do well. Today he was going to show Fang Zhao his cooking skills. He had trained with a master chef. Nanfeng was going to let Fang Zhao know that he was a versatile assistant. As he kept busy in the kitchen, a thought popped into his head. The series finale of Founding Era was airing over the next 2 days. But was Founding Era going to fall off the radar after the series finale? No such chance. Setting aside the issue of online reruns, it was award season on all continents. Regardless of the continent, the blockbuster project Founding Era was bound to mount a clean sweep at all the major award ceremonies. For the sake of their own careers, the actors featured in the TV series weren't going to let the buzz die down just yet. Fang Zhao had taken on such a key character in the Yanzhou chapter. His performance spoke for itself. He was bound to pick up a newcomer or supporting actor award of some sort. And as Fang Zhao's assistant, Nanfeng was likely to attend these prize ceremonies. Previously, he had worked as an assistant for 2-bit stars. The most prestigious award ceremonies had been out of their league. They would have become a laughing stock if they had shown up on the red carpet uninvited, but things were different now with Fang Zhao as his boss. All sorts of award ceremonies, all sorts of red carpets covered in flashing lights. Just the thought of them got him excited. Nanfeng rubbed his hands. He had to do a good job so Fang Zhao would bring him along to these prize ceremonies. While Nanfeng was busy in the kitchen proving his versatility to his new boss, proving his worth, Fang Zhao got a video conference call from Xue Jing in Yanzhou. Xue Jing had been in Yanzhou for some time working on a new textbook with a few old friends. He never made it to Huangzhou. Xue Jing asked Fang Zhao about his studies and his transition to campus life. Fang Zhao answered Xue Jing's questions in detail. Xue Jing was pleased with Fang Zhao's answers. After pausing briefly, he said with a chuckle, "Fang Zhao, I'm calling with some good news." "What good news?" Fang Zhao played along. He had already guessed the reason for Xue Jing's call. "You've been nominated for a Galaxy Supernova Award." Fang Zhao had been busy with exams for the 12 Tones program and the nomination list hadn't been finalized, so Xue Jing had held back the news. By the time the nominations had been confirmed and Fang Zhao gained admission to the 12 Tones program, the internet had been filled with praise for Founding Era. Worried that Fang Zhao had been too giddy, Xue Jing had held off on sharing the news for another few days. Xue Jing had expected ecstasy and irrepressible joy from Fang Zhao, but none was forthcoming, even after an extended wait. "You're not excited?" Even though a nomination doesn't guarantee an award, a nomination for someone your age is already quite rare. This is the Galaxy Supernova Award we're talking about. It's the highest honor a young artist can receive. Not everyone can receive a nomination. Worldwide, only some 70 artists were nominated this year. It's quite a feat considering your present circumstances. "It's not that I'm not happy," Fang Zhao explained. "I'm just confused as to why I was nominated. After all, my artistic accomplishments and contributions haven't amounted to much. Even if I passed the initial screening, it doesn't seem likely for me to end up on the final list of nominees." Xue Jing roared in laughter. "It's great that you've remained sober and level-headed. This time, you were a special nominee jointly recommended by 2 jurors from the Huangqing School of Medicine and the Galaxy Awards panel respectively. The 100-Year Period of Destruction series you composed played a major role in the curing of the whole virus. Most folks were only shortlisted as prospective nominees after surviving nearly half a year of debate and discussion. In Fang Zhao's case, strictly speaking, he had taken a shortcut by bypassing the discussion phase. To be nominated in the end was in itself a form of recognition and honor. The reason for his nomination was more or less what Fang Zhao had expected, but he kept playing along, feigning some surprise and delight. Otherwise, Xue Jing would think he didn't care about the Supernova Award and get upset. Keep a close eye on the email inbox on your bracelet. Set up an alert. The 10 winners will be selected soon. Each winner will be contacted individually, Xue Jing said. Every year, 10 Supernova Awards were handed out. Was 10 a large number? Not at all. That was barely one per continent. Within a 10-year span, most continents didn't produce as many as 10 Supernova winners. Musicians, painters, dancers, sculptors, how many people were eyeing the prize? Young actors were also in the running. Xue Jing didn't know who the ultimate winners would be, and he had no way of finding out ahead of time. Due to his own circumstances, he wasn't part of the selection panel this year, but based on his own calculations, considering the weight of Fang Zhao's contribution, Fang Zhao had a 60% chance of winning an award. But that was his own thinking, which he did not share with Fang Zhao. While Fang Zhao and Xue Jing were chatting via video conference, the activity in the kitchen had died down. Nanfeng was eavesdropping, ears pricked. He knew he was wrong to eavesdrop. He had planned on shutting the kitchen door when Fang Zhao got on the call, but when he heard the words, Galaxy Supernova nomination, he hadn't been able to bear closing the door. This was the Galaxy Awards. Even if it was the Supernova Prize for up-and-coming artists, it was still a prestigious award. Even though Nanfeng hadn't paid attention to the award before, he knew the weight it carried. One could put it this way, if Fang Zhao won the award on account of his music, even if he was a terrible actor and mediocre gamer, he would still return to Yenzhou to a hero's welcome. If Fang Zhao were to seek employment at an institution for higher learning, winning the Supernova Award would significantly help cut through the red tape and bureaucracy at the top schools. As an artist, his pay would double or even triple without a doubt. The mental reminders flashed in Nanfeng's head. You're a high-quality assistant. You can't eavesdrop on your boss's video conference. You have to respect his privacy. But he couldn't control himself, especially when he heard Xue Jing say with joy that the 4 chapters of the 100-Year Period of Destruction series had helped cure the whole virus. He nearly chopped off part of his fingers. A gamer-actor-composer had actually helped overcome a virus. At that point, Nanfeng wanted to call his mother, who often mocked the entertainment industry. Mom, my boss is a god. Nanfeng felt immense pressure on his first day as Fang Zhao's assistant. The next day, Fang Zhao had class. After Nanfeng completed his own tasks, he didn't head home immediately. Instead, he sought shelter in a pavilion that was part of an on-campus park. He opened a plastic container to reveal slices of iced watermelon. Nanfeng wanted to take in the artsy vibe of the Huang Art campus. Someone was practicing the piano nearby. Legs crossed, Nanfeng shook along with the beat. He felt he had gotten a taste of the artistic life. Soon, a parent and her child joined Nanfeng in the pavilion. The child looked like he was a secondary school student. Judging from their conversation, they were at Huang Art to sit for an exam. The parent was consoling her son, who was complaining about how hard the Huang Art exam was. Huang Art's admission exams are tough. Even prospective students with connections need to sit for them. But do you know why Huang Art has these exams? It's for your own good. The administration doesn't want any of their students to be in the awkward position of cluelessly munching away at a melon because they can't follow an academic discussion. Nanfeng, who was eating watermelon 10 meters away. He felt like he had been punched in the gut. It was quite the demoralizing comment. But Nanfeng quickly regained his composure. The sky was the limit for Fang Zhao's career. As Fang Zhao's assistant, he had to be presentable too. Should he sign up for a short-term course? After consulting with a few friends who also worked in the same industry, Nanfeng signed up for an online course. After filing his application, he didn't immediately head back to his own flat, instead making his way to Yen Biao's place. He watched the season finale of Founding Era with Yen Biao and Zuiyu. Nanfeng had already watched the episodes from the Yenzhou chapter that featured Fang Zhao, but the entire series was too long. He couldn't possibly catch up in a day or two. He would watch the remaining episodes when he had time, not just those of the Yenzhou chapter but the other chapters as well. He wasn't interested in the series per se, he wanted to get to know the actors cast in the series better. After finishing class, Fang Zhao returned to his dorm room and organized his notes for the day. When it was time, he turned on his TV to a preset channel. As long as he didn't have class, Fang Zhao would tune into the 10th season of Founding Era. Today was the season finale. Unlike the previous seasons, the 10th season of Founding Era had a brighter visual tone. Downcast from a grim and grey color palette since the first season, audiences were finally rewarded with a change in the 10th season. The overall epic storyline was quite stifling, but the 10th season was much more upbeat even though quite a few main characters died. From the full recovery of territory to cleaning house in Huangzhou, to the Founding Era and the naming of the 12 continents, to a new regime, a new order, and a world, after enduring 100 years of suffering, the human race was finally marching toward a brighter future. A short film concluded the series. It featured the final victory, the triumphant homecoming of the heroes, and the changes to the world in the 500 years after the Founding Era. The score to the short film kicked off with a Chinese flute and violin solo that resembled a lone voice beckoning from the vast landscape. A powerful force was gradually forming and gathering pace steadily. Darkness always preceded the dawn, but darkness also became the dawn. Bellows from the brass section resembled deafening cries that pierced the dawn, charging toward the sky and beckoning the future. The world was rebuilt on this wasteland under a warm, nourishing light. A series of pale headstones told the stories of countless legends. Every note that traveled to the ear evoked a fragmented memory, and every melody formed coherent scenes in the mind. Like a preacher relaying an epic narrative. The TV series was a lesson in history and time that told of grand, epic battles and legendary figures who were also regular folks. Blurry shadows appeared in the film. These were the characters that survived or perished during the 10 seasons. During the 100-year period of destruction, it was the work of these titans that had led to them escaping the darkness and forging a new world. Now, 500 years later, they were long gone. What history remembered was their determination and glory as well as tragedy and sorrow. But what took their place was something brighter, a sense of purpose powerful enough to motivate people to strive their entire lifetimes. In later years, people called it faith. Others called it the grand cause. It was this force that had underpinned 100 years of struggle and gave rise to countless miracles. The short film was accompanied by an uninterrupted 10-minute score. 10 minutes, far longer than the average song, was sufficient to convey a mind-blowing range of color. 10 minutes, 12 melodies, 28 sections, more than 100 lines of music. They encompassed the cultural elements of all 12 continents. A large and complex ensemble of instruments. The rich range of emotion and the exquisite melodies that varied in pace but came off as seamlessly edited, coupled with the repeated variations, did not result in an overwhelming or protracted effect. The piece did not feel long at all, with surprises popping up at every corner, giving little in the way of respite. It had both the weight of an epic and the sheer beauty of a romantic score. A stunning and grand construction filled with twists and turns that put the listener in the moment and stirred their emotions. When Mo Lang had composed the piece, he had been inspired by Fang Zhao's This Life of Mine. What Mo Lang had wanted to create was not just a perfunctory account of these historical figures or collection of memories. What he had wanted to do was recreate the ethos of the era. As if these giants had never left and the hope and faith that had propelled them into battle had lived on. The human body might decompose, but the human spirit lived forever. The blood of the martyrs painted the skies red as the heroes made a triumphant return. Remembering these forgotten souls and etching their stories into stone. Forgetfulness was the ultimate killer. The short film ended with a monologue from the character playing General Liu Shi from Shizhou while resting on his deathbed. I will have experienced 3 deaths in my life. The first time was when the period of destruction began. I bid farewell to my past and took on a new identity. The second time will be my imminent death, when my heart stops and my coffin is buried. I will be declared dead by a doctor, by friends and family, and by society. As for my third death, it will occur when the last person in this vast universe who remembered me forgets me. At that point, I will have nothing to do with the world. That is when I will truly disappear. I lived through my first death, and I'm about to welcome my second, but as long as you remember me. The hoarse yet firm voice summoned all the remaining strength of his lungs, transcending time and space. I shall live on forever. Fade to black, followed by the text, please remember them. Commemoration and the passing of the torch could withstand the test of time. Audiences from around the world only shifted their attention away from the screen when the end credits rolled. They felt a sense of loss and were reinvigorated at the same time. The 10 seasons of Founding Era had finally concluded. A visual and auditory feast, without a doubt. When these stories of the past were transformed into images and the effect was enhanced by a haunting score, 10 seasons later, audiences acutely felt the power of fate and faith. Unsurpassable God-level work. We probably won't see another piece of filmed entertainment that can rival Founding Era for another 100 years. They weren't kidding about the series being a milestone. Even if there's a remake featuring a bunch of big stars, it can't beat the original. It's just not the same. I'm outta here. Gotta go pay my respects at the Martyrs Cemetery. I've decided. My plan for the second half of the year is to hit all the Martyrs Cemeteries on all 12 continents. Who's going to the Martyrs Cemetery in Xi'an? Can I trouble you to bring back a good luck charm from old Fang's grave? They're in high demand these days and will be difficult to come by. I think there's a quota of 1 per person. I love the soundtrack. The score to the short film at the end is jaw-dropping. The piece was written by Master Mo Lang. It's a complex, meandering piece that incorporates elements from all 12 continents. It's grand and meticulous at the same time. This is a true master at his finest. No wonder he's a national treasure, someone who's won the Galaxy World Medal, the highest honor in the arts world. Factoring in all 10 seasons, the score for Founding Era is so strong. The songs keep getting better and better. The final piece that ran with the short film at the end was the grandest of them all. Did anyone notice the credits at the end of the film? 2 people were credited with the arrangement of the final song. One was Mo Lang, and the other Fang Zhao. What? Fang Zhao was involved? Curious viewers rewound the episode. Lo and behold, there was Fang Zhao's name. Concluding score, legend. Composer, Mo Lang. Arrangement, Mo Lang, Fang Zhao. This was a tough song to compose, and arrange as well. Fang Zhao was actually one of the arrangers. As far as us academics are concerned, arrangement is a form of composition. In other words, Fang Zhao took part in the writing of the song. No wonder he's a genius who got into the 12 Tones program. He's on a completely different level. The more people discussed Fang Zhao, the more folks studied the end credits. Some of them scrutinized the list word by word. Thus, their attention was drawn to the list of musicians who had taken part in the recording of the final song. The world's top 3 orchestras, Huangzhou Nightfall, Hongmenlan, and St. Byron were all involved. I knew it. Sheng Yong from St. Byron nailed his solo. My absolute favorite TLB also took part. No wonder the performance in the middle of the song sounded familiar. I took a close look at the list of parties who participated in the recording. Besides the world's top 3 orchestras, the others are all masters or critically acclaimed ensembles. They represent a wide range of styles. It's hard to believe that someone was actually able to incorporate them all into one song. In that context, lined up alongside a host of world-class masters, Fang Zhao paled in comparison. But the criticism was muted by the fact that Fang Zhao had been admitted to the 12 Tones program. Yet while professionals and non-professionals alike touted their beloved orchestras, bands, and masters that had taken part in the recording, a lone comment quickly became the focus of attention over a short period of time. Such a show-off, Granddaddy Mo. I can't handle such a sophisticated piece. This is the kind of material that will become my dissertation topic or appear in my final exam. I want to cry my eyes out. After worshipping this magnificent piece, breaking down how technically difficult it was and admiring the all-star lineup that recorded the song, students from various music academies became paralyzed with fear. A single thought lingered in their heads after reading the comment, sh*t. This is definitely going to show up on an exam. Indeed, Mo Lang's 10-minute piece was eyed by teachers in every major music academy as a potential exam question as soon as it debuted. It was exam time, after all, the teachers had to get creative. Every year, outstanding pieces were used as exam questions, and Mo Lang's was a shoo-in. He was a master to begin with, and the song was top-notch. The piece was impossible to pass on. Ever since he had advanced in age, Mo Lang only released a song every 2 or 3 years, and every release was a curveball. Teachers immediately saw potential in Legend as a possible critical analysis or rearrangement question or essay topic. Just as music students from different departments had suspected, the complexity of the piece was Mo Lang's way of showing off. The questions asked by Mo Lang's piece were all tough ones. The average student struggled to answer one of them, let alone every single question. Many students started brainstorming. Since they knew that Master Mo Lang's piece was a likely exam question, they had to prepare in advance. Should they seek outside help? Yet folks who had made their presence known on similar occasions in the past, tutors from music cram schools and the authors of prominent textbooks, kept a much lower profile this time around. The leading cram school tutors were at a loss too. There didn't seem to be an easy solution. They didn't dare comment on the piece. We barely understand it. Who are we to counsel others? What if we're wrong? That'd be career suicide. The composer was Mo Lang, after all. What a legendary figure. His technique was beyond the grasp of the average musician. Should they ask Mo Lang himself, then? Stop ting. Was it so easy to gain access to a master musician who was a national treasure? Not to mention that Mo Lang was quite old. He had limited energy and his body couldn't keep up. There was only so much he could do. After pondering the matter repeatedly, the students realized that approaching Fang Zhao was the easiest move. Fang Zhao was young, so there wasn't a generation gap to consider. Plus, Fang Zhao had been involved in the composing of the song. He was somewhat of an authority too. The students of Qian Academy of Music were the first to reach out to Fang Zhao. They were all senior alum this and senior alum that, fully taking advantage of the old boy connection. It wasn't only the students. The teachers who planned on using Legend as an exam question also consulted Fang Zhao. As for Fang Zhao, he didn't mind offering his thoughts. It was easy for him. When he had been working on the song with Mo Lang, they had had wide-ranging discussions. He knew Mo Lang's creative philosophy well. The only thing was that Mo Lang was still the author of the song. Whether or not he should speak up, how much he should reveal, these were matters he still had to consult Venerable Mo on. Mo Lang was actually quite delighted when Fang Zhao reached out. This is a good thing. From Mo Lang's perspective, his body couldn't cope, so it was impossible for him to lecture at length. But if it were up to him to choose someone to speak on the topic, his first choice would be Fang Zhao. He didn't think that Fang Zhao's young age reflected a lack of ability. The old man had gotten a good sense of how much Fang Zhao knew when the young composer had still been on planet Y. As far as he was concerned, Fang Zhao would do just fine as a lecturer. Mo Lang already enjoyed considerable stature and prestige. He had no intention of holding back his talent and knowledge at this stage. He was more than willing to share his wisdom and insight with the next generation. It wasn't that Mo Lang ever withheld in his teaching, but now that he was so advanced in age, and he had gained new insight during the creative process for Legend. Why leave any stone unturned at this stage? Passing the torch, a key theme in his work, was very important to him. As a teacher, he had the responsibility to spread his knowledge, train disciples, and dispel confusion. The future of the industry depended on the next generation. Mo Lang hoped to see innovation and breakthroughs in all musical genres. Fang Zhao, do speak up. Mo Lang was very supportive. If I weren't encumbered by my poor health, I'd go on a global lecture tour. After receiving Mo Lang's go-ahead, Fang Zhao approached Huang Art for a venue where he could broadcast his lecture live. Yes, he could have lectured from his dorm room, but Huang Art had professional lecture halls for live broadcasts. The rent wasn't that expensive. As long as one could secure a room, the rest was easy. The only requirement for booking a lecture hall was that one had to broadcast through Huang Art's own website. The leadership at Huang Art wasn't about to stall Fang Zhao on this matter, not to mention that he had Mo Lang's backing. His request was approved immediately and he was allocated a prime lecture hall that had recently been upgraded with live broadcast equipment. Once he got approval, Fang Zhao studied his own class schedule and decided on a timetable for his lectures. Tentatively, there were 3 lectures scheduled, each lasting an hour. They were free to watch. This was what the Huang Art officials in charge of the school's online curriculum had suggested. Given Fang Zhao's current seniority, he wouldn't be able to command a very high viewing fee. Mo Lang also had to be taken into consideration. The fee couldn't be too low, out of respect for Mo Lang's stature. Still, Fang Zhao wasn't short of cash, so they decided to keep things simple and make the lectures free. Master-level teachers had done the same in the past. It was a form of pro bono work, a token of encouragement and support for young musicians. The news of Fang Zhao's upcoming online lectures on Legend was first spread by the students of Qimu and Huang Art. Students from the leading music academies in other continents soon caught wind from chat groups and online forums. Many folks tuned in to partake in the spectacle. The lectures were free, after all. Giving them a listen didn't cost a cent. But there were also folks that felt that there was no such thing as a free lunch. Fang Zhao was bound to withhold the good stuff, so the lectures were a waste of time. It was up to the masses to decide whether or not to tune in. Fang Zhao couldn't force the issue. The 3 lectures were scheduled for 3 separate days, but cumulatively, they would not last more than 3 hours. Fang Zhao showed Mo Lang his lecture outline. You've done a decent job. Just stick to this outline. Knock 'em dead. I will tune in. While Mo Lang was only listening in on the lectures, he occasionally posted a thought or two. He couldn't physically deliver a full lecture now, but he was still fully capable of offering a thought or two every lecture. But that got some of Mo Lang's disciples jealous. Teacher is playing favorites. Mo Lang had so many students. In terms of seniority, stature, and academic achievement, any one of them was far superior to Fang Zhao. But Mo Lang had no patience for the jealousy. What can I do? On the matter of this piece alone, Fang Zhao knows me the best. He also has enough professional knowledge to lecture on the topic. You guys don't know me well enough. You can't capture what I want to convey. Several of Mo Lang's disciples were incredulous. They also tuned into Fang Zhao's lectures. During the first lecture, Fang Zhao focused on the background of the song and its artistic merits. Is that the case? Is that what Teacher Mo meant? Asked one of Mo Lang's former students. But every time a disciple posed such a challenge, they were inevitably shot down by Mo Lang. Indeed. That's exactly what I meant. So much so that the more they listened to Fang Zhao's lectures, the less they questioned. Or maybe they simply kept their thoughts to themselves. So that's what Venerable Mo was thinking. I could never tell. Has age changed his perspective? It wasn't just Mo Lang's former students. Many folks tuned into Fang Zhao's lectures to enjoy a good show or with skepticism, but gradually, they realized that this Fang Zhao fella's lectures were very high quality. They were all gems. Fang Zhao's gaming and acting fans got word of the lectures and started tuning in too. Even though I couldn't understand a single sentence, I still felt that it was kick-ass. So Zhao God is truly a music professional. I thought it was a joke. Out of the online audience of some 20 million for Fang Zhao's first lecture, only 1/10 were music students. The remaining viewers were either fans or random spectators. On day 2, Fang Zhao moved on to composition technique. The number of music professionals tuning in jumped by 1 million. Students who had skipped yesterday's lecture showed up today. They realized that Fang Zhao's every utterance might be considered a model answer on their upcoming exams. It was better to hit record first and decipher his words later. Students who were lacking in analytical skills committed the lecture to memory. At least they wouldn't turn in a blank exam. The number of music professionals tuning in on day 2 had increased, but the overall viewership actually increased by 20 million. In contrast, 1 million more music professionals wasn't much to write home about. The music professionals are a minority here. Most of the viewers are fans of Fang Zhao. No wonder producers like to invite top celebrities to join live broadcasts. They have a built-in audience, another view lamented. What a smart PR move by Huang Art. Because the second lecture touched on some key points and important techniques, the music professionals tuning in paid close attention. Those who couldn't keep up with the lecture rewatched the archived video after class. Fang Zhao was also very focused. The vocal reminder on Fang Zhao's bracelet sounded before the online audience of some 40 million. Ding! You have received an important email. Please take a look. Fang Zhao paused briefly before resuming, but he ignored his bracelet as if he hadn't been interrupted. But some of the folks watching the lecture took issue. It's best that you turn off your notifications while lecturing. It's a form of professional courtesy. That's right. We turn off our notifications when we lecture too. Otherwise, your flow and rhythm will be interrupted. We're also concerned about affecting our students. Fang Zhao is still young, after all. He's inexperienced. He just has to pay attention next time. My fellow professionals tuning in, there's no need to be too harsh. Fang Zhao's fans. So it turns out the vocal reminder on Zhao God's bracelet is the default one. I remember when this voice first came out. Everyone complained it was as stiff and emotionless as a stone. I haven't heard the default voice in a long time. So they haven't changed the voice, have they? Ha 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 ha. My granddad uses the same voice. The chit-chat continued until the following comment: do you guys know what the email he just received is about? If not, check out the press release the Galaxy Awards organizing committee just put out. The winners of the Galaxy Supernova Prize have been announced. Fang Zhao is among the 10 winners. So it's possible that Fang Zhao had set his notifications to mute, but the email from the Galaxy Awards organizers was categorized as extra important? And that's why his vocal reminder was triggered. That can't be it. If it was a message from the Galaxy Awards organizers, why didn't he read the email? Mo Lang, who was listening in on the lecture, also noticed the announcement from the Galaxy organizers. He made the connection to the vocal reminder he had just heard during Fang Zhao's lecture. Ha! This fella is quite something, he blurted with a chuckle. This was probably the first time in history someone had been able to ignore a prize notification email from the Galaxy Awards organizers and keep lecturing calmly. More and more folks searched the internet to verify the news. When they managed to do so, they scrambled back to the online lecture to post comments. Zhao God. You've won. You've won a major prize. Aren't you going to take a look? Hurry, check out the email you just received. If it were me, I'd screw the lecture and read the email first. Now this is a masterful display of God-level composure. So the award citation refers to his special contribution in curing the whole virus. What the heck? Isn't the Galaxy Award an arts prize? They don't have a medical category, do they? New fan. It's a long story. Please conduct a search for news items related to the 4 chapters of the 100-Year Period of Destruction series. More and more folks found out about Fang Zhao's supernova win, but Fang Zhao continued his lecture at his usual tempo even though the comment section for the online lecture had already been flooded with messages urging him to read his email. At the retirement home for former government officials in Yanbei, great-grandfather Fang was watching the live broadcast. He learned of Fang Zhao's win through the comments section and confirmed the news on the Galaxy Awards official website. He was in tears, his voice hoarse from screaming in celebration. Great-grandfather Fang felt that this went beyond a family honor. As the only Yanzhou native to win a supernova award this year, Fang Zhao was the pride of the continent no doubt, but as one of the major players behind the curing of the whole virus, he was a credit to all mankind. Our Xiao Zhao. How come he's so competent? Great-grandfather Fang's emotions began spiraling out of control. He was so moved that he was covered in tears and snot. He turned his head to discover great-grandmother Fang had been filming him all along. Great-grandfather Fang, burp. Great-grandfather Fang was so caught off guard by his wife's paparazzi-style filming that he burped. The burp instantly erased all the simmering emotions that had built up inside him. But he was done crying, which had taken a toll on him. Devoid of emotion, great-grandfather Fang felt refreshed. He sent out 8 generous virtual red packets in his various chat groups and bragged away. In celebration of our Xiao Zhao winning the Galaxy Supernova Award. Red packet. Every time the former officials in the retirement home heard great-grandfather Fang tout Fang Zhao's latest song or acting role, they adopted the mindset of watching someone make a fool of himself. Even though they ostensibly congratulated great-grandfather Fang, in their hearts they were contemptuous. The retirement home was quite big. Besides great-grandfather Fang, there were bound to be other retired officials whose descendants were doing well, especially those who were part of the establishment. But these fellow residents were much more low-key about their descendants' accomplishments. There was no way they would put these milestones front and center and brag about them like great-grandfather Fang. But this time around, when they found out that Fang Zhao had won the Galaxy Supernova Award, great-grandfather Fang's fellow retirees offered their heartfelt congratulations. Firstly, it was because the Galaxy Supernova Award was the real deal. Fang Zhao was the only person from Yanzhou among the winners, and he was only in his 20s. He had tremendous potential. The prize cemented Fang Zhao's transition from an entertainment celebrity to a genuine artist. The second reason great-grandfather Fang's fellow retirees changed their minds about Fang Zhao was his role in the curing of the whole virus. Regardless of whether or not it was serendipitous, Fang Zhao's contribution couldn't be disputed. It was worthy of respect. Congrats, old Fang. Your family has produced another stalwart. Your Xiao Zhao is only in his 20s. The sky's the limit for him. This kid Fang Zhao is quite something. Great-grandfather Fang couldn't contain his delight. Yes, yes, yes. Xiao Zhao takes after me the most. Great-grandfather Fang wanted to speak to Fang Zhao via video conference, but he decided to wait another 2 days because he figured his great-grandson was very busy. After sending a text message offering his congratulations and urging Fang Zhao to pay attention to his health and eat well, great-grandfather Fang, donning his new artsy outfit and with his immaculately polished walking stick in hand, went out for a chat with his friends. He wanted to see if his friends thought his new outfit was artistic enough. Should he get a new hairdo too? In Huangzhou, after completing his second lecture, Fang Zhao had a huge backlog of messages to go through. First, Fang Zhao read the email from the Galaxy Awards organizing committee and confirmed that it was a notification of his win. The email also asked Fang Zhao to respond with his address. The invitation to the prize ceremony would be delivered within 12 hours of organizers receiving his address. After responding with the address of his dorm room at Huangart, Fang Zhao responded to some of the other messages. While he was doing so, he got a call from Huangqing TV's Channel 9. Huangqing TV's programming wasn't heavy on commercial and entertainment content, and its Channel 9 specialized in highbrow documentaries. A small portion of its best work ended up in government archives and labeled with a golden sticker. Channel 9 was making a documentary about the curing of the whole virus. It was a gold sticker production. As the composer of the music that paved the way for a cure to the whole virus, Fang Zhao was naturally one of the key interviewees. We've already dispatched a team to shoot in Yenzhou. We're wondering when would be a good time for Mr. Fang. It's just going to be a straightforward interview and some additional filming. Half an hour will suffice. We'll also film you going about your day, but our cameraman won't be intrusive, the producer from Channel 9 said. Crews had already been dispatched to all 12 continents. There were people involved in the project to cure the whole virus on every single continent who needed to be filmed, but the team sent to Yenzhou had a heavier workload. When Fang Zhao had composed the 100-Year Period of Destruction series, he had been working for an entertainment company in Yenzhou. The Yenzhou crew also had to film Fang Zhao's fellow team members who had helped create the virtual idol Polar Light. No problem, Fang Zhao said. Then when might you be free, Mr. Fang? Let's set up a time. We can conduct the interview at Huangart. We'll send our team over. How about tomorrow at 4 p.m.? I have class in the morning and a 1-hour lecture in the afternoon that's being broadcast live. The lecture ends at 3:30. I can start filming at 4. Great, let's make it tomorrow at 4 p.m., then. After making the appointment with Channel 9, Fang Zhao called Nanfeng to brief him so he could start getting ready. Already ecstatic about Fang Zhao's supernova win, when Nanfeng learned about the Channel 9 interview, he profusely promised his boss that he would be on his best behavior and not reflect poorly on Fang Zhao. After hanging up, Nanfeng also secretly commended himself, "See, what a great eye for employers I have." He also reminded himself to perform on the job so he could keep it for as long as he could. He was going to attend the Galaxy Awards presentation ceremony with his boss. How many award-winning actors and actresses coveted an invitation? The entertainment industry figures who could attend were a minority who had accumulated a critical mass of works and gained sufficient status. As a newly hired assistant, Nanfeng was already feeling the trickle-down effect of his boss's success. The day after Fang Zhao was awarded the supernova, he had class in the morning and gave his third live lecture in the afternoon. As soon as the lecture started, the viewership skyrocketed to 100 million people and kept growing rapidly. Yenzhou's entertainment media put its ability to judge where the winds were blowing and to **T accordingly on full display. Once word that Fang Zhao had won a Galaxy Supernova Award got out, they started putting him on a pedestal. Most of the viewers for the final lecture were from Yenzhou, folks who were curious and eager to witness the spectacle. The 10 winners of the Supernova Prize hailed from 9 of the world's 12 continents. There were 2 winners from Huangzhou. Media outlets from those 9 continents went all out in their self-promotion, eager not to be outdone by their competitors. The comments section for Fang Zhao's live webcast was flooded with congratulatory messages, but Fang Zhao didn't study them carefully. Instead, he completed his lecture series according to his lesson plan before smiling at the camera and thanking viewers for their good wishes. After going offline, Fang Zhao got a video call from Shui Jing. Fang Zhao, have you received your invitation to the award ceremony? Asked Xue Jing. I have. It was delivered to my dorm room last night, said Fang Zhao. Good. Remember to be humble when you attend the presentation ceremony. You carried yourself well during today's lecture. Keep it up. Xue Jing was worried, having read all the inflated coverage by the shameless media. He was concerned that Fang Zhao might be swayed and get a swollen head. He figured if he had won the supernova at such a young age, he would have felt like he was God. Many senior artists who had won Galaxy Awards in the past would be attending the presentation ceremony, and Xue Jing didn't want Fang Zhao to leave a bad impression. Fang Zhao knew what Xue Jing was thinking. He was about to respond when an alert popped up on his bracelet and caught his attention. Teacher Xue. Fang Zhao said. Listen to me, don't dress like a rock star at the award ceremony. Just pick something simple and elegant. I understand. Teacher Xue, I wanted to. I'm not done yet. Listen, kid. The venue will be filled with senior artists. Regardless of whether they are award winners, their presence means they have made significant contributions and racked up accomplishments in their respective fields. Watch your behavior before them, Xue Jing continued. I understand, Teacher Xue. Let me finish first. Xue Jing scolded before realizing he might have been too harsh. He paused and asked, what was it you wanted to say? Teacher Xue, you've won the Galaxy World Medal. It was announced 2 minutes ago, Fang Zhao said. The Galaxy World Medal wasn't awarded every year. It wasn't uncommon for there to be a 3 to 5 year gap between winners. The reason that Xue Jing worked so hard at his age to accumulate even more accomplishments and make greater contributions to his field was to win a Galaxy World Medal, which was the pinnacle of any artist's career. Judging simply from how many outstanding pieces he had in his influence as a composer, Xue Jing paled in comparison to musicians like Mo Lang. In contrast, his range was also limited. There were other competent composers who specialized in the same genre. He fell just short in terms of artistic achievement. But all these years, he had kept toiling away. Xue Jing applied for a Galaxy World Medal every 3 years. He had applied this year as well. That was why he wasn't a member of the organizing committee for this year's Galaxy Awards and hadn't joined the selection panel for the Supernova Award. News had not been forthcoming, so Xue Jing figured he had been passed on again. Little did he know. Xue Jing froze when he heard what Fang Zhao had said. Xue Jing's assistant looked on with concern. He had just received official word of the prize, but Xue Jing was on the phone with Fang Zhao, so he hadn't interrupted. The assistant handed him a glass of warm water. Venerable Xue, calm down. Have a sip of water first. Xue Jing's eye gradually focused on the glass. He accepted it, but his hands kept shivering. The glass was only half full. By the time it had reached his mouth, another half had been lost to the trembling. He also accidentally hung up on Fang Zhao at some point. When Fang Zhao called back, it was Xue Jing's assistant who answered. Venerable Xue is just in shock. He needs some time to recover, the assistant said as he cast a glance at his boss, still paralyzed in his chair. Good to know. Fang Zhao had been worried that Xue Jing was so emotional he had collapsed or something. Nanfeng was already waiting when Fang Zhao emerged from the classroom. Boss, the folks from Channel 9 are here. The crew from Channel 9 was standing by. The venue for the interview was a quiet park within the Huang Art campus. The questions posed to Fang Zhao weren't as pointed as the ones he had learned to expect from entertainment journalists, they mainly revolved around his creative process and the whole virus. Fang Zhao answered in detail. A giddy Nanfeng delivered tea to his boss and the interviewer. After the interview, most of the crew left. If we need additional footage, we'll reach out ahead of time. Does that work for you, Mr. Fang? The producer asked. No problem. Fang Zhao was willing to work with the crew on minor details like that. One cameraman remained to tail Fang Zhao and shoot him as he went about his daily routine. Fang Zhao, just go about your business as usual. Pretend that I don't exist. If you think something is off limits, just let me know. The cameraman followed Fang Zhao back to his dorm room. The first thing he noticed was the Fiery Bird gaming helmet. To prepare for the Channel 9 shoot, Nanfeng had wiped many of Fang Zhao's personal items repeatedly, especially the gaming helmet. Wow! Fiery Bird's limited edition souped-up 8th Gen gaming helmet. It's no longer available for sale. The cameraman was a Fiery Bird fan as well. His gaze became fixated on the helmet. Nowadays, only celebrities like you who work with Fiery Bird can get one. Can I take a look? The cameraman asked, looking at Fang Zhao expectantly. Of course, Fang Zhao said, nodding. Can I take a picture of it? Sure. Thanks so much. Oh, Mr. Fang, just do your own thing. I've set up the camera already. It will follow you automatically. I'm just going to sit here and not interrupt your work. The cameraman cradled the gaming helmet like a baby. He was giddily taking a selfie with it when he felt something was off. He scanned the room and his gaze met that of the curly-haired dog lying next to Fang Zhao's feet. That dog is looking at me. I feel like it wants to bite me, the cameraman whispered to Nanfeng. Nanfeng, who had been pondering what to wear to the Galaxy Awards presentation ceremony, glanced at Curly Hair and said, little Curly Hair is such a good boy. Why would you think that? No, I really think it has something against me. Look, it's still staring at me. Why don't you switch places? Nanfeng suggested. The cameraman broke his promise of sitting still and moved to another chair, still cradling the gaming helmet. Yet Curly Hair's gaze lingered. The cameraman poked Nanfeng and whispered, it's staring at me again. Curly Hair kept on staring, snorting every few minutes or so. The cameraman panicked. What did I do wrong? Why do you keep staring at me? During the entire shoot, the cameraman was holed up in his corner, cradling the gaming helmet. He used his bracelet to adjust the angle of the camera. Fang Zhao just sat there writing. Initially, the cameraman had thought that Fang Zhao was posing. No wonder he starred in Founding Era. That's some serious acting chops. But eventually, the cameraman realized that Fang Zhao was actually writing. He was curious what Fang Zhao was writing, but he was hesitant to zoom in. Most artists didn't like voyeurs when they were immersed in the creative process. The curly-haired dog stuck out its neck and glanced over at its owner. The notebook spread open on Fang Zhao's desk was filled with words and all sorts of symbols and lines, but the cameraman couldn't understand a thing. Not a single word. After a few embarrassed chuckles, the cameraman reluctantly parted with the gaming helmet and packed his gear. On the way back to the TV station, the cameraman shared his thoughts about the shoot with his colleagues. Fang Zhao's dog is vicious. Doesn't he have a small dog? One of his colleagues asked. It is a small dog, but now I know, the smaller the dog, the meaner it is. Maybe it's leery of outsiders. Did it bite you? No, but there's a saying from the old era that makes a lot of sense, biting dogs don't bark. It didn't bark, so it's definitely the biting kind. It kept staring at me. What a scary gaze. I'm thinking if Fang Zhao hadn't been around, it would have attacked me. Haha, so were you scared **** during the entire shoot? Yeah, but thank God there was a limited edition gaming helmet to keep me company, hehehe. While the cameraman was discussing the limited edition gaming helmet with his colleagues, Curly Hair was already dragging the helmet back into the cabinet. A puzzled Nanfeng looked on and asked Fang Zhao, boss, so Curly Hair likes gaming helmets? Yep. Fang Zhao slammed his notebook shut, but he didn't put it away. It remained on his desk so he could edit his score in the evening. He had been inspired by the footage the documentary crew had shown him today. Seeing as Fang Zhao had no intention of elaborating, Nanfeng moved on, asking about preparations for the award ceremony. "Boss, are you really going to wear that outfit on the red carpet?" As far as Nan Feng was concerned, the outfit Fang Zhao had picked was too plain. It didn't stand out. Nan Feng had attended many award ceremonies. Some celebrities were dressed unremarkably at first glance, but on closer scrutiny, there was a certain extravagance to their outfits. It was stealth posturing, to put it bluntly. The celebrities attending the presentation ceremony weren't going to dress plainly. What a great opportunity for exposure it was. There would be so many people attending. How would they boost their popularity if they didn't wear something special that became a topic of discussion? But the presentation ceremony Fang Zhao was going to attend this time wasn't of the pure entertainment variety. It was very high class. Nan Feng didn't have much in the way of precedents to work with. He didn't feel confident about this judgment and wanted to confer with Fang Zhao. "There is no red carpet at the presentation ceremony for the Galaxy Awards," Fang Zhao responded. As an elder in the arts world once put it, they didn't need a red carpet to shine. Serious artists didn't care about things like that. They also weren't into ostentatious displays, which they considered too crass. No red carpet. Nan Feng was disappointed, but he quickly found his composure. His job posed many new challenges, and he intended to take them seriously. Yen Biao and Zuiyu were still taking their bodyguard classes. Nan Feng hadn't signed up. He had rented a room on campus close to his boss's room so he could be at Fang Zhao's beck and call. That way he could do his job efficiently and minimize intrusions to his boss's personal life. After dinner, Fang Zhao started editing the song he had composed in the afternoon. There had been a large element of luck in the 4 chapters of the 100-Year Period of Destruction series becoming the key to curing the whole virus, but there had been a certain inevitability to that luck too. Fate worked in magical ways. Even Fang Zhao, who had endured the 100-year period of destruction, hadn't expected this added bonus. The reason the Galaxy Award selection panel had decided to make an exception and name Fang Zhao a supernova winner was to send the message that music wasn't just a form of recreation or entertainment. It could also save lives. At 11 p.m., Fang Zhao sent the edited piece to the director of the documentary about the whole virus. After the interview, the director had a brief chat with Fang Zhao. It was also the director who had showed him the footage of the whole virus patients his team had compiled. On the spur of the moment, the director had jokingly asked Fang Zhao, "Want to compose a new piece? I'll stick it in the documentary." "Sure," Fang Zhao had responded. While Fang Zhao was sending the director his score, the director was on a video conference call with an old collaborator. What the station chief means is that they want to promote this documentary heavily. Curing the whole virus is something beneficial to all of mankind. It's a rare topic to come by, so of course we need to make the most out of it. The production values must be meticulous. As for the score, we're counting on you, old Joe. Anyone in the business knew that an excellent score that meshed well with the film had a big impact on viewers. It would enhance the appeal of the documentary significantly. The old Joe the director had referred to was a famed musician and composer of film scores. He was in his 80s. In the new era, when life expectancies had doubled, these were prime years, the pinnacle of one's career. Old Joe had a special knack for interpreting images. He also knew how to help the director advance his or her story. He had his own team and took on projects independently. Old Joe had been hired to write the score for the whole virus documentary. He had a sufficient body of work and a team with a proven track record that justified the appointment. The director's email notification went off during the chat. The director had dispatched teams to all continents, which were in different time zones. It was early in the morning where he was, but it might be noontime on another continent, so he was keeping his eye on the ball, scrutinizing every single email he received. When he got word of the encrypted email, the director clicked on it immediately. Huh. The director was surprised when he read the name of the sender. "What's wrong?" Old Joe asked. It's a scan of a handwritten score. The director didn't identify the sender. But the score is a bit complex, unlike the ones I received earlier. It's incredibly detailed. Old Joe's curiosity was piqued. A score. Send me a copy. Old Joe was an old collaborator, and the director knew he was trustworthy. He wouldn't sabotage another person's work. The director forwarded the score quickly after obscuring the name of the composer. There are quite a few symbols I don't understand. I'm not a music professional. Why don't you take a look and share your thoughts, the director said while secretly passing judgment. He's a young man, after all. Once he heard I could stick his song in the documentary, he got to work right away. A bit of a career climber. Old Joe often vetted pieces for the director to prevent his team from being conned. Nowadays, many submissions were touted as the work of masters to fetch a high price, but in reality, they were often composed by those masters' students and then polished by the masters themselves. But veteran musicians could see through the act easily. When he got the score, the first thing he looked for was the name of the composer, but it was blurred. He chuckled. Why bother redacting the name of the composer? Not to brag, but at our level, we can identify the composer with one glance. Even if I can't give you a name, I can tell you who the composer trained under. That's why they don't demand confidentiality for music academy exams anymore. The director served himself a slice of watermelon. He chewed away while Old Joe kept yapping away. But after a while, when he had nearly finished the slice, he realized Old Joe had stopped speaking. He lifted his head and his heart leaped. Old Joe's smile was gone. Old Joe, the director asked. On the other end of the call, Old Joe arched his eyebrows and glared, his voice filled with anger. We've been collaborators for 20+ years, if not 30, no. The director was confused. What's up? You promised me this project and now you look for outside help. I didn't. The director was at a loss. Old Joe's frown deepened. Then what's this score all about? Don't tell me it isn't for the documentary. You could tell from the score. The director was blown away. He raised his arms in surrender. Okay, I confess, this is a piece a young kid composed for our documentary. It was a nice gesture. He doesn't count as outside help. Old Joe wasn't appeased. He was still trembling in fury. Raising his voice, he demanded, "You're still lying. A kid? This type of quality and competence, this level of emotional impact, a kid? Go find me a kid who can produce something like this." As far as Old Joe was concerned, it would take a composer with at least decades of experience to produce the score before him. And that would be someone quite talented. The director froze. He immediately clicked on the email from Fang Zhao and showed Old Joe the name of the sender and the original scan. He circled Fang Zhao's name on the score. See, there it is. The composer is Fang Zhao, the guy I interviewed today. You must have heard of him. Old Joe stared at the name on the score in silence. If it were anyone else, Old Joe would have suspected a ghostwriter, but Fang Zhao. Mo Lang, a national treasure, had personally invited Fang Zhao to collaborate on a piece. He had gotten into Huangart's prestigious 12 tones programs before turning 30. And the 4 chapters of his 100-Year Period of Destruction series had impressed the Galaxy Awards jury so much that they had made an exception and awarded him a Supernova Award this year. Did he need a ghostwriter? Old Joe was still feeling embarrassed when the director asked, Fang Zhao is only in his 20s. Compared to us, he's a young kid, no. Old Joe's cheeks were burning. Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao is an exception. His talent has transcended his age. It finally dawned on the director what Old Joe was getting at. So you're saying this piece is quite exceptional? Indeed. It's so good that it should cost you a hefty sum. The director was delighted. It's free. Fang Zhao said it's a gift. His only condition is that we don't change his score and that we record the song based on his score. You want to change the score? Old Joe glared into the camera. Don't sabotage a good piece. We won't, then. Not a single note. We'll stick to his handwritten score. The director realized he had lucked out big time. He had saved some major bucks. He couldn't afford to splurge on someone of Fang Zhao's market value. He had never thought that Fang Zhao had taken his joking comments seriously. Let's give Fang Zhao more prominent play in the documentary, then. Then it struck the director that he could publicize Fang Zhao's gift. Who knows, maybe other master composers would donate their work. The director couldn't contain his joy. He was smiling like a fox that had just nicked a juicy chicken leg. This kid Fang Zhao, he's quite willing to lend a helping hand. He's a good kid. The curing of the whole virus was big news. When medical experts announced the news, it dominated headlines on all continents for some time. This time, Fang Zhao also became known to many more people. As far as the masses were concerned, the whole virus was a distant topic. If news of its curing hadn't broken, they probably would have never heard of the virus, let alone its symptoms or how hard it was to cure. And they responded to the news with mild surprise, that was it. But Fang Zhao's role in the cure blew many folks away. Even though many people didn't watch TV series and didn't follow the news, the blanket coverage of Fang Zhao's feat made him a household name. Many were incredulous when they heard the story for the first time. How far-fetched is that, a musician can actually cure diseases? The 4 chapters of Fang Zhao's 100-Year Period of Destruction series served merely as a stepping stone, providing the research team studying the whole virus with a clear roadmap and direction. The actual treatment plan and follow-up research hadn't had anything to do with Fang Zhao, but for folks who didn't care about the details, what was more interesting was how a musician had helped cure an illness. How fascinating did that sound? For most folks, that was all there was to it, a fascinating story, a topic for post-meal chit-chat. But regardless of people's motivations, the Fang Zhao's name got major global exposure yet again. And the engine behind the latest round of publicity was not the entertainment press corps but serious magazines and news outlets. The full range of news publications in Yenzhou also covered the story thoroughly. Many members of the entertainment industry also discussed the story in private. What a freak this Fang Zhao is. Indeed. I reviewed his career over the past few years again. These are accomplishments beyond the reach of the average person. If you take a look at other celebrities, none of them have followed the same path. No tabloid stories, he doesn't hit the red carpet, and there's little in the way of self-promotion. Yet every time he does something, it's a big deal. This whole virus business has shaken the medical world to its core. I wonder what Fang Zhao will do next. Fang Zhao was oblivious to all this discussion. He was busy preparing for the Galaxy Awards presentation ceremony. In addition, he had received a few new invitations to other prize ceremonies and activities that carried weight. He had to prepare for those as well. On the day of the Galaxy Awards prize ceremony, Fang Zhao brought Nan Feng, Sui Yu, and Yen Biao. It was common for artists who attended prize ceremonies to bring their assistants and drivers, but bodyguards were rarer. Sui Yu and Yen Biao would be attending as driver and bodyguard respectively, but only assistants were allowed in the main venue. Drivers and bodyguards were banned. Nan Feng was glowing. Even though he was assigned a seat in the back where assistants were relegated, he was glad that he had access to the main venue in the first place. He took a selfie and posted it to his social media account, drawing quite a few jealous comments. As for Fang Zhao himself, he tried to act humbly as Xue Jing had instructed. While most of the attendees couldn't rival Fang Zhao in terms of market value, they were far superior when considering artistic achievement. But the award ceremony posed a dilemma for Fang Zhao. The other artists who won Supernova Awards this year were all quite emotional, teary-eyed and all. In contrast, this young artist was too calm. So Fang Zhao felt compelled to act younger, to blend in. His usual calm came off as maturity, but being indifferent at the arts world's most prestigious prize ceremony was a different story. That would be considered posturing. Of course, there were artists who didn't like to smile or who got more wound up the more nervous they were, but clearly, Fang Zhao didn't fall in either category. I better show some emotion. Otherwise, the veteran artists will think I'm a snob. When it was time for Fang Zhao to accept his award, Nan Feng, who was in the audience, as well as Zui Yu and Lan Biao, who were outside, all noticed their boss was near tears and that his eyes were glowing. What do you think? Do you think boss is really that emotional? Zui Yu whispered in a voice message he sent his two colleagues. Of course. This is the Galaxy Awards we're talking about. Even though boss only won a supernova, which belongs to the lowest category and pales in comparison to a nebula or galaxy world medal, it still beats all the other awards. Boss was the only winner from Yenzhou. But, something isn't right, Nan Feng said. What do you think? Zui Yu asked Yan Biao. Yan Biao pondered the matter briefly and shook his head. Hard to say. If he hadn't known Fang Zhao for so long, perhaps Yan Biao would have taken the show of emotion at face value. Nan Feng hadn't spent that much time with Fang Zhao and didn't know him well, but Yan Biao, on the other hand, knew Fang Zhao quite well. During his military service, Fang Zhao was someone who killed calmly when he was under siege and facing off against terrorists and beasts. Besides, Fang Zhao hadn't been all that emotional when he got word of the supernova, and it had been several days since then, enough time for him to calm down. Even if he got caught up in the emotion of the moment, this was too obvious a display. Yan Biao suspected it was an act. The presenter of Fang Zhao's award was Mo Lang. Clinging to a silver-white round box emblazoned with the supernova logo, Mo Lang flashed a proud smile. You've done well. Even though the old man was retired, he was still well connected. He had already found out about the new piece Fang Zhao had composed for the whole virus documentary. Adding to that Fang Zhao's other accomplishments of late, Mo Lang fancied great things for the young artist. Quite a few members of the audience were intrigued by Mo Lang's reaction. Venerable Mo is in a good mood today. Venerable Mo doesn't accept disciples anymore, but judging from his demeanor today, he might as well have taken on a new student. People who knew Mo Lang knew that this was a rare display of emotion for him. Mo Lang rarely smiled or joked around. Even as a presenter, he was mostly solemn and decorous, but now he was all smiles on stage. Clearly, he was pleased with Fang Zhao, this junior artist. On account of Mo Lang's status, the veteran artists in the audience secretly vowed to treat Fang Zhao well from now on if they could help it. Mo Lang personally draped the supernova medal over Fang Zhao's neck. Fang Zhao clutched a certificate that went along with his medal. In all honesty, he was happy and overcome with emotion. Whether it was the curing of the Hull virus or a nod to his musical talent, the prize was worth celebrating. It was something worth getting excited about. His unfulfilled wishes from his previous life were being realized now. The white metallic medal he had just donned and the certificate in his hands were confirmation of his hard work the past few years. He had shouldered a heavy burden during the period of destruction and faced different circumstances, so he'd had to conceal his emotions, keep his cards close to his vest. Now he was wearing his heart on his sleeve. It was a minor adjustment more in keeping with the young body he inhabited. After wearing the medal, Fang Zhao had to remain on stage with Mo Lang for a photo. The photo would be filed in the Galaxy Awards archives. Meanwhile, the live broadcast of the prize ceremony on a certain website. The host was also overcome with emotion, and he pronounced, at this moment, the Venerable Mr. Mo Lang, a master who is a national treasure, and Fang Zhao, the youngest supernova winner this year, are facing the camera and flashing kindly smiles simultaneously. Realizing his mistake the host caught himself. But it was a live broadcast, after all. What he had just said couldn't be undone. Laughter engulfed the control room of the live broadcast. Ha ha ha, the host misspoke, ha. Kindly my ass. It's a fitting adjective for Mo Lang, but Fang Zhao is only in his 20s. Snicker. Kindly. What the hell? Compared to these old geezers, Fang Zhao is just a kid. Why don't you stick to the facts, host? Even though the host eventually corrected himself, his comment had already aired. Some folks with too much time on their hands took a screenshot of Fang Zhao's smile while wearing his medal and holding his certificate and made it into an emoticon called, Kindly Smile. Ignorant of the fact that he had been made into an emoticon, Fang Zhao acknowledged the master artists in the audience before returning to his seat. After the supernovas were presented, it was time for the Nebula Prize. The Nebula was a lifetime achievement award of sorts. One winner was chosen each year, honoring an individual or organization that had made long-term and significant contributions to the arts. As for the Galaxy World Medal, the most coveted prize among the Galaxy Awards, career achievement, talent, and competence were equally weighed. If there were no suitable candidates, the prize was not awarded. It was common for the award to not be handed out several years in a row. But this year, Xue Jing had finally been selected. Many folks were worried when Xue Jing went on stage, afraid that the elderly man in his 160s would be so overcome by emotion that he would pass out. Xue Jing had long been a fixture in the arts community. He had many friends in the audience. It seemed like these friends could feel the heavy heart and ecstasy that were colliding inside Xue Jing. Xue Jing had waited for some 160 years. He had been oh so close to winning this award on many occasions but had always missed out. Now, the most prestigious medal and highest honor in the arts world was in his hands. It was affirmation of his talent, contributions, and his artistic career. The mood in the room was much more boisterous compared to when the supernovas were being awarded. Xue Jing was allocated more time to share his thoughts compared to the other prize winners. He was all choked up and the applause was never-ending. Fang Zhao clapped along too. He was happy for Xue Jing while pondering his career at the same time. The supernova was only the first step in Fang Zhao's artistic career. The Nebula Award and Galaxy World Medal were his next goals. Maybe, when he was at the twilight of his life, he would be awarded the most prestigious medal of the premier prize in the arts world, just like Xue Jing and Mo Lang. Photos and footage of Fang Zhao accepting his award surfaced online before the Galaxy Award ceremony had ended. Screen captures of the live broadcast and highlights appeared on a variety of media outlets. The news item showed up among entertainment, local, and even military headlines. As the youngest winner of the supernova this year and with the link to the curing of the Hull virus, Fang Zhao was prime fodder for journalists. He simply dominated the headlines. At their retirement home in Yanbei, great-grandfather Fang and great-grandmother Fang were glued to the telecast. Great-grandfather Fang tearfully handed out generous red packets in his chat groups. Our Xiao Zhao won the Supernova Award. Red packet, red packet, red packet. The gaming department at Silver Wing didn't stay idle either. The team posted profusely. Jinro's latest status update. Our boss. Kindly smile. It was fair to say most of the people who knew Fang Zhao well were quite emotional while watching the live broadcast, but there was also a minority that reacted differently. The painting prodigy and Fang Zhao's Huangart classmate, Will Branch, for example. Will was extremely calm and wore a very serious expression when he watched the live telecast. His eyes were glued to Fang Zhao as he carefully observed his classmates' every move and expression. He felt that he was close to attaining the short-term goal he had set for himself while studying at Huangart. After the Galaxy Awards prize ceremony, Fang Zhao's name recognition was boosted yet again. Both journalists who were part of and outside the establishment showered praise on him. If any big star in the entertainment industry was made the topic of the day, these media types would typically feud to no end, yet this time, they all stuck to the same script. Why was that? The circumstances were different. One had to pick one's battles. The pundits weren't stupid enough to bicker over this one. Regardless of whether or not Fang Zhao had simply been lucky in providing the breakthrough to curing the whole virus, the results were what they were. He had received an official commendation. He had picked up his prize. Even if they wanted to take issue with Fang Zhao, now was not the time. They could only hold back for now. There would be plenty of other opportunities down the road. Who knows, they might have something on Fang Zhao next time. The director of the whole virus documentary intended to capitalize on Fang Zhao's popularity. Government-owned media outlets on every continent were already pushing the documentary, generating plenty of headlines, but the director's fear was that few readers would actually go to see the documentary. The name Fang Zhao guaranteed traffic, which meant more potential viewers. To give the documentary broader exposure, the director shot a short film that used Fang Zhao's new song as the score. Fang Zhao's authorship of the song was highlighted. Nanfeng was peeved when he found out. Nanfeng voiced his concerns to Fang Zhao directly. So it turns out that high-class shows like this will hitch a ride on someone's popularity too. Isn't it a bit underhanded? But as far as Fang Zhao was concerned, as long as they meant well, he wasn't going to quibble with the director or the team over their calculated moves. Fang Zhao was happy to see more people learn of the whole virus and the stories of the strong family members who supported the patients. The first trailer that the production team for the documentary released was about 3 minutes long. A mournful piano solo conveyed sadness and a heavy heart. A stifling mood permeated the darkness, as if the world were deep in slumber. Whole virus patients experienced an out-of-body experience of sorts. They couldn't express themselves. They couldn't experience the world, so they didn't feel sadness and pain. Those who suffered the most were their immediate family. As far as the immediate family members of whole virus patients were concerned, the world was a mean place, but they had no choice but to confront it head-on. They were forced to abandon their own life plans, like the power couple of Ming Tsang and wife, for example. They gave up their promotions and bright futures so they could track down a cure and diligently keep vigil, hoping that Lady Luck would pay them a visit. But when would that day arrive? Nobody knew. Maybe their children would recover tomorrow, or never. Human beings weren't afraid of hardship. What they feared the most was the lack of courage and determination. A man squatted in a corner smoking a cigarette and taking in a picture of his 5-year-old daughter, who wore a blank expression. He tugged his collar over his lips, which were frozen pale, got up, and shivered in the relentless winter breeze. He had to get back to his life. After a long night of entertaining, a middle-aged man reeking of alcohol and vomit returned home to his stone-like, expressionless child. His shoulders collapsed and he stormed into the bathroom. He washed his face with cold water and stared into the mirror with his bloodshot eyes. How much longer can you keep your sh*t together? A mother sat on the seat of a swing, watching squealing children scamper in the park. Her eyes turned tearful. She dusted off her dress, left, and leaned on a railing, her eyes filled with fear. A gray-haired couple steered a wheelchair-bound young man out of the hospital and into the quiet streets as they slowly made their way home. Not everyone was as well off as Ming Tsang and his wife. There were so many folks who had already been suffocated by the cruelties and hardships of life. For them, the world was a brutal place. Fate was a form of torture, a multitude of setbacks, painful and full of desperation. In one fleeting moment, they had contemplated giving up. They had wanted an end to it all. Life is an extended wait. Everyone is waiting for something important or meaningful. It could be a certain person, a single utterance, a belief, or an opportunity. We're prepared to wait for our whole lives. Thankfully, Lady Luck shined on us this time. Our break has finally arrived. A letter arrived informing them that there had been a breakthrough in the battle against the whole virus and that their loved ones qualified for an upcoming clinical trial. 3 years ago, the release of the 4 movements of the 100-Year Period of Destruction series had provided the missing link in the race to cure the whole virus. At that time a sea of changes had occurred in many corners of the world. But the world was a vast place, and the breakthrough had been kept under wraps and news reports censored. People had stopped paying attention and the news had soon been forgotten. But unbeknownst to the world, the ripple that Fang Zhao had caused had been changing the lives of many families, of whole communities. So much had changed over the span of 3 years. The man who used to cower in a corner nursing a cigarette now raced to the mountaintop in anticipation of the imminent daybreak. He admired the sunrise and basked in the sunlight enveloping the landscape, gearing himself up for a hopeful day. The gray-haired old man removed his hands from his worn pockets and broke into a brisk walk, beaming. Tomorrow will be a better day. It was their dogged determination, strength, and sense of responsibility that got them through the dark days. The seemingly simple melody that played in the background had a glowing effect, splashing vibrant colors onto what had been a dull canvas, creating a rich, layered, and sharp image. After countless sleepless nights, the family members of the whole virus patients could finally see the light of day and kick back a bit. For those whole virus patients who had been fortunate enough to stick around for a cure, regardless of their age, they were experiencing their senses and expressing their emotions for the first time. It was like being a newborn. They were clueless about life, not having enjoyed bliss or endured suffering yet. Their experiences from now on would enable their growth and make them strong and patient. Perhaps they might choose a less traveled, more painful path at some point, but this much was sure, their lives would be rich and colorful. The cheerful melody soared high, a glimmer of light in the dark seas breaking through the surface of the water and rising alongside the sun. Fang Zhao hoped the whole virus patients who had received a second lease on life were filled with gratitude, remembered their purpose in life, and never strayed from the righteous path. Fish swarmed through the waters while eagles scaled the skies. Fang Zhao hoped the recovered patients would face their uncertain futures bravely. There were also researchers and medical personnel to thank. There was too much to say. Fang Zhao had packed his message in a song. Musicians of a certain aptitude could quickly decode the theme of a piece even if they couldn't figure out the composer's exact message. That was why old Joe had been able to instantly tell that Fang Zhao's score had been written specifically for the documentary. But the message was most likely lost on the masses, who weren't interested in analyzing the piece. The name Fang Zhao alone was enough to pique their curiosity. That was why the director of the documentary had listed Fang Zhao among the credits at the end of the trailer. This move had done the trick. Meanwhile, Fang Zhao's next-door neighbor Will applied for a leave of absence from his classes. He was going to hole up for a week to paint. He intended to skip the next week of classes. His instructors were happy to accommodate him. To have enough inspiration and ideas to paint behind closed doors was a good thing. It proved that the artist had made progress during his studies at Huang Art. The instructors at Huang Art were all giants in the industry. At their level, besides their own accomplishments, bragging rights also hung on the quality of their students. If their students produced outstanding pieces during their programs, it reflected well on them too. One of Will's instructors, a highly respected senior professor at Huang Art, called immediately after receiving Will's application for leave. "Will, you're going into hiding?" "Yes, so I can achieve my short-term goal." The old professor paused briefly. Who was Will painting again? I think he mentioned it in his study plan. But the professor interrupted his train of thought, instead asking, "Is this going to be a tough assignment?" "If you're stuck, you mustn't keep things to yourself, Will. We can talk it over and figure out a solution." "I've gotten over my hump," Will responded. "Good, good." After hanging up, the old professor rummaged through Will's lesson plan. He was getting old and becoming absent-minded. The old man struggled to keep track of anything other than his own work. Still, when he noticed Will's short-term goal was a portrait of Fang Zhao, he cringed. He was sick of the name. The old geezers in the music department had been flaunting it to him constantly. There are so many talented students at Huang Art who span disciplines. Why Fang Zhao? Because he was a celebrity? Because he had high market value? No, well, wasn't that shallow? Probably because he lives close by. The documentary was still being made, but its marketing campaign had already kicked off. The first step in the campaign, a 3-minute trailer, drew quite a bit of attention because of the Fang Zhao effect. So I hear that Fang Zhao wrote the score for the trailer. That's awesome. Are there any music professionals out there? How is the score? Let's hear some professional analysis. I'm not a professional and I can't offer professional comment, but I think the score sounds good. Coupled with the trailer, it's quite a moving combination. It's not easy being a whole virus patient or the family member of one. Are there any whole virus related charity events going on? I want to donate to the researchers, but I can't find anything online. I wonder if they have enough funding. I hear the treatments they offer are all free. There's no need for donations. The major research institutes behind the cure are all backed by major investment funds. Such an important project like curing the whole virus isn't short on funding. What they lack is the right talent. It's time to study medicine. No, I mean to study music, so we can save lives like Fang Zhao. Let's be down to earth and stick to medicine. After all, only one Fang Zhao has surfaced in the 500-odd years of the new era. Other folks had other concerns. The director of the documentary said that the score was an in-kind donation from Fang Zhao. Does that mean Fang Zhao composed a song for the documentary without charging a single cent? Something like that. After all, documentary filmmakers need to hire folks to compose their scores. Master-level musicians don't come cheap at all. Fang Zhao's market value is something to be reckoned with, no. A commission piece from him should cost at least $10 million, no. I remember he sold a piece for $10 million at one point. That's $10 million we're talking about. And he made the offer without a thought. $10 million is low. How long ago was that? His fee will definitely go up now that he's won the Supernova Award. Plus he is immensely popular now. The filmmakers behind the documentary clearly wanted to use Fang Zhao to draw attention. I don't know what level of artistic mastery Fang Zhao has reached right now, but in terms of market value, he must command a lot more than 10 million, at least twice as much. The director of the documentary was smart. Think about how much of his marketing budget he saved with Fang Zhao's gift. Fang Zhao is like a god. One moment he's taking the gaming world by storm, the other he's mining and battling beasts on a foreign planet. Before you know it, he's starring in a blockbuster TV series, and his songs can cure diseases. I haven't rested my knees since the day I started following this star. I wonder what Fang Zhao will endorse next. For most people, the curing of the whole virus was just a casual topic of conversation. They quickly moved on to something else, even though it was widely covered by major news outlets and there was the Fang Zhao factor. Anything that didn't concern their immediate interests was trivial. They would move on after dwelling on it briefly. Meanwhile, the whole virus patients and their immediate families treated Fang Zhao as a savior. Ming Tsang had said in public on many occasions that he would lend Fang Zhao his unconditional support on many matters. Their gratitude was not something outsiders could comprehend. Due to the latest round of saturated news coverage, the four movements of the 100-year period of destruction series, which folks dubbed the key to curing the whole virus, rose in value. Silver Wing Media, Fang Zhao's management company, took advantage as well. Polar Light, the first-generation Silver Wing virtual idol that was already somewhat passé, started trending within Yenzhou again. Online discussion picked up as well. Does Fang Zhao own the rights to the four movements of his 100-year period of destruction series, or does Silver Wing? Has he sold the rights to any of the movements? If not, I'm thinking their market value has just doubled. Boolsh*T. I think it at least tripled. Speaking of which, I remember that idiot from Zhao, Mr. Z, bought the rights to the third movement for a movie of his. Are you talking about Zero, that generator of trashy movies? A crappy film paired with a godly score. What an insult. We Zhao natives are used to it. I just searched for that Zero movie and watched it. To be perfectly honest, the part of the film that used the third movement of the 100-year period of destruction score kind of stood out. It was quite good. The scenes were especially epic and mind-blowing. Those armored vehicles were the real thing. Really? Let me search for it too. What's the name of the movie? It's called God of War. So viewers dug out and watched a film that even Zero himself had forgotten about. Within a short time frame, the film racked up enough fresh views to push it into the top 10 on Zhao's biggest video streaming website. When Zero saw the data his agent showed him, he was blown away. This hardcore? That can't be the case. In terms of driving traffic, I can certainly rival Fang Zhao. Zero was convinced there was something wrong with the data. Zero's agent stared at his client with a blank expression. Why don't you read the news more often? You've barely been skimming the entertainment headlines recently, he said as he brought up stories from major news outlets about the whole virus and Fang Zhao's supernova win on his tablet. Zero scanned the stories quickly. He looked like he had just witnessed a 10-ton elephant take off in flight. Lately, Zero had been busy reading several novels and scripts that Wu Tianhao had passed to him. The duo had had a good time dabbling in garlic speculation and now were planning on investing in a movie project together. The past 2 days, Zero had been mulling over how to use garlic to improve his acting. Then he'd heard about the spike in the views of God of War. Zero also read some of the online comments, which left him fuming. What do they mean that donating to charity is better than splurging on a crappy movie? I spend my money how I like. How am I getting in their way by having a good time? Did I dip into their savings? I've never been late on a single tax payment. These folks have nothing better to fidget over. It's fuss over, Huh. Forget it, fidget it is, then. Zero's agent tried to calm his client, who had rolled up his sleeves and was gearing up for a war of words. Cool down, senior master. You know, no amount of words is a substitute for action. You have to let everyone know that you have ambition too. Zero interrupted his agent immediately. I'm well off and hail from a powerful family. What's wrong with talking about scoring chicks, reading novels, and speculating on garlic? Why are you talking to me about ambition? Zero's agent. Are you trying to piss me to death so you can go shopping for a new agent? Oblivious to the terrified look on his agent's face, Zero felt he had been maligned. He felt that he had been on good behavior, keeping a low profile. Who could have known that he'd get attacked for holing up at home reading novels? It's all Fang Zhao's fault. Still, Zero was full of confidence. Just wait until this business about the whole virus dies down. Fang Zhao won't be trending again. Without government media taking the lead, and given how quickly entertainment headlines change, who's gonna remember him in a few days? The agent had no qualms about taking Zero down a notch. Festival and award season is about to begin. Fang Zhao did a good job in Founding Era. It's very likely he'll pick up an award. Film festivals. Let me be clear, I'm not going to attend any that aren't high class enough. The agent. Who the F***ck cares whether you attend or not? None of the prestigious festivals sent you invites on their own initiative. I had to use my connections to get them. But all Zero's agent did was keep these thoughts to himself. If he actually voiced them, Zero would be royally pissed off. Zero's agent never bothered volunteering information that upset his boss. But just as Zero's agent had pointed out, Fang Zhao was flooded with invites from film festivals big and small from all around the world. He had only been in a TV series and had yet to appear in a movie, but he still got invitations from film festivals. Some of the organizers were hoping to work with him on projects, while others wanted to hitch a ride on his recent star power. But Fang Zhao turned down most of the invites. He was busy. The 12 Tones program was not a walk in the park. The course load wasn't heavy, but there were a ton of assignments. After penning the song for the whole virus documentary, he had to write a lengthy paper. The paper accounted for a big chunk of his grade. If he didn't achieve a certain GPA, he wouldn't be able to graduate. Nanfeng had briefed him on the online commentary, but Fang Zhao hadn't paid much attention. Even though there were plenty of news stories about him, this much he and Zero agreed on: it would die down in a few days. Even though all these TV and film festivals were coming up, some of which Fang Zhao would attend, by that time, every celebrity would be angling for a piece of the action. The publicity teams for many top stars had been gearing up already, but who knew this whole virus business would land Fang Zhao in the entertainment headlines again? But that was a fluke. These crack teams were going to go all out in the days that followed. Let's see who shines the brightest on the red carpet eventually. After such an extended shoot on Planet Y, many members of the founding era cast felt it was their turn in the limelight. Yet no one, including Fang Zhao, would have guessed that the name that was slowly being crowded out would dominate entertainment headlines once again a week later. A week later, Fang Zhao's neighbor Will finally emerged from hiding. He had been holed up in his dorm room for 7 straight days. Apart from attending to his bodily functions, all Will had done was paint. By the time he left his room, he was a shade of his previous self, barely able to stand on all fours. He had lost a ton of weight, as if he had just survived a major illness, yet he was in great spirits and looked relaxed. Will showed his painting to his advisor after emerging from hiding. The first time the old professor laid eyes on the painting, he was so shocked that he struggled to find words. The crooked outline looked quite over the top, but somehow, it came together nicely. The extensive use of black, in contrast to the white canvas, lent passion and mystique to the piece, which was so dynamic and full of tension. If someone stared at the painting, they would feel as if they had just succumbed to a bewildering blow, they'd have no idea what had just hit them. The old professor glared at the painting for some time before taking a deep breath. He asked Will, "Can I keep the original for a few days? I want to take a good look at it." Will nodded decisively. "Sure." After getting Will's permission, the old professor took the painting home. Wanting to brag and to get a second opinion, he invited an old friend over to have a look. "My neighbor." "Who's Will's neighbor?" the friend asked. "Fang Zhao. You know, the guy who was all over the place a while back. He's in Will's class. He's the youngest student in the program this year," the old professor explained. "What's so interesting about Fang Zhao? But is he really like that in real life? The portrait gives off a weird vibe. It's kind of spooky too." I confirmed with Will. "It's Fang Zhao all right." "Wow. I never would have guessed that Will would take this approach. This is a significant improvement. The sketching is superb, and he has gone beyond putting idea to paper. It's so rare to have this level of enlightenment at this age. This should be put on display so that the other art academies can see what our 12-tone students are made of." "Well, that's up to Will. Once it's on display on campus, buyers will soon beckon. Then let's put it up for auction. The painting will definitely fetch a good price. That is, if Will is willing to sell." So, painting in hand, the old professor personally paid Will a visit to see if would be willing to put the piece up for auction on Huangart's auction website. Huangart selected outstanding student works every week to put on display. If the artists agreed, the pieces would be put up for auction as well. "Go ahead and put it on display and up for auction," said an emotionless Will. The old professor was quite baffled by Will's casual attitude. "You're willing to part with it now? You don't want to keep it for a few years?" "No," Will responded firmly. The old professor wanted to confirm Will's intentions. It took a great deal of effort and reflection to produce this painting. Are you sure you want to sell it right after you've finished it? Will seemed confused. This was only my short-term goal. Painting Fang Zhao is only the first step. My ultimate goal is actually to draw his dog. As far as Will was concerned, painting Fang Zhao was only a transition. Been there, done that. Why keep the painting around? Speaking of which, it dawned on Will that it was time to ask Fang Zhao if he could borrow that dog. Will had indeed struggled to read Fang Zhao, but he had been able to capture the complexity of his inner turmoil, not entirely, but at least a part of it. That was already a big success. To capture the full extent of Fang Zhao's complexity would require further refinement of his painting skills. So for Will, the painting was a form of incremental progress, the equivalent of a draft. He hadn't taken it too seriously. Will had attained his short-term goal of tackling a portrait of Fang Zhao. At least Fang Zhao was within his grasp. He could produce some semblance of a portrait of Fang Zhao. But curly hair fell outside his comfort zone. Others might not be able to detect that complexity. More often than not, Will only sensed that the dog was a bit special, but when he picked up his paintbrush, he realized that he had no idea where to start. The more he pondered the matter, the more confused he got. This was a challenge unlike any other he had faced before. No one had taught him how to handle a problem like this, it was something he had never thought about. After considering the matter some more, he had decided to start with the dog's owner. And this was an idea that had come from his cousin, a dog owner himself. Will remembered that his cousin had once said that a dog's personality, to some extent, came from its master. That was why Will had painted Fang Zhao. Now it was time to study the dog again. Yet he was still clueless as to where to begin. After another round of brainstorming, Will decided to borrow Curly Hair for a brief time. He might get more insight after a period of close contact with the dog. But Will knew he wasn't a dog lover. He had never wanted a dog before. He thought they were too much trouble. He had even been bitten by a dog once. He had not harbored any affection for a dog since he'd been a kid. Now that he decided to have a dog, he made a rare call home. The person who answered was Will's father, Will Sr. Will's new piece had caught the attention of masters in the art world, and word had traveled to Will Sr. He was quite proud and had just bragged about the news to a few old friends. He was still wearing a broad smile when he got the call from his son. "What is it? Have you run into a problem?" said Will Sr. in an unusually pleasant tone. "There is indeed a problem," Will said. Will Sr. was intrigued. "Tell me." "I want to have a dog." Will's comment caught his father completely off guard. Will Sr. nearly dropped the teacup he was holding. Incredulous, he was scared more than surprised. "You're going to scoop dog poop with your drawing hand?" Will kept his cool. "I won't have to clean up myself. I did some research. Now, there are AI robots that can do the job and other related equipment that can ease the owner's burden. I won't have to do stuff like clean up poop myself. Don't you remember that you were bitten by a dog?" Will Sr. said. "I don't have amnesia." Will maintained his composure, speaking as if he were bringing up a mundane matter. "There's no law that says you can't have a dog after you've been bitten by one. Tell me the truth. Why exactly do you want to have a dog?" Will Sr. asked. "For inspiration. I can't draw a dog, so I want to try close contact with one. You've been enrolled in the 12 Tones program for some time now and you can't even draw a dog?" Will Sr. scolded. Even though he struck a hostile tone, Will Sr. knew his son well. He knew that Will had to have his reasons. Maybe he did genuinely need to borrow a dog to find inspiration and resolve his impasse. "How long are you going to keep your dog for?" Will Sr. asked. "I don't know. Probably until I can paint the dog." Will sounded unusually troubled. It felt horrible being stuck. Why would he bother taking care of a dog if he could already draw one? It was too much hassle. But Will wasn't sure when he would be able to produce a painting. Will Sr. dropped his objections but voiced other concerns. What kind of dog do you want to have? Don't pick a big dog. When big dogs bite, they kill. A small dog. That's good. Will Sr. breathed a sigh of relief. Bring it over some time. I haven't gotten the dog yet. Who are you borrowing it from? Fang Zhao. When the latest class of the 12 Tones program had been announced, Will Sr. had looked into Fang Zhao, who struck him as being exceptionally young. Plus, Fang Zhao and Will were neighbors. Will Sr. had done some research online, and he knew that Fang Zhao had a very expensive dog. Will Sr. pondered for another few seconds. I'm going to send over another servant. You also need a nutritionist. For the dog? For you. Will Sr. wanted to hang up on his son. Will was mentally exhausted from holding up all this time for his Fang Zhao portrait. He struck everyone as being in poor health. He needed someone to look after him, and he needed to rest. Father and son discussed the matter of the dog some more. Will accepted his father's suggestion to call one of their relatives to ask for advice on having a dog. The relative recommended a popular web channel dedicated to dog rearing. The host broadcast his dog training sessions live and offered tips to novice dog owners. When Will clicked on the link, the host was disciplining a dog and launching into a spiel at the same time. I like smart dogs but not cunning dogs. What's the difference? Smart dogs do what you ask. Cunning dogs ignore your instructions. Smart dogs are of the cuddly and adorable variety, while cunning dogs are little demons. Will thought about the dog next door. Based on his current understanding, curly hair belonged to the cuddly and adorable category. To prepare for his upcoming dog ownership, Will pulled out a notebook and started taking notes. Curly hair type, cuddly and adorable. The host continued in his live webcast, most dogs are afraid of heights. Will jotted a reminder in his notebook not to walk curly hair on high ground. Dogs like to be fondled, but don't fondle the butt or tail of a dog whose personality you don't know well. No touching. Definitely not. Will jotted down this point with force. He was still haunted by the memory of being bitten by a dog as a child. Dogs like to chew and bite. Gotta hide all my pens. And they like to tear stuff. Gotta hide my most important documents, especially my paintings. As for the rest, so be it. There's a saying from the old era that dogs can't help eating **t. Gotta lock my bathroom door too. While Will was preparing for dog ownership, an online news item sparked heated discussion. Will's Huang art professor posted Will's painting on the school's website and made it available for auction. After the portrait was posted online, it began drawing the attention of fellow artists. The number of bids rose quickly. Within a day, the portrait was going for $30 million. Paintings that were posted by Huang Art as one of its featured pieces were the works of either masters or very talented students. It was not unheard of for a painting to go for as much as $30 million, but when pieces attracted such bids in the past, it was typically from other artists, collectors, or investors. Other folks wouldn't pay attention, nor would they express interest. There were two reasons this particular painting was able to draw attention from every continent in a short period: the style was unusual and, more importantly, the subject was Fang Zhao. My neighbor. Whose neighbor looks like that? His facial features are leaping from the canvas. It's gonna scare children. Ha 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 ha, who is Will's neighbor? Poor thing being depicted this way. According to my auntie who works at Huang Art, Will's neighbor is Fang Zhao. That's impossible. According to credible sources, the neighbor is indeed Fang Zhao. F***ck. That looks nothing like Fang Zhao. This is worth $30 million. My niece in primary school can paint like that. Not to brag, but I could produce 10 paintings like this in a day. Then why don't you paint one? So this is what they call an abstract painting. Isn't Will Sr. a surrealist painter? I remember him saying that he wanted Will to take after him. Even if Will doesn't become a surrealist, he's not an abstract painter. This is a major detour. Nowadays, painters just follow the money. What you hate, others like. Surrealism was indeed popular in Will Sr.'s time, but now the elite prefer abstract paintings. That's why Will switched gears. Look, the bids for his portrait broke 30 million in a day. The bids are going to keep going up. I don't really get the aesthetic standards of you artists. A regular Joe like me can't understand abstract paintings. They're no fun. I prefer surreal paintings. Who was it that painted a portrait of Fang Zhao last time? I thought he did a good job. A year 1 student at my art academy just drew a sketch of Fang Zhao. Picture. That sketch wouldn't pass muster in our class. It's so superficial and empty. Other than the fact that it looks like Fang Zhao, there's nothing there. Some of the onlookers were confused. So, apart from resemblance, what other elements are we looking for? Of course something deeper, something philosophical. There's a reason why Will's painting got so expensive. The more I study it, the more of a heart-thumping, dazzling effect it has. I'm bedazzled too. Even a painting like this is worth 30 million. I feel dizzy, my eyes are blurry, and my heart is racing. I want to have a painting auction too. Even if it's a decent painting, the pricing is a bit high. Hype. It's definitely hype. There were the naysayers, and defenders as well. That's actually not the case. My uncle put in a bid too. He's not a painter and he doesn't really understand the painting, but he's a businessman. He is quite rosy about the painting's commercial prospects. True. The painter is a rising star and the subject is likewise a genius artist. Fang Zhao is a trending topic. But the way Will portrays Fang Zhao is really spooky. He looks like an alien. Ha 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 ha, there you go. My question has been answered. The reason why Fang Zhao kicks ass at everything is because he's an alien. Will, does Fang Zhao know you painted him like this? Paging alien Fang Zhao. The focus of the discussion shifted again, this time from the pricing of the painting to Fang Zhao's new nickname. But amid all the playful banter, no one took things seriously. This was simply a form of entertainment. In addition, the matter died down quickly, replaced by the latest headlines from the entertainment industry and news about new celebrity ventures and projects. Oblivious of the online chatter, Will pressed the doorbell to Fang Zhao's dorm room after taking dozens of pages of notes on dog rearing. Nanfeng answered the door. When he realized that the visitor was the genius painter who was enjoying his moment of fame at the academy, Nanfeng was delighted, his previous concerns about Will cast aside. He wore an enthusiastic smile, a contrast to Will's pale and serious expression, which Will had maintained since coming out of hiding. This is a master who produced a painting worth $30 million, after all. You can't judge him like a normal person. Hello, Master Will. After inviting Will in, what Nanfeng wanted to do was ask him about his painting, but he knew his place as an assistant and he was aware that Will was a quiet fellow, so he held back. After entering Fang Zhao's dorm room, Will scanned his surroundings. He was quite disappointed when he didn't spot curly hair, and he frowned. But Nanfeng was already used to Will's constantly disgruntled look. After pouring the guest a cup of tea, he snuck away to the kitchen to prepare his boss's dinner. He had to put on a good showing. In a few days, Fang Zhao would be bringing him along to film festivals. That meant walking the red carpet. Fang Zhao was quite taken aback by Will's sudden visit. He knew about the portrait. Will had mentioned it to him and he had signed off on it. Fang Zhao had also learned from Nanfeng that the painting had been posted on Huangart's website and was fetching prices of up to 30 million. Fang Zhao hadn't been following the news online. He had papers to write and other assignments to attend to. He was scheduled to attend a few film festivals soon, so he had to clear his desk before then. It would be easier to ask for time off that way. He had already turned down all interviews about the whole virus so that the spotlight would be on the research and medical personnel. He just made for a nice prelude. There was no need to blow his story out of proportion. After Fang Zhao sat down on his sofa, a yawning curly hair also emerged from his room and lay down by his owner's feet. He didn't give Will so much as a glance, because he didn't need to. He could tell who the visitor was by smell and figure out what that visitor had brought with him. Meanwhile, Will's gaze lingered on curly hair for quite some time before he told Fang Zhao the purpose of his visit. "You want to borrow my dog?" It was the first time Fang Zhao had run into a situation like this. He had never considered Will an animal lover. Even though Will's gaze lingered on curly hair constantly, Fang Zhao never detected any envy in him, nor the affection toward animals seen in animal lovers. The gaze was more a gaze of curiosity and novelty. That was why Fang Zhao froze when he heard Will's request. Curly hair snorted a few times. Will wore a serious expression on his face, his whole presence oozing a sense of determination that said he wasn't kidding. "I want to paint a dog, your dog, to be specific, but I can't. I'm thinking close contact will stimulate and inspire me. That's why I want to borrow the dog. If it's more contact you want, I can send curly hair over to your room more frequently. We're neighbors, after all," Fang Zhao said. "No," Will said with a shake of his head. "What I mean is close contact, up-close observation." Nan Feng, who was chopping veggies in the kitchen and eavesdropping at the same time, couldn't help sending a glare Will's way. Will continued, "He's so difficult to paint. That's why I want to take some time to observe the real him. If I can walk the dog regularly, that would be even better. I hear that exercise helps a dog express its personality." "Oh, I almost forgot, what are his hobbies?" Fang Zhao. He couldn't tell Will that this dog was addicted to gaming. "What's his personality like?" Will asked. Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao felt it was better to keep Will in the dark. Yet Will kept pressing on earnestly. On the rare occasion that he talked, Will looked like he was having a scholarly debate. He even took out a pen and a notebook to jot down Fang Zhao's responses. Perhaps the answers would be the key to Will finding his inspiration. But Fang Zhao's silence led to a look of utter disappointment on Will's face. So it turns out that Fang Zhao doesn't even know the answer to these questions. An awkward silence settled in. At a loss as to what to say, Will opened his notebook and said, "You don't have to worry about the dog not being well cared for. My family will be sending over help. I am bringing in experts to look after him. They're arriving tonight. Also, these are some notes I have taken." Fang Zhao accepted the notebook. Will handed over and leafed through its pages. He could tell from the notes that Will had done his homework. He wasn't all talk, even though nearly none of his notes applied to curly hair. "As for dog food, I'll only buy the best. I've started looking at kennels too. I'll buy whatever he likes right away." To show his sincerity, Will even offered to sign a dog loan contract. Fang Zhao returned the notebook and pondered. "Let me think it over." Fang Zhao's response got Will panicking. He was about to mouth on when Fang Zhao raised his hand to stop him. "I'll have a decision by tomorrow at 9 a.m. Will could only back down. When he got up to leave, he kept looking back at curly hair. Nan Feng emerged from the kitchen after Will left. "Boss, you have to think carefully before you decide." Nan Feng didn't want Fang Zhao to loan out his dog. "What's the big deal about a $30 million painting? My boss's dog is worth $200 million. You can't just loan him out like that. A pet dog like curly hair is weak and defenseless. Will can barely take care of himself, how can he take care of a dog? What if curly hair dies under his watch? Setting aside the prospect of illness or death, what if curly hair suffers from psychological trauma or some type of invisible damage? There'll be no going back. This is the only $200 million pet dog in the world. Plus, Will doesn't come across as a reliable fellow. I think he must be psycho beneath his cool, cold exterior. Fang Zhao waved Nanfeng away. I have my own considerations. Taking note of Fang Zhao's reluctance to discuss the matter further, Nanfeng shut up. The first key to being a trusted aide was to listen to his boss. He had to go where his boss pointed and do what his boss said. Even if his boss made the wrong decision, he would have to follow suit. At around dusk, the servant and nutritionist that Will had mentioned arrived. Apart from them, there were also 2 bodyguards. They didn't move into Will's dorm, staying at Huangart's guest house instead. They were close by and could rush over on short notice. Inside Will's dorm room, Will was curious about the suitcase the nutritionist carried. What's in the suitcase? Rabies shots, the nutritionist responded. For the dog? No, for you, in case you're bitten by the dog. Will fell silent. He recalled how terrified he'd been as a child when he had been bitten. But soon, his desire to produce great art nipped his fear in the bud. Before art, everything else was secondary. Not to mention that curly hair always seemed well behaved in Fang Zhao's room. He never bit. He wouldn't have any use for the rabies shots. Next door, after his room had been cleared of outsiders, Fang Zhao locked his door and windows to have a chat with curly hair. Given curly hair's current level of comprehension, he could understand and follow what Will had said and what was going on next door. Even though Will doesn't seem reliable, he's a good man. He doesn't have any bad intentions. Curly hair began whining on the floor, a picture of reluctance. Fang Zhao continued, I can add a small hole to my door. You can hang out in Will's room during the day and eat there, then come back in the evening to sleep. Curly hair kept whining, although at a lower volume. Also, I have to head out of town in a few days for film festivals. You know about this. Do you want to come with me or stay here? Curly hair stopped whining and started wagging his tail as if he was pondering the question. If Fang Zhao's travels were to seek inspiration for his music, curly hair would definitely tag along. But film festivals were super crowded. He didn't like the hustle and bustle. People were so casual these days. He might get fondled all the time, and he wouldn't be able to bite back. After a rudimentary exchange, Fang Zhao was able to figure out curly hair's intentions. I don't want to go. I want to stay home and play games. Don't game all day. The stern reprimand sent curly hair cowering again. After weighing the pros and cons, Fang Zhao made a decision. Will showed up the next morning, dark circles around his eyes from a sleepless night of worrying. You can borrow the dog, Fang Zhao said. The comment jolted Will. His eyes lit up. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. I have my conditions. Fang Zhao outlined his conditions. He would add a dog hole to his door. Curly hair would spend the day in Will's room and return to Fang Zhao's room in the evening. I'll be heading out of town in a few days. We can go by this contract on those days. If Will did a good job, he would have more access to the dog. If curly hair fell sick, then having more access would be out of the question. Rest assured. I won't let him starve. I'm gonna go buy dog food now. What brand does he prefer? Is there anything else I need to prepare? Will took out his notebook and started taking notes. He also gave curly hair a quick pat on the back, using the stroke he had practiced on his model dog for more than 10 hours. Will quickly withdrew his hand when he noticed curly hair baring his white teeth. In a cautious tone, he asked Fang Zhao, is he trying to bite me? No, he's just being friendly. Will, really? Childhood trauma cast a lasting shadow. To move things along, Will went for a walk with curly hair right after he signed the loan agreement with Fang Zhao. 2 bodyguards hired by Will Sr. trailed not far behind. This was a $200 million dog, after all. Even if the Huangart campus was quite secure, they had to play it safe. Will and his father would have to make a major payout if the dog was kidnapped. The bodyguards were also there to protect Will from being bitten. People who knew Will well were blown away by the scene. How could Will possibly have a dog? Has he forgotten that terrible incident from his childhood? How could someone so prone to being bitten by dogs have a dog? What if the dog bites off one of his fingers or damages the muscles in one of his arms? His career would be ruined. Who cares about inspiration? Is he willing to put his life on the line for art? The skeptics baffled Will. All I did was borrow a dog so I can find inspiration for my work. Why is everyone responding like it's the end of the world? This dog is a good boy. Really, it's not aggressive. It doesn't bite. Will explained repeatedly. According to the loan agreement, if Will was free in the day, Fang Zhao would let Curly Hair go over. When Will was writing his thesis, Curly Hair would lie down and nap inside the newly bought kennel. During mealtimes, he would be called out to eat, and he would put on a leash and go for a walk in the afternoons. After the walk, Curly Hair would return to Fang Zhao's place and game throughout the night. Fang Zhao had told Curly Hair not to game the whole day, so Curly Hair would play games at night and sleep during the day. After trying out keeping Curly Hair for 2 days, Will felt that keeping a dog was very simple. Fang Zhao had said there was no need for him to bathe the dog or make arrangements for someone to trim Curly Hair's nails. All he needed to do was provide board and lodging and keeping an eye on Curly Hair on walks. It was that simple. When Will spoke to his family over the phone, Will even said, "That dog is really well behaved. He doesn't gnaw on the sofa, doesn't damage the furniture, and doesn't destroy my paintings. He doesn't bark for no reason, and he knows to defecate in the designated area. He sits obediently and doesn't move when I comb his hair. In my workstation, he is especially quiet, though he eats quite a lot." Will believed that everything that was said online was wrong. Clearly, keeping a dog was very easy. There weren't any worries at all. The only thing that made Will gloomy was that he still didn't have any inspiration to pick up the brush and was still unable to draw anything when he faced a sheet of paper. However, Will Sr. felt a lot more reassured when he heard this. He really is much smarter than other dogs and deserves his value of 200 million. As for inspiration, it is something that can be gained but not sought. You don't have to painstakingly think about it. Perhaps it will automatically come to you after some time. You must remain patient. Will understood what his father was saying, but he had an indescribable feeling that he would make no headway if this went on. He didn't have peace of mind, and he felt that something was lacking, but he couldn't say what it was. Whatever, I'll continue keeping it this way. Perhaps it will be as father said and inspiration will come after some time. Will Sr. then asked Will about some other matters. Knowing that everything was fine, he felt relieved. He thought nothing much about though he eats quite a lot, that Will had said. How much of an appetite could this tiny dog even have? After the call, Will had only just turned around when his servant handed him an express delivery that had just arrived. "Sir, you bought snacks for the dog again. The storeroom in your quarters is almost full to the brim with them." This servant had served Will for over 30 years, so she spoke rather casually with Will. The previous trending dog snacks were no good. It doesn't like to eat them. I asked Fang Zhao already, it likes snacks that are a little harder. Will unwrapped the package hurriedly and tossed an artificial bone for grinding teeth into Curly Hair's bowl. This servant had experience keeping a dog. When she saw that bone, which simply couldn't be bitten by such a small dog, and the details on the packaging, she told Will, "This is meant for large dogs. It is a specialized snack for large dogs with great bite strength to gnaw on. Small dogs won't be able to bite." She hadn't yet finished when she heard crack. This so-called specialized snack for large dogs with great bite strength to gnaw on was treated like a biscuit by Curly Hair as he devoured it in just one bite. The servant. She subconsciously backed away from the dog. The sounds of cracking continued. Other than Will, who was not the least bit bothered, Curly Hair's danger level rose in the hearts of the servants and bodyguards. The servants and bodyguards also discussed this in private. Should we tell Master Will Sr. this first? If anything should happen, even a visit to a hospital might not be enough to completely recover. We have to. With this sort of bite strength, just one bite would result in a tragedy. That is Master Will Jr.'s hand that created a painting worth 30 million. Does he have insurance? Speaking of Master Will Jr.'s painting. I think I saw that it hit 37 million yesterday. One bodyguard had just opened up the webpage displaying Will's art and choked out, no. Just recently, it hit 40 million. A $40 million painting. Master Will Jr.'s hand is really too expensive. In the future, we must absolutely prevent him from touching the dog. In a certain city in Huangzhou, an investor had just placed a bid of 40 million and officially brought this auction into the $40 million range. Beside him, his son was extremely perplexed by his father's actions. So, Dad, you also like this portrait? Since when did you learn to understand paintings? No, I think highly of these two, Will and Fang Zhao. The investor waved his finger but didn't continue to explain. Instead, he posed his son a question, a genius artist plus a genius rising star in both art and commerce. What do you get? Two geniuses. It's money. That investor drummed his fingers on the table and stared fixedly at the figures that were slowly rising on the display. Considering this momentum, if Fang Zhao can generate some big news at the Corral Film Festival, the value will rise further. The investor's son didn't really understand what his father meant, but he knew of the Corral Film Festival. A quick search online yielded the latest push notification news, and he went blank for a second. Huh. Fang Zhao sold his dog. He has finally sold his $200 million dog. Some news about Fang Zhao selling his dog had appeared online. Furthermore, there was also photographic evidence. The accompanying images were of Will walking the dog on a leash. But they were people that refuted it. By now, it was common knowledge that Will and Fang Zhao were neighbors. It didn't mean that the dog had been sold. Rather, Will might have been helping walk the dog. However, most of the online push notification news was dominated by the Corral Film Festival. The topic of Fang Zhao selling his dog had only just appeared when it was pushed down by news of other celebrities. For example, a certain celebrity's photos at the seaside, or so-and-so appearing at a coffee shop together with someone else on Corral Island, and so on and so forth. Elsewhere, Fang Zhao had applied for leave and was preparing to head to the Corral Archipelago to attend the Corral Film Festival. The Corral Archipelago was a region in Huangzhou. Having gotten its name from coral, the archipelago possessed beautiful waters and colors that were really unforgettable. The Corral Film Festival, which was held there, was one of the most artistic and influential film festivals in the world. It was also the most comprehensive film festival, as it included awards for movies, serials, short films, and more. Other than the political and commercial elements, it also emphasized art, and the highest prize was the Golden Coral Award. Nanfeng had already started making preparations even before Fang Zhao received his invitation. As an all-around assistant, I have already made reservations for a parking space on Corral Main. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to get a parking space and would have to park the flying transport at one of the other small islands. Yen Biao straightened up his new bodyguard attire and chuckled as he viewed photographs of the flying transport that Nanfeng had rented. Oh, Nanfeng, this flying transport is really excellent, a deluxe model. Renting it couldn't have been cheap, right? Boss will be heading to the Corral Film Festival, the film festival that creates violent storms in the entire world's entertainment circles every year. We can't scrimp on our allocations, we can't be looked down on by others or become a laughing stock. Besides the flying transport, I have also rented a flying car. It can be driven out when we get there. Most importantly, boss can cover the expenses, he. Fang Zhao had seen and approved everything Nanfeng had applied for. One had to act according to the rules of whatever circle they belonged in. Nanfeng was the most familiar with film festivals, so as long as it wasn't overboard, Nanfeng's requests and activity expenditures would be approved by Fang Zhao. It's rumored that Boss might win an award this time, Best Supporting Role or something like that, Suiyu remarked as he wiped the shades in his hands before putting them on. How come I heard that it is probably a newcomer award? Yen Biao went online and started to search. He didn't really know much about this stuff and didn't understand some of these awards. Nanfeng had also hired a stylist from one of his contacts. He already had it all planned out. When they reached the Corral Archipelago, he would give Fang Zhao a new appearance every day so that he wouldn't lose out to others. After Fang Zhao had finished giving his last lecture before setting off, he returned to his quarters to tidy up his things. He didn't bring much with him, as Nanfeng had mostly prepared everything. Before he left, Fang Zhao headed next door to check things out. From his past few days of observation, Fang Zhao had realized that Curly Hair was adapting very well. The little thing also seemed rather happy and was enjoying himself next door. With a lifestyle of eating, drinking, and sleeping in the day before returning home to game at night, how could he not feel refreshed? However, Curly Hair was already controlling the amount of food he ate and drank next door to conceal his peculiarities. Now, his appetite had increased considerably and he ate as much as 3 large dogs put together. Therefore, after Curly Hair had eaten next door, he would still eat the dog food that Fang Zhao prepared when he returned, though nobody else knew about this. Fang Zhao had already instructed Curly Hair on what was needed, so Fang Zhao didn't need to say much when other people were present. Will even brought out his new shopping list to prove that he would definitely not treat Curly Hair poorly. The list was filled with dog food and treats of the expensive variety, so nutrition was guaranteed. Nanfeng was a little worried and said, "Isn't this a little too excessive? Don't feed him till he turns into a pig." With a straight face, Will replied, "That absolutely won't happen. How can a dog turn into a pig? Is this man an idiot?" When Fang Zhao left the dormitory building, Yen Biao and Zuiyu were already stationed beside the car door. Yen Biao noticed Fang Zhao carrying a wrapped-up case in his hand and hurried over to help Fang Zhao carry it. "Boss, what is this? It's rather heavy." "Miniature aquarium," Fang Zhao replied. Curly Hair wouldn't be coming along this time, but Fang Zhao was bringing the rabbit with him. Fang Zhao didn't know what Curly Hair might do to the rabbit if it was set free. Given Curly Hair's stomach, which could even digest a bullet, Fang Zhao reckoned that his toxin resistance would be rather high and he might be just fine eating the sea slug, at most having the runs. Furthermore, the Corral Archipelago was surrounded by the ocean, and there would be many people keeping sea slugs on the island, so Fang Zhao wouldn't have to worry about the feed. Perhaps he could take the opportunity to look for more choices of feed, since the appetite of the rabbit had increased recently. The car arrived at the transfer station and the party set off toward the Corral Archipelago in the flying transport Nanfeng had rented. The Corral Film Festival lasted quite a long time, about half a month. Many attendees arrived ahead of time. There were also some folks like Fang Zhao who landed a few days into the festival, but they were few. Fang Zhao was held back by class. Quite a few key sessions were clustered around a few days, not just music classes but also drawing and dance. It was as if the scheduling was intentional so that the teachers could keep their students at Huangart for a few more days. One student suggested in private that this was a prank on the part of the teachers. Fang Zhao's departure was delayed by 2 days. By that time, the film festival had already kicked off. Entertainment headlines were dominated by the Corral Film Festival. The entertainment journalists were already flexing their limbs in celebration. There are bound to be reporters staking out the airport. "We've gotta look our best," Nanfeng said while scrolling through the headlines on his bracelet. Fang Zhao was easy to take care of. He always kept his hair short, and he wasn't fussy about his hairdo. Nanfeng paid a hairdresser to give him a trim before their departure, and their stylist could take care of the rest. The stylist was one of Nanfeng's friends. He would be traveling with the entourage. He was responsible for Fang Zhao's entire look. Fang Zhao wasn't a fan of too much bling. His outfit for the day was simple, but nobody could take issue with it either. This annoyed Nan Feng. It wasn't quite what he had imagined. He felt that he hadn't shown his full repertoire. En route to the airport, Nan Feng checked in with his chat groups and showed off to a few of his old friends. He also compared notes with the other assistants from Silver Wing. Nan Feng had been added to a Silver Wing chat group for assistants not long after he had started this job. The other assistants had been quite guarded around him at the outset because he had still been on probation. But soon enough, Nan Feng had become an insider. His boss was always at full throttle. There was a constant stream of news about Fang Zhao, which gave Nan Feng quite a bit of backbone. Fang Zhao was also in a special situation. He was on academic leave, which meant he wasn't competing directly against Silver Wing's other artists. That was also why Nan Feng had been quickly accepted as one of the boys. There was internal competition within Silver Wing. The assistants were quite chatty, but there was no way they could reveal too much about their bosses' private lives. Matters that pertained to their boss's direct interests were off-limits. Meanwhile, several young actors were comparing notes in a chat group set up by Ji Polan. Ji Polan had had a minor role in the Yenzhou chapter of Founding Era that didn't draw much attention, but he had racked up quite a few credits over the past few years. Even though he was never the leading man, one was bound to see his face in some local and foreign productions. Just getting folks to recognize his face was no small feat. The Corral Film Festival was naturally too good an opportunity to pass on. Ji Polan showed up with a few young actors who were his partying buddies. They might not be invited to certain events, but just being able to show their faces and get exposure from a major film festival justified the trip. Some of the celebrities who attended film festivals got invites from sponsors, while others were part of productions that were being screened at the festival. On average, there were dozens of premieres at a film festival. Each premiere staged a red carpet walk. The featured film's cast only took up so much time. They needed a large number of other filmmakers and celebrities to fill up the screen time. Did you think the folks who weren't part of the cast who walked the red carpet repeatedly were really there to watch the movie? As for minor celebrities, they didn't necessarily walk the red carpet. Some found it a chore, while others failed to crash the party. A few actors in the group were sharing their thoughts. They thought they had decent careers in Yenzhou, but here they were nobody. No one recognized them on Main Street, not so much as a glance. As for the entertainment journalists, why would those guys make time for two-bit characters like them? I just crashed a red carpet ceremony. There were so many people crashing the ceremony that they had to step up security. I was kicked out in the end. The good thing is I had already had my picture taken. I've completed my assignment. I'll have my publicity team edit the footage. They better edit out the part where I got kicked out by security. I hear 2 of our company's projects are selling quite well over at the film market. They've already signed deals for them. It's a very lively film market this year. Movies set against the period of destruction are doing exceptionally well. The fad created by Founding Era won't die down for another 5 years. My agent has secured a role in a film set in the period of destruction. I'm only the 3rd male lead, but the director is quite well known. Both the leading man and leading lady are A-listers on their respective continents. My roommate also got a role in a TV series that touches on the period of destruction. Who wants to go watch movies? Let's organize a group. Let's go. Idiot. Are you going to waste your hard-earned appearance here on watching movies? You should seize the moment and crash a few red carpets, get your photo taken, and generate some headlines. Where's your agent? He says he's out negotiating deals for me. He wants me to stay out of trouble, but it's so boring staying in my hotel room. I've ended up getting killed in 10 straight gaming sessions. I'd rather watch a movie instead. Forget about it. You won't stand a chance trying to land a ticket for a major production. All you can settle for are the smaller budget movies. I saw a horror movie this morning. I broke into a cold sweat. You gotta admit, the films invited to screen here are all quite high quality. Where's Big Brother G? I saw in the news yesterday that he attended a premiere. It was for a movie he actually appeared in. Why is he so quiet today? That's not his style. Paging Big Bro G. Is Big Bro G free today to show us a good time? G. Polan was the closest thing to the leader of the group. His career was also the most thriving. Usually, G. Polan was quite high profile, posting selfies on his social media accounts every day. He had made a post at least once or twice daily since arriving at the Corral Film Festival. It was utterly odd for him to not have posted a single item today. There was no way someone like him would let his social media accounts go cold on an occasion like this. It was definitely not G. Polan's MO. After a while, G. Polan finally responded, busy, picking someone up at the airport. Who? Who could require Big Bro G to put in an appearance? All of Silver Wing's A-listers have arrived. No, there's one more person who hasn't shown up yet. Fang Zhao. Big Brother Zhao is arriving on the island. Big Brother came out so naturally, no qualms whatsoever, even though the actors were referring to someone younger than them. I'm going too. Which airport? Wait for me. My shades are broken. Who's got spares? Why do you need shades? Who would recognize you? It would be a great thing if you were recognized. This is the Corral Film Festival, after all. While G. Polan and the other young actors were awaiting Fang Zhao's arrival, a shiny golden flying transport hovered above. It stood out amid all the white, gray, and black transports. The plane didn't land immediately, making a few ostentatious turns before touching down slowly. That flying transport looks like it's been struck by lightning. Whose is it? One of the young actors asked, glaring in its direction. What a flashy landing. It's gotta be a major player. Let's wait and see. Let's see who gets out first. I'm sure it's someone very recognizable considering how high profile the landing was, G. Polan said. Just as the actors described, the flying transport was so flashy that the entertainment journalists staking out the airport got all excited. They had started filming when the transport had still been hovering and hadn't stopped since lest they miss a single detail. Soon, a figure emerged from the entrance of the plane. Such vibrant colors, an over-the-top shirt, and pants with extravagant prints, this combination stole everyone's attention instantly. G. Polan cast a skeptical glance and grumbled, I saw that outfit at Fashion Week last month. It looked hip on the model, but why does it look so weird on him? He wanted to punch someone. He actually brought 10 assistants. What's up with that? The bodyguards trailing him look like they're gearing up for a group fight. The young actors were blown away. F***CK. I'm wearing the same outfit as one of the assistants. One of the young actors started covering himself awkwardly. His entire outfit had cost some $10,000. It was the most he had splurged on an outfit ever, yet even this fellow's assistants were so luxuriously dressed. Such injustice. He's the king of Lijo, no doubt. But is Zero here to showcase his movie or himself? His movies wouldn't qualify for the Corral Film Festival. As for branding, his last name is an established brand already. One of the Renaults is a major backer of the film festival. Even if his movie isn't screening, he can still easily swing an invite. While Zero and company were the focus of attention, another flying transport landed. Yen Biao disembarked and surveyed his surroundings. Nan Phone was right on the mark. I thought we're going to make a grand entrance, but everyone is the same. There's a flashier plane right next to us. Fang Zhao emerged and looked over. Because air traffic was especially busy this time of the year, the airport imposed restrictions on plane size. Large flying transports were banned, only small or medium transports were allowed. Planes that were too big were turned around. The bling-bling flying transport parked next to their plane was right on the border. A little larger and it would have been banned. It was probably custom-made, and it was clearly larger than its neighboring aircraft. With that plane as a contrast, Fang Zhao's flying transport, which was already quite modest to begin with, paled in comparison. Nanfone was utterly annoyed. Based on where the flying transport was parked, it had landed not long before theirs. Who the F***ck is that? Fang Zhao, who had a good idea, smiled. The Samyet of Lijo. Back when they had been shooting Founding Era on Planet Y, Zero had toyed with the idea of a stage name. Fang Zhao had jokingly suggested Samyet 1. As far as Fang Zhao was concerned, even though Zero looked like he deserved a good beating, he never did anything immoral or illegal, and he was a simple thinker. Also, Zero always said in private that he was the smiling angel of Lijo and even secretly nicknamed himself Samyet. The name might even strike folks who didn't know the backstory as tasteful. Zero had arrived at the Corral Film Festival 2 days late, not because, as he put it, the superstars always showed up last, but because he had received a dressing down from his father. In the end, Zero had gone over his father's head straight to his grandfather, the governor of Lijo. By the time he had secured his festival passes and tickets, it had already been 2 days into the festival. Senior Master, let's stick to our game plan on this trip. You have to control yourself. This flying transport wasn't part of the plan. It's too high profile. Shall we stick to the plan going forward? You promised the governor on your honor. I promised on my honor. Yet Zero was oblivious to his agent's pale complexion. He had promised his grandfather that he wouldn't stir up trouble or instigate disputes, but does being high profile count as stirring up trouble? Isn't this perfectly normal? Being high profile didn't qualify as something out of the ordinary in Zero's book. Zero fidgeted with his sunglasses and pouted his lips toward an approaching limo. Let's go. We've posed for 10 minutes. These ecstatic photographers probably have enough material. Zero's agent, who was trailing behind his client, wore a blank expression on his face. These paparazzi. They're not here out of admiration. They're here to see a monkey make a fool of himself. He could predict what the entertainment journalists would write even without going online. The entire population of Lijo knew the limits of Zero's talent. His films would never qualify for the competition of a film festival of this stature. More likely than not, he was here to party and pick up chicks. Zero's agent was also quite worried. In Lijo, Zero had been able to indulge himself and make a mess of things to no end. His family had always backed him up. Even though Lijo natives loved to chew out Zero, at the bottom of their hearts, they still treated him as a mascot and a regular source of entertainment. But on other continents, similar behavior would probably result in a mob lynching. Zero waved off his agent's spiel. Got it, got it. Stop talking. I'm no idiot. Zero's agent. Yes, you're the brightest of them all. You have an IQ of 250. Just as he was getting ready to leave, Zero heard someone yell near the entrance to the airport. It's Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao. Over here. Fang Zhao. What do you think of Will's painting, my neighbor? Stop pushing. You folks in the front are getting in the way. What's Fang Zhao carrying in his suitcase? Is it some kind of secret weapon? Who cares? Let's shoot it first. It was storytelling time again. It didn't matter what was actually inside the suitcase. The key question was how to spin a tale based on the picture. Fang Zhao had been dominating the headlines of late. Everyone recognized the name. The entertainment press corps naturally paid attention to someone who frequently showed up on TV newscasts. Fang Zhao's role in curing the whole virus and his Supernova Award win had completely overshadowed the prestige of the 12 Tones program. There were plenty of folks who had graduated from the 12 Tones program, but only one student had written a song that had helped cure the whole virus. Capturing Fang Zhao on film was a rare opportunity. Naturally, the paparazzi would seize the moment. Staking out the airport had paid off after all. G. Polan and company were completely crowded out. "Wow, Zhao God is this popular," one of the young actors said with envy. The entertainment journalists who joined the stakeout are from all over the world, not just Yenzhou. G. Polan marveled. Even Silver Wings A-listers don't draw this kind of commotion, no. Many celebrities were insanely popular in Yenzhou but hardly worth a mention in a global context. Not far away, an incredulous Zero watched as the press pack rushed toward Fang Zhao like sharks that had smelled blood. His shades had nearly fallen off. Zero hadn't felt anything when the paparazzi had snapped away at him behind a 10-meter perimeter, but now the contrast was glaring. It stung. Such bad luck. He must have pulled some sort of sorcery to steal the limelight from me. Zero's agent. Are you AF** King idiot? Elsewhere, Zui Yu and Yen Biao put into practice the bodyguard skills they had picked up in class recently, shepherding Fang Zhao to his car. A reporter tried to tug Fang Zhao but was blocked by Zui Yu. Safe in his car, Fang Zhao got a call from G. Polan. Fang Zhao told him the location of his hotel and asked for a backroad route. G. Polan and company, who had been at the film festival for some time, were quite familiar with the terrain. They were handier than GPS. They were here to crash red carpet ceremonies, after all, and made their way to all kinds of events both big and small. After Fang Zhao and his entourage checked in, G. Polan and his crew arrived. The two groups had lunch together. G. Polan insisted on paying, and Fang Zhao didn't fight him. Fang Zhao also agreed to have his picture taken with G. Polan and let him post the photo on social media. Big Bro Zhao. What should we do after lunch? G. Polan asked. Nanfeng glared at G. Polan. This kid is a relentless free rider. Naturally, Fang Zhao knew what G. Polan and company were getting at. He responded, I'm going to catch a few movies. The films that have been selected for the Carol Film Festival competition should be decent. G. Polan pounced when Fang Zhao didn't blow him off. I'm going to join too. I've been so busy since I got here. I've only managed 2 screenings so far. Take me. I love watching movies, another young actor said. Me too. Me too. We don't have anything else going on. We'll hang out with you, the others said. It was as if these groupies had completely forgotten what they'd said in their chat group, that only idiots go watch movies during a film festival. G. Polan had work the next day. The others couldn't remain idle either. Even if they wanted to slack off, their agents would get on their cases. Their agents hadn't worked so hard to get their clients to the film festival just for their clients to be beach bums. Fang Zhao's workload was different, but he had his own tasks to attend to. His only credit so far was Founding Era. TV series were different than movies, whose publicity campaigns involved more events. Many directors were promoting their new films and went all out. The TV series featured at the film festival were either being broadcast or had concluded already. There were associated events, but none of them involved Fang Zhao. He hadn't received any special requests either. All he had to do was attend the award ceremony at the end of the festival. Fang Zhao had read up on Corral. The archipelago was home to a branch of the Marine Biology Research Institute that was also one of the world's 3 major sea slug breeding grounds. But the branch was located on a smaller island, not the main island. Corral comprised a host of islands. Because of the film festival, the general public was most familiar with the main island, Corral Island. If one wanted to buy a sea slug, they didn't need to venture to a smaller island. There were plenty of fish pet markets and stores on the main island, which drew traffic away from the outlying islands. Fang Zhao wanted to bring his rabbit to the Research Institute branch. The branch housed quite a few rare sea slug species and many types that weren't available on the market. The staff there could also perform a health checkup on his rabbit. They were professionals. Fang Zhao had all the credentials he needed, so the day after he arrived in Corral, he traveled to the small island that was home to the Research Institute branch, water tank in hand. Silver Wing headquarters. Chairwoman and CEO Duan Xinji was getting a briefing from her secretary about the film festival. The team Duan had dispatched was doing well negotiating partnerships and new deals. Silver Wing artists were also getting decent exposure. What about Fang Zhao? Has he helped out at all? Duan Xinji interjected. Not that I've heard of. After checking into his hotel yesterday, he had lunch with Ji Polan and his friends, then saw a few movies. Duan Xinji was curious. What kind of movies did they watch? She wanted to get a sense of Fang Zhao's tastes based on his preferences in film. According to his assistant, he watched a historical epic, a film set in the modern day, and a sci-fi movie, and 2 animated features for children. Duan Xinji. Animated features for children? Duan Xinji was baffled. She asked, what did he do today? If I recall correctly, there were 3 major premieres today. Apart from the cast, premiere screenings were also attended by other directors and celebrities. Even folks who weren't invited and didn't have tickets tried to crash the red carpet. Fang Zhao left the main island first thing in the morning for a small island that's home to the local branch of the Marine Biology Research Institute. He said he wanted to get a checkup for his pet sea slug. The secretary's voice tapered off. Duan Xinji, who was signing a document, paused. He went where? The Carroll branch of the Marine Biology Research Institute, to get his pet sea slug a checkup. So a film festival is less interesting than a sea slug? Fang Zhao could no longer be controlled by Silver Wing. Now, even though Silver Wing was always keeping tabs on Fang Zhao's tendencies, they were unable to anticipate the next step he would take. Everyone had thought that with the invitation card Fang Zhao held, in addition to his reputation, he could easily attend any large-scale production's premiere and grace the red carpet without any worry of being chased away, and he'd still have reporters from every continent following after him for interviews. However, contrary to what most people had thought, after going to catch a few movies on the first day that weren't too popular, on the second day, he had gone to an island's research center to give his pet a checkup. Totally unpredictable. This was the collective opinion of Silver Wing's personnel. So much so that there were even some who wondered whether Fang Zhao was doing this on purpose because he knew that people were watching him and analyzing his preferences. However, these people were overthinking things. Fang Zhao had really gone to watch those movies seriously and had had a purpose for doing so, including the 2 animated features for children. Now, due to the popularity of Founding Era, and the easing of restrictions for films set during the period of destruction, more and more movies and drama series set in the period of destruction were being produced. But the period of destruction was an extraordinary period, and many new era people had no way of understanding that time. To produce a great film, it had to be helmed by a grand director and competent scriptwriters, and having top-quality music and sound personnel, outstanding actors, epic subject matter, and other such important factors was indispensable. Otherwise, it was very likely that while the film would have the skin of a period of destruction flick, its core would be empty and it would be nothing more than a dud film. From an artistic angle, it wasn't that adaptations were not possible, but as someone who had personally experienced the cruelty of the period of destruction, Fang Zhao hoped that people would view that period with reverence and reflection and not treat it jokingly and adorn it with irrelevant matters. The period of destruction film that Fang Zhao had gone to watch hadn't been too bad. It had told the story from an even more ordinary perspective. The accompanying soundtrack had also had its own characteristics. When watching the film, Fang Zhao had actually paid even more attention to analyzing the acoustics. It wasn't just limited to this film. In all the film premieres that Fang Zhao had gone to, he had paid particular attention to analyzing the acoustics and music. Different movie genres had different musical characteristics. Some lesser-known composing experts who could improve a low-budget production were participating in the competition, whereas an accompaniment that wasn't done well could lead to a negative film experience, and viewers might find it jarring. It would be unable to achieve the desired effect. Fang Zhao had discovered some new techniques after watching those movies, and with his notes, he would be able to write out a thesis in the next few days. During the course of advanced studies, there were rules for theses. Fang Zhao felt that he could write a lot, and there was too much he could learn from and analyze during this film festival. Thus, when Fang Zhao had brought out his notebook after each screening of a movie, Ji Polan and the others had been at a loss. Could it be that their disparity with Fang Zhao was in how they thought afterward? Right. I will write when I get back. Among Ji Polan and the others, there were some that had watched the animated features with keen interest, and some had fallen asleep. Only Fang Zhao had been different. He had kept his eyes wide open as he'd stared at the screen as his pen scribbled continuously in his notebook. The theater had been very dark, and Ji Polan hadn't even known what Fang Zhao was writing. Would Fang Zhao's blind scribbles while staring at the screen be legible? But after they had finished watching, Ji Polan hadn't had the nerve to ask for a peek at Fang Zhao's notes. Blindly scribbling wasn't very difficult for Fang Zhao. He had gotten used to it during the period of destruction. In addition, as Fang Zhao had watched the animated feature targeted at kids, besides analyzing the acoustics of the film, he had still been able to see the new era's education situation for kids through the content and techniques. Thus, when compared to the other films, Fang Zhao had taken down a lot more notes for these two animated features for kids. During the period of destruction, life had been about survival, preserving oneself, then picking up weapons with which to fight. During that period, the first items a child might have picked up were not eating utensils but, rather, knives and guns. But these were no longer needed in the new era. As someone who had experienced all three periods, the old era, the period of destruction, and the new era, this sort of experience was really miraculous. This was something that nobody else would be able to understand, something Fang Zhao didn't need anybody else to understand. When Fang Zhao brought his pet for the checkup, he brought along his notebook so that he could still work on his thesis in his free time. Before heading over to the research center, Fang Zhao contacted the breeder of the hybrid rabbit, Denzel. Denzel informed Fang Zhao that he had a student who was working there and studying sea slugs. When Fang Zhao arrived on the little island where the research center was located, Denzel's student came to personally pick him up. I am Ren Hong. Just calling me home will be fine. Ren Hong had a rather cheerful temperament. He looked like a freshly graduated university student, but in actual fact, he had been working at the research center for 10 years already. Generally, the people of Corral Archipelago were used to seeing big-name celebrities. The clientele here was higher-end, so he was more casual toward Fang Zhao. However, Fang Zhao was still different from other celebrities. The halo of being a Galaxy Award winner was much brighter, and furthermore, he had been introduced by Denzel, so Ren Hong treated Fang Zhao much warmer than when he did others. Ren Hong drove Fang Zhao to the expo. The research center's laboratory was off-limits to outsiders. Generally, tourists would head to the expo. There, one could find sea slugs for sale, veterinary clinics, and all sorts of little shops. Is this that sea slug my master bred? Ren Hong was very interested in the rabbit inside the aquarium. However, as he had received the data that Denzel had sent him and thus knew that this little thing was highly toxic, he didn't dare touch it. There are many varieties of feed here. Feed with a higher composition of natural ingredients is limited, but here in the Corral region, you can purchase a lot more this time. On the way, Ren Hong recounted many stories regarding the sea slug trade. The expo also belonged to the research center. Their research center had a high revenue and didn't lack any money, but due to the rising popularity of varieties of goldfish and other non-poisonous ornamental fishes, the pressure on them had increased somewhat. This year, the center has bred quite a few better-looking sea slugs that have a lower toxicity that won't hurt humans. These varieties have hit the market, and many families with kids and elderly have ordered them. You can purchase some when the time comes. The Sea Slug exposition was bustling. There were merchants and celebrities that were participating in the film festival. Along the way, Fang Zhao saw quite a few familiar faces. Ren Hong brought Fang Zhao deeper inside. He observed many people who were coming out opposite him and holding all sorts of aquariums, both large and small, filled with all sorts of sea slugs. Some were colorful and garish, swimming about excitedly in their aquariums and appearing very lively. Fang Zhao didn't know whether he was assuming wrongly, but it seemed that the rabbit in the aquarium he held seemed to have become especially quiet after he'd set foot in the expo. The rabbit was just laying there not moving, as if it was a fake. Fang Zhao also saw some tourists carrying aquariums with sea slugs that weren't too gorgeous and were slightly bigger than a fist. Although they couldn't be compared with Fang Zhao's rabbit, they could still be considered rather big for sea slugs. Are those being bought to be reared too? Fang Zhao asked. They're to be brought home and eaten. Ren Hong raised his hand and pointed out. Ornamental is that side. This side onward is for food. Those that aren't too colorful or beautiful and don't have any special characteristics are for consumption unless their flesh doesn't taste good. However, the majority of sea slug flesh tastes quite decent and has high nutritional value. If handled well, there won't be any toxins that would harm humans, and it'll provide health benefits too. Oh, and those few varieties over there have succulent flesh and a tasty flavor. Many people buy it to brew soup for old folks. And the row over there is more suited for youngsters. Youngsters have their own needs too. Ren Hong gave Fang Zhao a, you know what I mean, look. If you wish to, I can help you purchase them. Just transfer the funds to me. We have an internal staff price. Seeing Ren Hong's vigorous recommendations, Fang Zhao bought a batch suitable for elderly to be sent to the two old folks in Yanbei City. He also bought some snacks and souvenirs to send to other people. Ren Hong smiled so happily that his eyes disappeared. They had an internal staff price, but they would also get a cut of sales. The research center didn't lack money, so their staff would also earn from this. No wonder Denzel said that this is a big client, Ren Hong thought to himself. He felt that it had been worth waking up early in the morning to prepare. After calculating the cut he would receive, Ren Hong's expression became more enthusiastic, and he introduced Fang Zhao to the prices of different breeds of sea slugs and also handed Fang Zhao a little book. In it were over 10 ways to prepare sea slugs for consumption, as well as methods to avoid. Steaming, boiling, frying, and roasting all had detailed steps, and incidentally, the book was a form of advertisement as well. Different varieties have different flavors and different nutritional values. We here pay particular attention to food therapy. Sweet, sour, salty, and bitter all have different effects. Bitter ones help to alleviate fever and with detoxification, sour helps with sweating and diarrhea, and those few there have sweet flesh and have mild benefits. After introducing all the different breeds in the surroundings to Fang Zhao, Ren Hong's line of sight fell on the aquarium in Fang Zhao's hands. I really have no idea what yours taste like. After all, it's a hybrid, so our center hasn't studied it before. If you decide you no longer want to keep it, give me a call. Then change its feed to clear the toxicity, and after 1 month of feeding, bring it over and let me slice a part off for research purposes. You can then use the remaining portion to boil some soup. Ren Hong had already checked on the value of this hybrid sea slug. It was too expensive to purchase, so he was waiting for when Fang Zhao no longer wanted to rear it and decided to eat it. Ren Hong would then request a small portion for research purposes. Such a huge lump could cook up an entire pot. Fang Zhao had already bought everything that he wanted to buy. Knocking on the wall of his mini aquarium, he told Ren Hong. Let's get it checked out first. It doesn't seem very well today. All right, let us head to that side. There are apparatuses that can be borrowed in my friend's shop. They are the latest models, and the inspection results are very accurate. Ren Hong personally did a checkup of the rabbit Fang Zhao handed over. The checkup results would require at least 10 minutes to be processed, so Fang Zhao went to the shop next door that was selling feed to take a look at some of the products that Ren Hong had recommended. The rabbit that could normally eat anything seemed to have a poor appetite today. Even when Fang Zhao threw in some corral special feed, which was said to be selling especially well, the rabbit didn't even eat a single bite. Its ears were pressed up tightly to its body, and it still continued to lie there motionlessly. Surely it couldn't be that it wasn't acclimatized to the water. Yesterday, it had eaten a lot, whereas it had only eaten a little bit this morning and hadn't eaten anything else since. Especially after arriving at the expo, it had entered this play-dead state. Seeing this situation, Fang Zhao wasn't in a rush to buy any feed. Just as he was prepared to find somewhere to sit and wait for the checkup results, he heard crisp laughter from outside. "Yo, old Tan, you didn't attend the film festival?" Ren Hong greeted the person with a laugh. Although he had been called Old Tan, this person didn't seem the least bit old. He was middle-aged and had a well-built physique. He had been laughing heartily at something, and that had caught Ren Hong's attention. The person in question was holding on to an aquarium. When he heard his name being shouted, he turned around and his eyes brightened, following which he walked over quickly, bypassing Ren Hong, who had already outstretched his arms for an embrace, and walking right in front of Fang Zhao. "Fang Zhao. Hello, hello. My name is Tan Min." As he spoke, Tan Min handed Fang Zhao a name card. Fang Zhao eyed the introduction on the name card. Director. Tan Min, a native of Corral, used to be a diver. Afterward, he had changed his profession and become a director. Although he wasn't that famous globally, he had a considerable reputation in the Corral archipelago. Just a simple look at the way he had been chatting so animatedly with the shop owners here displayed the advantages of being a local. However, Fang Zhao did not intend to act right now. According to his plans, during his advanced studies, he would need to compose and write a thesis, as well as prepare for his second important concert after graduation. He simply didn't have time to act. Before Fang Zhao even said anything, Tan Min placed the aquarium he was holding in the arms of Ren Hong, who was standing beside them with a vacant expression on his face. He rubbed his hands, acting somewhat embarrassed, and with eyes filled with anticipation, asked Fang Zhao, "I wonder if Mr. Fang is interested in investing in movies?" Tan Min had no other choice. As a native, participating in the film festival had its advantages, as it was close to home and he had some privileges. Usually, as he had some reputation as a local, there were people willing to invest in some of his films. However, in the past, he had directed documentary reels about the ocean. Now, he had decided to shoot a movie and he wanted to pull in investors. It was a pity that, given 10 directors, 11 would be looking for investors, and the extra was one who had previously been in a different profession. For someone who had changed his profession to a director like Tan Min, attracting investors was much harder, more so when he wanted to change his genre. He didn't wish for people's impression of him to always be about ocean documentaries. After busying himself for a few days without any success and being unable to squeeze into a few venues, Tan Min could only hang around in the surroundings. Today, he had come over to purchase a few sea slugs for the little kids in his family when he'd unexpectedly run into Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao had been all over the news some time back, so Tan Min knew that Fang Zhao was loaded, and he also knew that some actors liked to invest in films when they weren't acting, so he had come running when he had spotted Fang Zhao. Invest in a movie? Fang Zhao had never expected to hear such a question. He did not intend to act, but investing in a movie wasn't out of the question. Tan Min was delighted when he saw that Fang Zhao wasn't immediately rejecting him. With an extremely warm smile, he hurriedly said, "If you are free, how about we head to the coffee shop over there for a chat? My script has already been written." Seeing Tan Min acting this way, Ren Hong helped out and suggested, "How about this, Fang Zhao, you have walked around for quite a bit in the expo. You guys can have some tea and a chat while resting, and when the results are out, I will bring them over. Fang Zhao nodded. All right. Tan Min also knew the staff at the coffee shop, and they helped prepare a quiet little private room and recommended some of the region's specialties. Fang Zhao ordered a cup of tea and was in no hurry to read Tan Min's script. Instead, he asked Tan Min some questions. Back then, what made you decide to be a director? Tan Min drank half his glass of lemonade to cool himself down. When he heard what Fang Zhao asked, he paused for a second before saying, "The ambience of movie and film is very dense in the Coral Archipelago. People here are fond of randomly filming or photographing things in their free time. I used to be a diver and frequently collaborated with the research center. Sometimes, when they wanted to collect specimens in a certain ocean region where it is difficult to operate equipment, us divers would go over and help. As technology advanced, I went to the deep sea a couple of times, and I can be considered to have a better understanding of the ocean than most." As he spoke about his experiences in the shallow and deep seas as a diver, Tan Min was in a good mood. His previous nervousness and apprehension had largely dissipated. In the beginning, I only tried my hand at filming some videos relating to the ocean to make a special collection. Afterward, I received an award, and that aroused my interest in this profession and opened a new door in my life. I wanted to record even more films about the ocean so that when people looked up at the starry sky, they would also look to our planet's very own vast ocean. Tan Min's voice was slightly excited. A director that came to participate in the film festival once told me that curiosity and imagination bring about stories. The ocean is such a magical place, and it brings me a lot of inspiration. I have been to mainland Huangzhou for directorial advanced classes, and I even recommend a few of my mainland classmates visit the oceanarium when they feel lacking in inspiration. They might be able to find the things they need there. Nowadays, some bigger oceanariums have quite a number of deep-sea creature exhibits. These deep-sea creatures have always grown rampantly in certain places, and they have strange, unimaginable appearances. I feel that these creatures surely have the sort of mentality that, since no one can see me, I will just grow as I wish. And whenever someone steps into the deep-sea creatures exhibit for the first time, they might go, "Wow, they can even look like this." As he waxed lyrical about the ocean, Tan Min started to chuckle to himself. A smile also appeared on Fang Zhao's face. He knew that the ocean had many creatures with strange appearances. Furthermore, with the huge environmental changes brought about by apocalypse, triggering mutations, these creatures might have become even stranger now. Tan Min continued, "One doesn't necessarily have to head to a foreign planet to see monsters. We can also see them on our own planet. There are all sorts of monsters in the ocean. As long as you take note and observe, you will always be able to discover them. Coral Archipelago is surrounded by the ocean, and Huangzhou's third largest oceanarium is here. When I was a diver, I rarely went to the oceanarium, as I was in contact with the ocean nearly every day. However, since becoming a director, I have brought the kids in my family to oceanariums everywhere to enjoy the sights and expand their knowledge. The fish in the sea aren't just limited to the sort that appear on our plates. As long as one has a boundless imagination, the future will be unlimited. Especially in our profession, we have to open our hearts, and imagination is necessary." After a simple sharing of his professional experience and feelings, Tan Min digressed and asked Fang Zhao, "Have you heard about the story of mermaids?" Fang Zhao nodded his head gently. "Yeah. I am very interested in this, and I searched for quite a lot of video resources about mermaids, so much so that I even have some films preserved from the old era. I have watched the romantic fables of those predecessors as well as those supernatural flicks. Of course, there are too many of those, and I don't intend to follow the tide. I haven't met a mermaid, but I have kept sea slugs. And I have many years of experience. I won't film a mermaid, but I can film sea slugs." Tan Min got even more excited as he talked, and he even slammed his hands against the table. Fang Zhao's brows arched upward. He knew Tan Min was about to broach the main topic. Indeed, Tan Min's expression became serious and he said, "Actually, this time, I wish to film a movie pertaining to sea slugs and include some topics about environmental protection. Man and nature have to live in harmony. We lost too many things in the 100 years of the period of destruction, and it took 500 years of great difficulty to recover. Man must cherish what we have, right?" Fang Zhao nodded once again. There was nothing wrong in Tan Min's words. Nobody could understand it more than he himself, as he had personally experienced the calamity and destruction. Fang Zhao recalled the ocean he had seen during the period of destruction, then looked at the clear sky and azure ocean. How hard had it been to come to this point? As he noticed Fang Zhao listening intently, Tan Min spoke even more enthusiastically. "It seems like there is hope for all that I have talked about. This story I want to shoot this time is a script written by me. It is a script that I took 5 to 6 years to refine and straighten out." Tan Min wasn't worried that the contents of the script being leaked, as the halo around Fang Zhao's head was still bright. It was unlikely that he would do anything to damage his own name. Tan Min was worried that Fang Zhao would be scared by the contents of his script, so he added a warning. "Let me say this first, the story is purely fiction. You absolutely mustn't take it as being real." Let me describe it briefly." Hearing Tan Min say this, Fang Zhao really felt a little interested. This story happens in a small coastal town. The main protagonist heads out to sea to fish and catches a sea slug. This sea slug doesn't seem to have any special characteristics, just some minute differences from others of the same breed. The protagonist doesn't really care much, but he realizes that it is still alive after fishing it up and decides to keep it as a pet. One day, he realizes that the flower buds of a few potted plants in his house are gone. Fang Zhao's hand that was holding the cup froze. Tan Min continued narrating. He searches and searches, but he can't find anything and eventually forgets about it, thinking that perhaps it was his neighbors or relatives' kids that plucked them when they came over to play, and he feels that it is a pity. After that, the protagonist heads out to sea again, and when he returns, he actually discovers that all the newly grown leaves in the flower pots are all gone. Fang Zhao drummed his fingers soundlessly against the cup. Tan Min went on. The protagonist is puzzled and asks his family members. He ascertains that nobody else entered the room during the period he was out at sea. After some consideration, he sets up surveillance cameras in each of the 4 corners of that room. Fang Zhao. At the climax, Tan Min's face turned red from excitement. When the protagonist returns after heading out to sea once more, he realizes that even some of the older leaves are gone. He feels a chill down his spine and goes to check the videos captured by the surveillance camera. After that, he sees that the sea slug that he had previously fished up actually opened the lid of the tank and climbed out during the period he was at sea. Ha, did you get the creeps? Fang Zhao. You got me there. Fang Zhao looked at Tan Min in silence. Fang Zhao's glare reduced Tan Min's enthusiasm. He spoke in decreasing volume. That's the gist of the story. Tan Min mopped the sweat on his forehead. All he had done was outline the script. It was a basic synopsis at best, so why did he feel like he had just completed a Herculean task? It had to be the pressure. If he couldn't secure the necessary investment, the story might not hit the big screen. Fang Zhao remained silent, so Tan Min asked in a tentative tone, "I just made all this up myself. What do you think?" Fang Zhao fiddled with his cup and smiled. "It's okay." Fang Zhao would have given the story higher marks if it weren't so familiar. He could tell how much effort Tan Min had put into the script based on his outline. Fang Zhao had been observing Tan Min during the extended silence to make sure that the pitch was an original story and not based on covert surveillance of himself. It was too big of a coincidence, so Fang Zhao had to proceed cautiously. It was a good sign that Tan Min had proclaimed the story was a pure fabrication and should be treated as such. There were some things that even Denzel, the rabbit breeder, wasn't privy to, and Fang Zhao had no intention of divulging the information to anyone else. Tan Min had no idea what was going on inside Fang Zhao's head. When he heard Fang Zhao's response, his anxiety and pressure vanished instantly. Then, are you interested in investing in the project? Tan Min had spent a lot of time preparing for this shift in genre. He was ready to kick off shooting once the funding was in place. Let's hear your game plan. Fang Zhao didn't know if Tan Min's story would resonate with audiences, but if it was shot properly, he should be able to recoup his investment. The beginning of the story was too familiar, which had thrown Fang Zhao off guard and given him a major kick. But now that he had ascertained that Tan Min wasn't lying, Fang Zhao was willing to back the project. Tan Min's smile grew. He didn't need to hold back anymore. He pulled out a complete portfolio. Ren Hong, who had the results of the physical in his hand, refrained from approaching when he saw that Fang Zhao and Tan Min were still deep in conversation. He sat outside instead. When Tan Min emerged, Ren Hong noticed that his cheeks were flush and his face was wrinkled from excessive smiling. Here's to a happy partnership. Tan Min said as he shook hands with Fang Zhao. To show his sincerity and because he was overwhelmed with emotion, Tan Min's handshake was quite firm. He eased his grip when he regained his composure. He was worried that Fang Zhao might take offense, but his new partner hadn't. Fang Zhao's such a nice guy. Tan Min thought to himself. Fang Zhao noticed Ren Hong when he exited the meeting. He asked about the physical. Ren Hong handed Fang Zhao a sheet of paper. It's probably just a case of poor appetite due to slow acclimatization. The sea slug itself is quite healthy. All its levels are normal. I've compared all the numbers to data provided by my boss. You don't have to worry about mistakes. There was no point in sticking around now that Fang Zhao had confirmed his sea slug was healthy. Tan Min played tour guide, giving Fang Zhao the lowdown on local culture and custom. He was a native of the Coral Archipelago, so he knew the place better than the researchers who had relocated here. He offered up many tidbits that Ren Hong wasn't aware of. At dawn, Tan Min took Fang Zhao to a lighthouse on the coast. This is a popular tourist spot. It served as a location for quite a few movies. There actually was a lighthouse here during the old era, but it collapsed during the period of destruction. A sturdier replica was erected during the new era as a monument. Legend has it that the ancestors of the governor of the Coral Archipelago guarded the lighthouse. Their family was also behind the replica. Over the generations, at least one member of the family is always living in the lighthouse. Visitors are welcome. Fang Zhao glanced over as Tan Min was talking. The tall lighthouse towered over the coast. Against the backdrop of dawn and rolling waves, it emanated a mix of gravitas and tenderness. It appeared to glow with a certain grace and magical aura. As far as folks from the new era were concerned, this was old-school elegance. Retro architecture always reminded people of history. Even though these were new buildings, they didn't figure prominently in modern development. But as a symbol of the past and a local landmark, they drew a steady stream of visitors and photo-takers. Tan Min was a regular visitor. Admiring the lighthouse reminded him of his own personal history. I was dealt quite a few setbacks when I first switched from scuba diving to directing. I felt my talent wasn't appreciated and that I wasn't understood. I was young back then, so I decided to find a place to sulk. I ended up holing up inside the lighthouse. The guard at the time was this interesting old fella. He dragged me outside, pointed to the sky above the sea, and told me, "See that light over there? Even if the sun is blocked by clouds, it shines through the clouds. As long as you are talented enough, no one can stand in your way." The trip down memory lane led Tan Min to chuckle a few times. How young and innocent the first was back then. It was as if I had owed on optimism. I had so much mojo. That's what got me through the career switch the next few years and how I found my footing. Only later did I find out that the old fella was one of my biggest critics. He never voted for me in local film competitions. His comments were the most brutal. Since then, whenever I think back to what he said, I think that something was off. Fang Zhao laughed. Did you ever go back and ask the old man to clarify after you successfully switched careers? Tan Min spread his arms. I'm too chickench *t. I never had the guts to ask, because someone told me the old man is the grandfather of our current governor. He's got quite the temper. Tan Min followed up with a sigh. There's a new guard at the lighthouse now. The old fella got too old and retired. The one time I found the courage to knock on the entrance to the lighthouse, the new old man asked, "Who the hell are you?" Tan Min didn't blame the old man. Back then, he'd felt he was on cloud 9 because he had won a film award, but his work actually hadn't been good enough. It was understandable that the old fella hadn't voted for him in the regional film competition. Tan Min asked, "So, Fang Zhao, are you going to take part in any of the film festival events on the main island tomorrow? If not, I'll take you scuba diving. I just got a message from a friend who has to help collect underwater samples for the research institute. I'm going to check out the excursion." Fang Zhao pondered the question and responded, "I'm in no hurry to get back." "Great, then you can join me tomorrow. We'll catch a ride with the research institute. Don't worry about equipment, I'll take care of that. If you don't want to scuba dive, you can hang out on the coastal square. You don't have to worry about paparazzi there. Artists like you who hole up all the time have weak bodies. You should work out more. Don't let your bones rust. Have you heard the saying, sound body, sound mind?" Fang Zhao checked into a hotel on the outlying island that night. Nan Feng, Yen Biao, and Zui Yu were instructed to take the next day off. "Boss ditched us again." Tan Min also booked a room at the hotel so he could get to know Fang Zhao better. He wanted to talk movies with Fang Zhao, but Fang Zhao started working on a paper instead. Tan Min could only retire to his room. The next day Fang Zhao boarded the research vessel with Tan Min. Already on board were 7 scuba divers. They all knew Tan Min. Tan Min started chatting with his old friends. The next thing he knew, Fang Zhao was helping folks from the research institute move their equipment. There were plenty of people who could handle equipment that weighed dozens of kilograms, but few artists could, especially with such ease. One of the scuba divers whispered to Tan Min, "Big brother Tan, so this is the guy you said was a little weak and needed taking care of?" Tan Min's jaw dropped. "Youngsters like him are in good shape," were the only words he could manage. Fang Zhao's help reduced the prep time significantly. Initially, the researchers on the boat had been a bit wary of Fang Zhao. Now, they gladly briefed him on the waters they were venturing into. When they arrived at their first location, the scuba divers went underwater with their gear and equipment. Fang Zhao was an amateur, so he rarely strayed from the group. Tan Min knew the marine vegetation and wildlife in the region well, so he briefed Fang Zhao whenever he saw a new species. "There is some coral over here. Pretty, aren't they? Don't touch them, though. They are all under surveillance. Folks who damage the corals are subject to heavy fines. And don't try to catch any fish or shrimp you see. That's fineable too. You could even get yourself banned from the archipelago," Tan Min said. He was worried that Fang Zhao wouldn't be able to help himself. Fines weren't a big deal, but being blacklisted was. Being banned from the islands was no joke. Some 200 or 300 people were blacklisted every year. Fang Zhao didn't touch anything. All he did was observe quietly. Then he returned to the ship to take off his scuba gear, replacing it with a snorkel that revealed his ears. Naturally, Fang Zhao needed to get the leader of the research team to sign off. If anything happened to him, the team would be liable. Fang Zhao signed a waiver and returned underwater. One of the professional divers thought Fang Zhao was yet another impulsive tourist. F***ck. He's crazy. What does a novice diver know about protecting his ears? If he doesn't watch his ear pressure carefully, he could die. Put a rescuer on standby. Let's have one of the divers tail him. Tan Min. He's your guest. You take care of him yourself. Youngsters are so impulsive. Tan Min thought to himself. Regardless of what he thought of Fang Zhao, Tan Min tailed him closely along with another diver just in case. Yet they noticed that Fang Zhao didn't do anything drastic after switching to a snorkel. All he did was swim around slowly and aimlessly. He showed no signs of discomfort. Big Brother Tan, this kid doesn't look like a novice diver, one of the professional divers told Tan Min via his comms device. Tan Min didn't know what to say. He realized he didn't know Fang Zhao at all. Fang Zhao was now his big boss, his biggest investor. Tan Min was cool as long as his boss was happy. As for Fang Zhao, he turned his attention to the wonders of the underwater world. It was a flurry of light and shadow, bursting with color. Exotic and lively. He could hear the sound of currents bombarding reefs. The minute movements of groups of fish skirting around his body in fear. The tiniest of noises competed for Fang Zhao's attention among the corals and between the reefs. What was a calm, quiet underwater world to Tan Min and company lit up Fang Zhao's ears. Straps of seaweed wavered in the water. A small finback swam by. Life was on the rebound after the period of destruction. When Fang Zhao surfaced and returned to the boat safely, one of the professional divers asked him, "What were you up to just now?" Seeking inspiration, Fang Zhao responded. The diver paused briefly before having an epiphany. When these artist types go crazy, they're not going crazy, they're seeking inspiration. Tan Min was curious. Weren't you listening for something? Why else would he have left his ears uncovered? I did indeed hear a few things. Fang Zhao was in a decent mood. His head was filled with inspiration. After shedding his scuba gear, he said bye to everyone and took off with his notebook. As curious as he was, Tan Min didn't intrude. One of the divers shook his head as he watched Fang Zhao leave. What could he possibly have heard underwater? Had he gone dumb from a lack of oxygen? Then he remembered Fang Zhao's nickname. Even though it seemed far-fetched, maybe Fang Zhao could hear things that normal people couldn't. After all, his ears were dubbed Diting, God's ears, and so on. Another diver slapped himself on the thigh. I forgot to ask him where he learned to dive. Is that kid a good diver? I think he's pretty kick-ass. We ran into a strong current that gushed from above and below, and the kid wasn't swayed. He was exceptionally calm, no sign of panic whatsoever. He performed just as well as we did. I want to know where he learned how to dive. His name sounds familiar. Didn't the kid serve in the military too, in addition to acting and composing? I think I remember hearing his name in the military headlines once. Now that you mention it, I think I've heard his name before too. It's been so long, so I didn't make the connection. Let me do a quick online search. Fang Zhao was oblivious to the discussion on the boat. He was busy recording down in his notebook all that had flashed through his head. The new song would make its debut in his second solo concert. The period of destruction had seen the extinction of certain types of marine wildlife and the birth of new species, but overall, the damage had been tremendous. There hadn't been much beauty left to speak of. What Fang Zhao had seen in the ocean had left a deeper impression than what he had seen at the aquarium. He had gotten a stronger sense that life was indeed on the rebound. That was also partly why he was willing to back Tan Min's new project. Setting aside his concerns about the script, Fang Zhao could tell that Tan Min was genuinely passionate about these waters. Folks who grew up in the new era didn't feel the change in fortune as acutely, but Fang Zhao was different. If Tan Min could spread his passion for these waters and his interest in protecting its marine ecosystem, what was a few more dollars? Fang Zhao didn't stay on the research vessel. There was limited space on board. The researchers couldn't possibly give him his own room, so Fang Zhao moved onto a floating square. This was a square anchored in the waters. Apart from concession stands, it was also equipped with fishing sections and a swimming pool. It drew quite a few fishing enthusiasts every year. Because of the film festival, the visitor traffic was concentrated on the main island. Fewer folks ventured out to the outlying islands. There were only a handful of people on the floating square, mostly young men and women. It's just a bunch of rich kids who have nothing to worry about. It's their third trip this year. Stay away from them. These kids like to stir up trouble when they run into celebrities, one of the divers told Fang Zhao. Having read up on Fang Zhao, the folks on board the research vessel had a better understanding of his current situation. Many asked him for his autograph before he left, while others eagerly recommended prime fishing spots. Tan Min also joined Fang Zhao. After all, he had to keep an eye on Fang Zhao, who was his biggest financial backer right now. As a local, Tan Min knew the ins and outs of the maritime square well. He instructed Fang Zhao to wait while he dealt with the paperwork. Tan Min's paperwork was straightforward, but Fang Zhao's was slightly more complicated because it was his first visit. Authorities imposed strict protocols on first-time visitors. Fang Zhao was about to sit down when he heard his name called. "Hey, is that Fang Zhao?" "It really is. Fang Zhao. Come join us. Tell us how you managed to compose the 4 movements of the Period of Destruction series." Tan Min took notice of the growing commotion and frowned. He was wondering whether or not to step in when Fang Zhao gestured to him. Fang Zhao told Tan Min to stay put and deal with the paperwork. He approached the group of young men and women who had spotted him. "Hey, Fang Zhao, I saw the news reports about the Hull virus a while back. I just want to know why that Period of Destruction series was able to cure the disease," a young man in shades shouted. "I'm not sure either. You'd have to ask the medical researchers," Fang Zhao said with a smile. He wasn't one to quibble with these kids over decorum. No one would have dared speak to Fang Zhao this way during the Period of Destruction. But there was one set of rules for years of chaos and another set for prosperous times. Naturally, Fang Zhao didn't thrust the standards of the Period of Destruction on these young men and women. These kids struck Tan Min and company as typical rich kids, but drawing from his own brief observation, Fang Zhao realized they meant no harm, even if they spoke a bit too casually and in bad taste. "What were you just talking about? I think I heard someone mention a great white." Fang Zhao asked. "Yeah, we were wondering if you might run into a great white in these abouts," a kid sucking on a straw said as he adjusted his cap. "Word has it there was a sighting, but not in these exact waters. It's just a rumor. Some say it's pure fabrication, that the great white is already extinct apart from artificially bred ones and thus can't be spotted in the wild anymore." "It's true. Someone captured it on camera," an older boy retorted while swinging his fishing rod. "Many species that have been categorized as extinct have been caught on camera in recent years. In any case, I don't want to come across a great white. It's the tyrant of the sea. **T. You've watched too many movies. The great white is just wee big. It's nothing in terms of size. I can knock one out with a single punch. Boy, you certainly know how to **T. Fang Zhao, I hear you're quite the historian. So was the great white the most brutal sea animal during the old era?" Fang Zhao had just settled into his role as a jovial onlooker when he heard the question. "I'm not sure which species was the most brutal, but let me tell you a story. It's a story I read while researching the old era a while ago." Meanwhile, Tan Min was a bit worried. After rushing the Maritime Square staff through the paperwork, he returned to Fang Zhao only to discover that the group of youngsters, who were quite boisterous, were now staring blankly at his new partner. He had no idea what Fang Zhao had told them. The boy who was fishing hadn't even noticed that he had dropped his fishing rod into the water. For real? A waiter whispered. What's the commotion? Tan Min asked the waiter. He's telling a story. What story? The story of two orcas who ran into a great white, how they toppled the shark, took a few bites and didn't like the taste, then tossed it around. Tan Min, what about now? Now he's telling the story of a wandering orca that ran into a great white. The great white was too strong and the orca was no match, so the orca summoned other orcas in the area and surrounded the great white. Tan Min, can you move over? I'm going to listen in too. While Fang Zhao was telling stories, quite a few folks were doing online searches of him. The daily entertainment news cycle never strayed from affairs or breakdowns. It was quite boring. The film festival was going on, but fans were treated to a steady stream of the standard celebrity selfies by the beach or on the red carpet. Only a few of the better-known entertainment journalists filed interesting material. Even so, after a few days, readers got bored again and started looking for new stimulation. Where's Fang Zhao? Fang Zhao's at the Corral Film Festival too. Where is he? Have all the entertainment journalists fallen asleep? The entertainment journalists covering the film festival this year aren't that good. I haven't seen anything about the celebrities I'm interested in. Wang Tai scanned the online comments from a hotel room in Corral. He skipped the comments about Fang Zhao, pretending they didn't exist. Wang Tai's bracelet rang and he answered the call. Old Wang, you're not in a very generous mood these days, huh? You've hogged too many scoops. The man on the call was quite pissed off. Other journalists had been on the verge of exclusives quite a few times, but Wang Tai always beat them to the punch. So the late stories always struck outsiders as matching reports, Wang Tai's leftovers. The reporters were very disgruntled. The tone softened, the caller looking for a compromise. I know you're Yenzhou's king of paparazzi, but can't you spare a few scoops for your old friends? Wang Tai organized his notes from the day and responded at the same time. I have. I said at the outset I wouldn't be tracking Fang Zhao. He's quite a popular figure these days. If you land a scoop on him, you'll make a fortune. Fang Zhao is too hard to tail. Plus, he isn't on the main island. Then there's nothing I can do. I've given you the opportunity. The mere mention of Fang Zhao also annoyed Wang Tai. He didn't want to discuss the matter further. Hee hee. Don't hee hee me. This mofo hates that word. Hee hee my ass. If you have something to say, just say it. Wang Tai wanted to punch someone. Just consider this as you doing us a favor, old Wang. We are classmates, after all. Just leak us something big, not peanuts. Or tell us where Fang Zhao is. I just got off the phone with the man I sent to the outlying islands. He didn't see Fang Zhao today. He has no idea where Fang Zhao is. This guy's too good at dodging paparazzi. Don't ask me about Fang Zhao. Track him down yourself. At the retirement home for former government officials in Yanbei. Great-grandfather Fang had been spending most of his days at home. He was constantly online, browsing for news about the Corral Film Festival. Before Fang Zhao had set off for the Corral Archipelago, great-grandfather Fang had sent him this message: take plenty of shots of the scenery. I hear the Corral Archipelago is quite pretty. Fang Zhao had taken his great-grandfather literally, sending along only pictures of the scenery. There was no sign of Fang Zhao himself. A disgruntled great-grandfather Fang blew at his mustache. Don't youngsters these days love to take selfies? Aren't those celebrity photos online all selfies from different angles? How come this kid is different from the pack? I wonder who he takes after. Great-grandfather Fang threw his wife a glance and sighed. If Fang Zhao wasn't in the picture, what was the point of showing his friends the photos? If they wanted to check out the scenery from the Corral Islands, they could just search for photos online. After venting, great-grandfather Fang sent Fang Zhao another message. Xiao Zhao, when you take pictures, make sure you're in them too. Take plenty of pictures of yourself and the scenery. Great-grandfather Fang finally received photos he was happy with. Our Xiao Zhao takes the best pictures. Look at how upbeat he is. If only he could smile some more. Oh, he went fishing. That's a great catch. Just looking at it makes me yummy. Great-grandmother Fang put on her glasses and joined her husband. I thought film festivals were all about red carpet events. Who knew you could fish as well? Judging from the picture, this must be a fishing area built off the coast. The pictures Fang Zhao sent were all panoramas that provided a clear view of the surroundings. There's this one too. He took it while he was scuba diving. No wonder they call Corral the island of reefs. How gorgeous. Great-grandfather Fang bookmarked the picture. He was going to send a select few to his chat group. After posting the photos in his chat group, Great-grandfather Fang began counting the days on his fingers. It still isn't time for the award ceremony. How come time is passing so slowly for me? Great-grandfather Fang was nervous. How could he not be? Who knows if Xiao Zhao will win an award this time? Even though many online comments predicted that Fang Zhao was a likely winner, there were no guarantees. They had no way of finding out the results in advance. Film awards like this love playing games. Everything is announced at the last minute. Wouldn't it be so much better if they were like the Galaxy Awards, where everything is decided in advance? All you need to do to go on stage and accept your award. Great-grandfather Fang was going to fret until the moment the results were announced. Our Xiao Zhao was nominated for both Best Newcomer and Best Supporting Actor. Judging from the online commentary, he should bag at least one of the two awards. No, said Great-grandmother Fang. She was quite uncertain herself. Which carries more weight, the Best Newcomer Award or the Best Supporting Actor Award? Great-grandfather Fang posted this question online. There were all sorts of answers. Some said the Best Newcomer Award was just a token of encouragement and completely dispensable. Others said the Best Supporting Actor Award was a sideshow, an award for hard work that didn't carry much heft. Great-grandfather Fang had no idea who was right. The bottom line was that neither award mattered as much as awards like Best Actor. That annoyed Great-grandfather Fang. The way he saw it, whenever one of his descendants shined in a certain area, he wanted them to be honored. But personal preference played no role in the way things actually unfolded. Great-grandmother Fang was clueless too. She never followed the entertainment industry. If not for Fang Zhao, she would pay the least bit of attention to entertainment news, let alone film awards. Actually, if you think about it, none of these awards carry as much weight as the Supernova Award, Great-grandmother Fang said. That's true. Great-grandfather Fang felt better instantly. We've bagged the Supernova Award already. As for the Best Newcomer Award and the Best Supporting Actor Award, it'd be great if we won those too, but it's no big deal. At that point, a deliveryman arrived. Great-grandfather Fang forgot all about the awards. He bolted from his chair, tossed his walking stick, and made for the door in his flip-flops. The package from Xiao Zhao has arrived. Great-grandfather Fang didn't open the delivery boxes immediately. He took a picture of them first, then unwrapped the boxes and took another picture, which he posted in the chat group for his fellow retirement home residents. Our Xiao Zhao has sent us stuff again. Photo, sigh, kids these days. How many times have I told him not to waste money? This shipment is going to last forever. He also went fishing in Corral. Go figure. When the rest of the folks are walking the red carpet, he holes up fishing instead. What an odd style he has. Meanwhile, on the Corral Islands, Fang Zhao had already returned to his hotel on the main island. He mailed the stuff he had bought and brought Nanfeng and company snacks he'd bought on the outlying island. After replenishing its feed, Fang Zhao examined his rabbit, which was resting in its water tank. The small fellow had gotten all excited after returning to the main island. It had finished its last batch of feed in 10 minutes. When Fang Zhao knocked on the walls of the tank, the little fella's ears pricked and the sea slug started dancing in the water. He had to send Ren Hong a message to place an order for more feed. In the next few days, Fang Zhao ventured out for a few movies occasionally, but the rest of his time he spent holed up in his hotel room composing and writing papers. Nan Feng, Zui Yu, and Yen Biao were seated on the balcony of their hotel room in single file, each armed with a bag of snacks. "Boss isn't heading out again today. What should we do next?" Yen Biao felt he still hadn't fully utilized the skills he'd picked up from his bodyguard course. He felt underutilized. He also felt guilty being paid such a hefty salary while goofing around and downing baked fish chips. "I'm gonna head out in a bit to gather some intelligence. You guys do what you want. Boss gave us the day off, after all," Nan Feng said as he tossed a baked fish chip into his mouth. Having signed up to work for a boss like this, all he could do was compromise. He had planned on escorting Fang Zhao to premieres, red carpet events, and the like, but it appeared that his boss was taking a pass. What was more important, the red carpet or homework? But if Nan Feng posed that question to Fang Zhao, he could kiss his assistantship goodbye. "Zui Yu, what should we do today?" Yen Biao asked. "Let's deal with the paparazzi," Zui Yu said while pointing outside. "The two entertainment journalists that have been tailing us for the past few days. When we go out for a smoke, let's drag them into the men's room for a chat." Yen Biao nodded. "Sure thing." He was bored to death anyway. Inside his hotel room, Fang Zhao sent his completed paper to his instructor, Professor Carter. Douglas Carter, the 12 tones instructor in charge of arrangement classes and M.O. Lang's most senior disciple, was well respected at Huang Art. Before receiving Fang Zhao's paper, Professor Carter was chatting with an old friend about the Chorale Film Festival. "You're not coming over this year?" the man on the other end of the video conference asked. "No. There's nothing going on that concerns us. Besides, Founding Era, I haven't done work for any other productions in the past year," Professor Carter responded casually as he browsed the nominations for the award ceremony at the Chorale Film Festival. Even though he had been part of the team that had written the score for Founding Era, he hadn't been nominated for a prize. He knew that with M.O. Lang in the running, everyone else was bound to be sidelined. Judging from the list of nominees, many of the nominated musicians were destined to be sideshows. The other man asked, "So Venerable Old M.O. won't be attending the prize ceremony this year?" The song he wrote for the ending of Founding Era is a shoo-in. It's been years since the old man has attended a film festival's prize ceremony. He passes on everything except the Galaxy Awards. He's in no physical shape to keep up. The old man also likes to avoid big crowds these days. As M.O. Lang's senior disciple, Carter knew his teacher well. "And I thought the old man took Founding Era seriously. He lived on Planet Y with the crew for such a long time. Who knows, maybe he'll make an exception." Carter pondered the response. "That makes sense, but so far I haven't heard anything. If he were to attend the prize ceremony, he would have confirmed his itinerary in advance. Well, it's par for the course if he skips the ceremony. He's won so many awards, after all. What's one more to him?" Carter received Fang Zhao's paper during the conversation. The email took Carter by surprise. He scanned the first 2 pages of Fang Zhao's paper, oblivious to the fact that his friend was still on the call. "What's up?" the friend asked after noticing Carter arch his eyebrows. "Fang Zhao just sent me a paper. I read the first 2 pages. Even though I haven't read the entire paper, I can tell this is a high-quality paper. Based on our grading standards, I think it deserves an A+. It's that good? Isn't the kid at the film festival? Where did he find the time to write a paper? There's more. He just sent me a message saying he's working on another paper." The smile on Carter's face grew. As a teacher, he naturally wanted his students to dedicate the bulk of their attention to music. When he asked for time off, I was worried that he might let the pomp and circumstance of the entertainment industry get to his head. Who knew he could find the composure to write papers? Young men like him are like a needle in a haystack. No wonder he got into 12 tones at such a young age. Fang Zhao is indeed a decent student. I look forward to reading his other paper after the film festival, a delighted Carter said. 5 days later, before the prize ceremony at the film festival took place, Carter received another email from Fang Zhao. Attached was his second paper and the scan of a handwritten score. Carter spent most of the day reading the paper and studying the score. Then he took a deep breath and sent Mo Lang this message: "Teacher, are you sure you don't want to take any more students? If you're going to pass, I'm going to take him on." Carter thought to himself. There was a distinction between being a regular student and a disciple. Carter had taught countless students throughout his career, but he would only categorize about a dozen of them as his disciples, apart from his master's and PhD students. Academia placed a premium on passing the torch. It had been years since Carter had accepted a disciple. There was no shortage of standouts at Huang Art. He got the itch to accept another disciple every year. The only thing was that he'd realized that the older he got, the more careful he had to be about accepting disciples. He was worried that the reputation and stature he had spent so many years building might be destroyed overnight. He had seen this happen in the music industry several times. When one was young, they recruited disciples based on talent. But at a more advanced age, talent wasn't the only criterion, character was equally important. Folks who were more conservative even valued character more than talent. Their disciples didn't necessarily have to be top-notch, talent-wise. As far as regular students were concerned, all Carter had to do was lecture, answer their academic questions, and pass on technical knowledge. Beyond that, Carter was circumspect. He had limited resources. The connections that he had accumulated, the ideas and insight he had refined over time, if all went according to plan, he would only pass on to his disciples. If his disciples performed well, it would also reflect well on him, their master. So for Carter to consider Fang Zhao now was a rare occurrence. In fact, Carter had considered accepting Fang Zhao as a disciple when Fang Zhao had been first admitted to the 12 Tones program. It wasn't only Carter. Some of the senior professors at Huang Art had also had the same idea. But everyone had decided to wait and see so they could observe Fang Zhao's character. Too many geniuses had vanished after succumbing to the tests of time and worldly temptations, not to mention the fact that Fang Zhao was already an active member in the entertainment industry. That had prompted the old professors to proceed cautiously. But now, given the quality of Fang Zhao's paper and work, Carter felt he couldn't wait any longer. If he did, he was worried that someone might beat him to it. He had asked around already. Fang Zhao hadn't been accepted as a disciple by anyone else. That old fella Xue Jing was a solid academic, but he and Fang Zhao had different styles. Even if Xue Jing wanted to train Fang Zhao, he couldn't manage it. He had even needed Fang Zhao's help when he'd been writing the textbook, New Voices in Symphonic Composition. So Carter's only immediate concern was Mo Lang. Mo Lang was his teacher. In terms of stature and talent, he was also top-notch. Carter could tell that the old man had long been interested in Fang Zhao. The only thing stopping Mo Lang was his earlier vow not to take on any new disciples. He was conflicted. It was time for Carter to step in. You had to hand it to Carter, he knew Mo Lang well. Mo Lang was indeed torn when he got the call from his disciple. Initially, Mo Lang had taken the position that if he refused to take on any new disciples, his disciples could forget about it too. Whoever thought otherwise was quickly reprimanded. But now, Carter's spiel helped him come around. What a waste to pass on such a budding talent. I can't live with that. Better that he comes under my lineage than is poached by someone else. Carter was his own student, after all. Mo Lang himself wasn't in a position to take any more disciples because of his previous vow, but Carter could do so. Let Carter take on Fang Zhao on his behalf, then he could instruct Fang Zhao personally. That could work too. A slight detour. Mo Lang was wearing his poker face during the video conference, but in fact, he was secretly pleased with himself. I've grown more cunning with age. On the other end of the call, Carter was a respectful, attentive student, but in fact, he had long had Mo Lang all figured out. I'll inform Fang Zhao later. Also, Carter, were you hired for a new project? Remember to let Fang Zhao work on it. Also, Fang Zhao is quite young. Make sure your students take care of this junior disciple, Mo Lang instructed. Got it. Don't you worry. Why don't you call Fang Zhao first and I'll follow up with another call. Then it's decided. As for my students, I will make sure they help Fang Zhao out. Isn't Fang Zhao attending the Corral Film Festival? It's his first time at a film festival. I'm worried that Silver Wing Media isn't taking good enough care of him. It happens that I have a few students and friends at the festival. I'll ask them to keep an eye on Fang Zhao. Mo Lang was satisfied. He cut his conversation with Carter short and called Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao was quite surprised by the call. The old man wasn't planning on attending the film festival. Why the call? What's wrong, Teacher Mo? Mo Lang was also an instructor in the 12 Tones program. The students addressed him as Teacher Mo. This particular greeting of Teacher Mo, however, felt exceptionally good to Mo Lang. Fang Zhao, have you considered studying further under a specific teacher? Mo Lang's tone was quite serious, but he was still significantly friendlier than during the call with Carter. Fang Zhao arched his eyebrows. I have, but I haven't decided on a teacher yet. Let me recommend one. Mo Lang paused briefly. I'm quite old and only have so much energy. Plus, I've stated publicly that I won't take on any new students. But my senior disciple, Douglas Carter, your composition and arrangement instructor, he's halfway decent. If you run into problems, if he's not being clear on certain points, you can reach out to me. Who knew what outsiders would think if they found out that the head of the composition department at Huang Art, a full professor, a PhD supervisor and 12 Tones instructor, was dismissed as halfway decent. Naturally, Fang Zhao caught Mo Lang's drift. Mo Lang wanted to take on a new student, but he could only have Carter do so on his behalf because of his public vow. Meanwhile, Carter was keen on taking on a disciple too. If Teacher Mo and Teacher Carter are willing, of course I'm willing to study under you. Fang Zhao sounded quite excited and passionate, which delighted Mo Lang. The usually taciturn musician flashed a rare smile and rocked his chair. What did I say? With me personally making the offer, there was no way Fang Zhao could refuse. But if Carter had approached Fang Zhao himself, who knows how long it would have taken. Carter is regressing. Carter had no idea how little Mo Lang secretly thought of him. When Carter got word from Mo Lang, he gave Fang Zhao a call as well. The matter was settled. If another old geezer at Huang Art approached Fang Zhao in private, Fang Zhao could only refuse the offer. After hanging up on Carter, Fang Zhao relaxed. He was definitely happy, but not as excited as he had appeared on the phone. People who survived the period of destruction had a different outlook, after all. Fang Zhao knew that even though he'd won a supernova and had made a name for himself, he was still quite junior in the industry. There were many projects he would never be exposed to. Only if he became an official student of one of these masters would he get to work on bigger projects and gain more experience. It wasn't only the teachers doing the observing during the 12 Tones program. The students were observing their teachers too. Students from prominent families had their own connections, but for students like Fang Zhao who weren't born into the arts world, all they could do was rely on their own ability. Fang Zhao had been eyeing Carter as a master too. That was why he had been so proactive in writing papers. More often than not, people created their own opportunities. Now, a prime opportunity had come calling. Fang Zhao walked toward his hotel window and looked outside. The number of movie fans flocking to Corral had grown exponentially in the past few days. Fans wearing clothing emblazoned with the names or pictures of celebrities from all continents could be easily spotted everywhere. The buzz was growing across the archipelago. If the local government hadn't set a quota on visitor numbers and enforced special regulations during the film festival, these fans would have arrived even earlier. To maintain some semblance of normalcy during the film festival, the Corral government reserved car lanes for local residents. The number of permits authorizing use of these lanes was also limited. Each family was only entitled to one permit. Traffic was also redirected elsewhere. The airspace was completely off-limits. Only ambulances, police, and fire rescue vessels and the like were allowed in the air. The pilots of any private flying transports that took off without extenuating circumstances were subject to heavy fines that could eat up their annual income. Luckily, Nanfeng had done his homework. Even though he had never attended the film festival before, he had asked around in advance. Fang Zhao's transportation for all his festival events had long been in place. Over at Huang Art, Carter was in a good mood, having accepted a new disciple. Remembering that Imo Lang had asked him to have his students keep an eye on Fang Zhao, he sent his students a message. These few students had told him a few days ago that they planned on attending the film festival. Carter was going to ask them to take care of their fellow disciple, their junior. But before he could send the message, Carter got a call from one of the students. "Teacher, we just arrived at the Corral airport. There's an important premiere in about an hour and we can't get transportation. Do you know anyone here who could help us out?" A slightly overweight middle-aged man examined the traffic from behind the French windows of a coffee shop inside the Corral airport as he mopped the sweat dripping from his forehead. "There's a face-off between the fans of some award-winning actor from Jinzhou and the fans of another award-winning actor from Jizhou, which has created a traffic jam. The police are on site. Word is that it will be another 5 minutes before the situation is resolved. It's insane. I think other fans were affected by the standoff and had to take a detour. They've taken all the taxis. The rentals are all out too. The entire fleet of cars at our hotel is engaged. I haven't been able to find anyone else who can help." A 5-minute wait didn't seem like a long time, but the delay meant it was harder for them to hail a car. When they had first exited the airport, they had seen 5 empty cabs, but those cabs had been gone in an instant. Now, they had to get in line, and just the size of the queue was overwhelming. Carter's students didn't follow the entertainment industry, so they didn't know much about these 2 award-winning actors. At most, they might recognize the names and the faces might strike a chord. They never would have thought that they would one day be blocked by the 2 actors' fans in Corral. Carter's good mood vanished instantly. "You've been to the Corral Film Festival before, haven't you? Don't you know that you have to show up early?" The middle-aged man mopped the sweat pouring down from his forehead again. "I never ran into a situation like this on prior visits, so the importance of arriving early never occurred to me. I arrived 2 days late this time around because of a conference." Who could have known that 2 days would make such a big difference? Oh, how he regretted his decision now. If he had only known, he would have blown off the conference. It hadn't been an important meeting anyway. The problem was that he hadn't given much thought to the logistics at Corral and had underestimated how passionate the fans were. Carter took a deep breath and blurted out, "Wait for my call." Yes, sir. Sorry to impose on you." Inside the coffee shop at the Corral airport, after hanging up, the middle-aged man accepted a piece of tissue paper from one of his students and wiped his face. He attributed the nerves in part to anxiety and in part to Carter's tone on the phone. He had to keep his composure in front of his students, but the instant he turned his head, he started sweating profusely again. Now he knew why all the celebrities showed up early. It wasn't just for the media exposure. They also wanted to avoid peak traffic. Otherwise, they'd be mobbed by fans when they arrived at the airport. Meanwhile, over at Huang Art, Carter reached out to his contacts immediately. The thing was, the closer to the prize ceremony it got, the busier his contacts at Corral became. The folks he contacted were swamped. While they promised Carter they'd see what they could do, it was unclear how long they would keep Carter waiting. The minutes passed as Carter browsed his contact list. His gaze lingered on Fang Zhao's name. He paused before hitting the dial icon. Carter had barely done anything for his new disciple, and now he needed to ask a favor first. It felt unbecoming. His face was beet red during his conversation with Fang Zhao. Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads.